you have a racer in need of a C4 transmission, if you have a spare Ford C4 transmission, or you know where someone can get one here local-ish, if you can run some information by the Rocky Mountain Race Week bus, we will get that to the racer that needs that C4 transmission. Guys, we're only on day one. We've run like one class, and we're looking for transmissions. Hey, there's Brent Coddington down there. Brent tunes all kinds of good stuff around here, and that's why he's around. He tunes Matt Frost's car, too, and if you want to get yourself Codding tuned, you go find that sexy dude down there. He's super dreamy. But not only is he a great tuner, he's good looking while he does it. Hey, Matt, that C4, does he need one with a brake or anything, or just a regular C4 work? I think he'll take whatever he got, yeah, anything. And of course, bankshift.com bringing you that live stream, and they have been in this game for a long time. And in fact, Bankshift got its start on the very first drag week. Oh, Matt just told me that we do have 4 Boostline LS short blocks and 4 sets of heads on the property. So if you have a problem with an LS, and maybe that Mark Grote, who unfortunately just popped the motor on his, what it looks like, we do have short blocks and heads. If you are interested in one of those, make sure you run by the Rocky Mountain Race Week bus that we like to call the struggle bus. Cruise by there, and the ladies over there will get you hooked up with those folks from Boostline that brought along some LS engines and heads. They're all CNC ported heads. They're nice. It's good stuff. Of course, Bang Shift Billy helping us out with the stick shift class again this year. That's a buddy of mine, Bill Armstrong. And you guys all know that digital clutch control that he's been working on for a bunch of years, and that thing has been awesome. A ton of people with personal bests with their stick shift cars, and it's a good way to turn your diaphragm-style street clutch into a race clutch just when you want it to do that, and then every other time it's just driving down the street. He's also got the brand new wireless steering wheel buttons called the Billy buttons, and the wireless bar that's called the Billy bar. 4 buttons, and it'll control anything in your car wirelessly. No need to punch holes in your firewall or anything like that. Hook up all the stuff under the hood that you need to hook up. Run that wireless controller inside your car, and you're off and running. In fact, Matt's got one of those in one of his big rigs, and he's trying it out on like trailers and stuff like that, so he can pull up to a job site and unload all that stuff from right inside the cab. All right, racers, go ahead and get suited and booted. The TRP staff has taken care of that left lane, and we are ready to get rolling. Well, we got a little bit of quiet time. Let's do motorcycles one more time, down to 1. And let's get 9-0. 9-0, come on down. 5 and 6, please. Again, motorcycles, come on down to 1. 9-0, come on down. 5 and 6, please. So here we go. Dave Eggerling, the Excalibur 2nd Gen Camaro. And Brad Thiessen, the twin-turbo LS-powered Nova. This is the category called Ultimate Radial. So again, 315 radials on these rides. Once again, Thiessen's car has been well in the 7-second range. Both rides on a rip. At the stripe, Thiessen goes 781, 880 for Dave Eggerling. Here's Tina Pierce. Again, the Nova twin turbo, big block for power. And Dave told me they may be looking for some 6s this week. Of course, Tina out of the Oklahoma City area, out of Pierce Automotive. Once again, motorcycles in 1, 9-0, 9-0, come on down, 5 and 6 please, 9-0, 5 and 6 please. Tina will put that Nova in the pre-stage bulb, so start building the boost and bump it in. Riding the traction control a little bit, pouring on the power about 200 feet, and she goes 735, 190 with claps from David. And that'll put her on top of the class here at the moment with the 735.
I got your last car in that class coming around the tower. And we're sitting around the next set.
One of the most beautiful cars on the property. Steve Hafner, the Cutlass, competing on his very first drag and drive with the brand new build. Steve in the Outlaw Street category, but I think he switched himself over to the Ultimate Radial category. Again, if it's your first time seeing one of these or watching one of these, every one of these cars is going to be taking on over 1,000 street miles here this week. Typically at Rocky Mountain or Race Week, we do about 1,200 or 1,300 miles typically. Oh, and Hafner rocks the tires at about 100 feet. It was sort of soft getting out to 60 foot. And it started pouring the power on and just started rocking the tires out of it.
Hey, Jana. Black car with red flames over your last car, that last.
Here's Jason Hurley, the Meltdown Firebird. This is one of the guys running both AM and PM. The Meltdown Firebird, the Part 2 car. His first car was one that he actually put the nose into the wall here at Tulsa. Attention in the pits, 10-0, 10-0, this is your call. Come on down 3 and 4, please. 10-0, come on down 3 and 4, please. Left lane is Brian Mackey, the Chicken Fried Falcon. Inline 6, 300 Ford for power with a big turbo. That's the engine out of Keith Lopez's old car, who's been doing a lot of Ford 300 hot rod stuff. And again, Jason Hurley, running both AM and PM. The deal with that, we have a couple of folks that are doing that. You got to make 2 passes in the morning and 2 passes in the afternoon, and then you got to get on the road. He drives through the tire shake in the right lane, and he'll turn up a 707 at 200 miles an hour. It went 112 to 60 foot, and you can see on the starting line, it was chatter in the tires, and he just drove right on through it. He's going to need a handful of new fillings in his teeth, but he's got a 707 200 mile an hour time slip to his name. 1389 in the left lane for Brian Mackey. Here's Jack Crawford in the Yacht 1. I called it Uncle Buck all last year, and he hadn't seen Uncle Buck, so he watched it and he was like, whatever, Jack. You're Uncle Buck. Crawford in the unlimited category with that Yacht 1. And he'll go 938, 149 out of the big boat. Liz Smith in the right lane. One of our wicked chicks out here. The 2023 Challenger. Also in the unlimited category. Again, 9-0, you should be in 5 and 6. 10-0, 10-0, come on down. 3 and 4, please. Smith with an impressive burnout out of the big Mopar. Smith goes 1090, 127, and that'll bring up Bryant Goldstone. The twin-turbo big block Chevrolet Javelin. Also doing the AM and PM session, so he needs to make 2 passes this morning and 2 passes this afternoon before they get on the road. The Javelin has been in the 630s before. Street car, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Robbins back there, guiding him back into his big old hot, sticky tire tracks that he just left down from his big burnout with those big floppy tires on that Javelin. Brian will check those wheelie bars, and then Bryant Goldstone will pull that into the beams. You'll see the power windows as he rolls the driver's side window up as he gets ready to pull in. How about power windows, twin turbo big block in a 6-second Javelin? Giddy up. So his first of 2 passes here this morning. Looking for something in the 6-second range. A multiple-time Sick Week winner, Hot Rod Drag Week winner. The guy's got more guitars than he knows what to do with. He'll sort of ride the traction control, bounces out of the 60-foot, and he goes 664, 222 for your quickest pass of the day by a lot. Put your hands together for Bryant Goldstone.
The black car behind the Chevy Camaro with flames will be your last one in that class.
Here's Nick Thompson in the right lane. Does a burnout in the GMC. Left lane is Paul Peel, the 65 model Barracuda. And look at the back window in that thing. I wouldn't want to break that. That's probably $5,000 worth of glass. I mean, especially because they haven't made those since like 66. So you got to find a 65-year-old piece of glass somewhere. This is the hot rod category. Let's see, I do have a racer missing a single key. If you just find a key sitting on the ground, I got a racer that needs that. If you can run that by the Rocky Mountain Race Week struggle bus, we'll get that key to its owner. So 1022 in the right lane, 1579 for the Barracuda in the left lane. That'll bring up Timmy Two Turbos in the left lane, the Pontiac, and Daryl Stutzman in the right lane. Stutzman with the awesome pickup truck with all the turbo stuff in the bed. Timmy Two Turbos is Tim Meyer, the 67 Le Mans. Big wheel stand for Stutzman. And he's back on the gas at about 300 feet. And he'll get off the gas and let Timmy Two Turbos drive away 915, 149. Stutzman goes 135 to the 60 foot on the back tire. Galen Knowlton in the left lane, the 68 Camaro. You can see this ride at the, I'm going to call it the Wild West Dragon Drive. That's going to be out in West Texas, and you'll get to hear my sultry voice over the speakers at that event as well. Right lane is Doug Jensen. Galen Knowlton goes 1042, 126, and a 1365 in the right lane for Jensen.
Dana, the black Trans Am will be your last car in the 9-0 class.
Here's Tyler Jensen, the 66 Chevelle. Again, 10-0, 10-0, you should be making your way down to 3 and 4, please. 10-0, come on down, 3 and 4 for your first lick at Megaweek, Day 1, Group A. And let's go ahead and get 11-0. 11-0, come on over. Lanes 7 and 8, 10-0, 3 and 4, 11-0, 7 and 8. Once again, 11-0. Come on down, please. 7 and 8. And let's get NA small block. NA small block. Come on down, 5 and 6. Again, 11-0. Come on down, 7-8. NA small block, 5 and 6, please. Braden Picorni here with that awesome maroon Camaro. And the right lane, a guy who has been battling some cancer, and he's back kind of doing I called it his redemption tours. Lewis Martin with the Malibu goes 955, 908 in the left lane for Picorni. This is the 9-0 class, so looking for anything close to that 9-0 number on the scoreboard.
So these two guys are both still running their license passes. Do you want me to just let them run together?
Be Travis Snyder here. Snyder, the 99 Camaro. And he will not hit that 9-0 number. He's off the gas, and he will coast to a 1274 at 70. How about a rear-wheel drive Monte Carlo? This came as a front-wheel drive. Colt Rist decided, I like it being rear-wheel drive better, and hacked it up, and here he is, looking to run 9-0 in the 9-0 category. It's not going to happen. He makes a big boom, and you can see the drive shaft swinging around from underneath that thing. So he has knocked the drive shaft out of that car, and hopefully there's not a bunch of needle bearings and stuff on the starting line, but I can see it wobbling out from all underneath that car, and hopefully it didn't do any more damage. And we'll probably be looking for at least a U-joint for Mr. Wrist. And Dana up here says, yep, that there is a drive shaft. Matt Frost out there picking up needle bearings. Well, we got a little bit of quiet time. Again, NA small block, come on down 5 and 6. 11-0, you should be in 7 and 8. Brian Tooley Racing will be here at the event as well, and they're going to be helping keep racers in business. Appreciate having them on board again this year. Bubba Ginn Racing Transmissions is on this year for Mega Week. That's Aaron Ginn out of the Wyoming area. And if you've got transmission problems, he's a guy that can help you get your transmission going. Looking down there, I see Clint Sadowski and his new puppy. Thanks for making the trip up, Clint. Big shout out to C&G Signs as well. That's Laney Mackey's company. All of the stickers for your cars have been done by C&G Signs. She's also got the big Mega Week stickers. Those are available at the Struggle Bus. And she's got those Holly EFI wiring stickers, and they're actually not big stickers. They're like laminated with magnets in them, so you can stick them on the fender of your car, and it'll help you wire your Holly EFI. She's got those in her pit, and you can find the Mackeys. Just look for a bunch of Fords, and you know you found them. Certified Performance is on for this year as well. Appreciate them coming on board for Mega Week. Of course, Circle D Specialties, the best torque converters in the world. And if you would like to get yourself a torque converter, reach out to Dan Palmieri at Circle D, and he will get you set up with a perfect torque converter for your combo. Mild to wild, anything. If you make 300 horsepower or 3,000 horsepower, they've got a converter for you. Appreciate having Circle D back on board. Cornerstone Performance Transmissions on board again this year. Appreciate having Cornerstone with us. Crower, man. Lewis with Crower has been with us for a long, long, long time. In fact, he came basically as help for folks that used Crower parts. He brought spares and he brought his GTO with him. And he has the GTO finished, and it has a flat plane LS crank in it. It's super wild. It sounds like a rotary. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. It made 4-digit horsepower on an engine dyno at PKE, put it in the GTO with a stick shift behind it. And I have not seen that vehicle on property, but he has been sending me all sorts of updates with that thing, and it is absolutely wild. And appreciate having Crower on board. They've helped a ton of people with their valve train issues with drag and drive stuff. Obviously, valve train, a big issue with driving this stuff down the road. And a bunch of people have solved a lot of problems by going to Crower valve train products, including me. Let's see, we have a racer in need. We are looking for a 1 5/8 9-inch axle bearing for the black S10 that's near Juggernaut. I think the 1 5/8 is a 35 spline axle. Pretty sure. If you have a 1 5/8 9-inch axle bearing, the S10 near Juggernaut Welding is in need of one. All right, so we got the Monte Carlo off of the racetrack, that rear wheel drive swapped one. Those came front wheel drive. And we'll probably be looking for parts for him, at least a U-joint. And here's Don Probst. Probst with the Challenger in the 9.0 category. He's still earning his license here, so he'll be going single. Let's see. Oh, I'm getting some more information on that axle seal, or that axle bearing. Yes, need an axle bearing and a seal. They have part numbers for all that stuff. Probst big Mopar smacking around that 10 speed, and he's on the brakes at 1,000 feet and goes 10.07. That thing was 135 to 60 foot. It was on a mission. Vince Ruiz, Nova here, out of FM Fab in the left lane. That car has air conditioning, and he rides with his wife, Heather, who you see doing some video there, and he has been a sponsor of Rocky Mountain Race Week since the beginning, and he's been on every single one of them. The FM Fab Shop Nova. He's taking on Stephen Willingham. Willingham drove this car from New York City here to Tulsa. Looking for that 9.0. This car has been in the 850 range. A twin turbo Gen 6 Camaro going against a twin turbo MS Nova. 941 in the right lane for Willingham. 898 with a 6, just off by that much in that 9.0 class for Vince Rui. Here's Sean Slaybaugh. Multiple time 9.0 winner. You see all the Rocky Mountain Race Weeks on that back hatch.
Down there whenever GP had done a couple down there, it shouldn't be long.
Slaybaugh's ride. Hits high gear at 8th mile. And goes 9:10, 151 for his first lick. Now moving into the 11.0 category. Jacob Dietz in the left lane, the 02 Catfish Camaro. The Gen 5 Camaro in the right lane. That's Dustin Davidson. So good look at the Gen 4 versus Gen 5, the upgrades and differences between the two rides. Just like that 9.0 category. Oh, actually, the right lane's looking for 10.0. Left lane's looking for 11.0. Can't go quicker than that. Man, lots of tire spin out of that left lane. Right lane goes 10.67. That won't be any help in the 10.0 category. And the left lane pulls over off to the side there after banging the tires like crazy for about 60 or 70 feet. Looks like he's still under power out there, so Dietz will be back to live another day after a 1797 at 51. Azim Sheik in the left lane out of Delaware. There's Aleem down there. Are you riding with Azim this week? You're riding your co-pilot? Okay. All right. So the brothers riding together this week. Aleem and Azim out of, again, Maryland. The second-gen Camaro. And this is a car that Azim built basically in his driveway. He got a tubing bender and learned how to weld and put a roll cage in it. Just him and his girlfriend trying to figure out 21-foot sticks of pipe. Not like that. Kevin Bay's in the right lane, the 21 model GT500. Oh, we are going to go, there's a little something out there about 3:30, so we're going to go pick that up before we send Azim and Kevin. So while we got a little bit of quiet time, that axle bearing they're looking for, is the part number, if you happen to have bearings sitting around, 88128RA, and the seal is 51098. And they may need a press as well, obviously, to do that. I don't think anyone brought big enough hammers to whack those off. It is for 31 spline. Okay, so a 31 spline 9-inch. If you've got axle bearing and seal, that black S10 over by Juggernaut could use that. So here we go. Azim Sheik. Kevin Bay is getting ready to do their burnouts. Again, Sheik out of Maryland. Mays out of Colorado. Azim will build the boost and bump in. Looking for 11 flats. Azim should be 10 flat. Yeah, 10.04, 10.30. So the 10.04, yeah. Aleem's like, hey, that might be good enough. Are you guys going to get the road on that one? One and done? We'll see. See what he says. He's the driver. You're just running the music. One of our Mackeys, that's Austin Mackey in the right lane, the 65 American Rambler. They call him Rambler Kid. The turbo small block Ford for power. Nick Hover in the left lane with the Fox Mustang.
We don't use Flonase, we use methanol.
And the Mackeys are going to be on all of them. All 6 or whatever cars they have out here are all going to be on my podcast on Tuesday when we get back. So we'll have Austin out there as well. Rambler Kid goes 10:05 for his first pass in the morning. 10:67 in the left lane.
Usually it clears me out pretty good, especially when you
Michelle Roby in the left lane, that GT5, or I'm sorry, the S550 Mustang. In the left lane is Clint Cantu with his Sonova, not his Cadillac. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. NA Big Block, NA Big Block, come on down 3 and 4, please. NA Big Block, come on down 3 and 4, please. Stick shift, you are on deck. Mustang in the left lane having some problems. Clint Cantu goes 997, 138, just a little too quick. So that S550 sitting up against the wall there at the 1,000-foot mark. The safety truck actually trips the beams, and it goes 51, 54 at 25 miles an hour. Mr. Clint Sadowski, good to see you, sir. He's running around. Unfortunately not with his awesome Camaro. Got a new Ace Racing Engines LS under the hood of that Camaro, and unfortunately just did not get it done in time. Had Dennis Taylor upgrade all the chassis for that thing. Oh, shoot, big shout out to Mr. Dino Cardella, who's watching us on that Bang Shift live stream. Brought to you free by Summit Racing Equipment. Here, Mega Week Day 1. Thanks so much for watching. He drives the car called Hot Carl. I don't even know what that means. Let's see, William Hogan may be looking for a spare Holly Dominator, just to see if he can fix whatever problems he's got going on with that stick shift OBS step-side truck. Maybe that was from talking all that crap to Bill Armstrong. I don't know. They were doing some good stick shift stuff back and forth. I like it. Disorganized Grime is back with us this year, and they are on board with the Thorpes. And the Thorpes have done actually Rich has done every Rocky Mountain Race Week before, and his wife Sarah are out here out of the Disorganized Grime stables. Appreciate having Disorganized Grime back on board this year. Edge Welding Supply on this year for Mega Week. Man, Robert and the people over at Force Performance Turbochargers, what more can you say? These people are awesome. They've been they have been a checkpoint before. There are tons and tons and tons of rides out here with FP turbos on them because Robert puts his money where his mouth is, and he helps out this drag and drive world a whole lot. Appreciate having Force Performance Turbochargers back on board. The Havlicks FSC Shootout. That is happening in Cordova this year. Let's see, the guys that needed that C4 trans, come on down to the struggle bus. Matt looks like he may have found one for you. So if you were looking for that C4 trans, come on down to the struggle bus and see Matt. And he will see if what he found is going to work for you to get you through the week. Again, that Havlicks FSC Shootout, August 14th through 17th, presented by Redline Oil at Cordova Dragway. That will also be live streamed for free on bankshift.com. And again, that's sort of the like the reunion from that 1992 Fastest Street Car put on by Hot Rod Magazine. That was the kind of the world that happened through the pump gas drags eventually and ended up as Drag Week. But it all started with a bunch of people with cars that were way too heavy with way too much power to compete in like a normal like pro stock type event, and they wanted their own. And those Havlick guys have put that back on the map, and they have had all sorts of those original cars and original drivers back. And again, you'll hear me and the venerable Al Tucci on the mic at that Havlicks FSC Shootout. Jeremy Wilson goes 10:04. Left lane was James Chance with his Regal, goes 10:97. Dylan Meyer in the right lane, the 72 Pontiac Le Mans.
That's one of my class.
Left lane is Bruce Hella, the second gen Camaro, looking for 11 flats.
I think I've seen one thing.
991 in the right lane, 1089 in the left. Here's Ron Augustine, the Chevelle in the right lane. And the left lane, I didn't quite see the back window, but I think it says Spulius Caesar or something like that. Don Spulio. I need to have him come back around. It's like matte black. It matches the car. But yeah, I think it's Don Spulio. Oh, and Augustine leaves before the tree is active, and the old Don Spulio car. No driver information for that car just yet. Goes 1072. And Ron Augustine will back it up, and he'll try to bump it in not so violently this time. There it goes. And he'll start pouring the power on at about 150 feet. Looking for that 11 flat. Oh, 10 flat. Goes 993. Again, NA Big Block. NA Big Block, come on down 3 and 4, please. NA Big Block, come on down 3 and 4, please. Here's Jesse Hazlitt in the right lane, an active duty Army warrant officer. A CW4. He is an aircraft maintenance warrant based out of, I believe he's at Fort Hood now in Texas. He is only a couple of years from retirement. He got leave approved for this. Yes, sir. Left lane is Matt Cartwright with the 17 model Corvette. Looking for 11 flats. $10.04 for the warrant officer in the right lane for his first lick. And again, this morning class is going to be different than our typical Rocky Mountain Race Weeks. This is like a drag week would be. A lot of these guys, a 10.04 might be good enough and they might hit the road. We're used to guys going 10.04 and then coming back and going 10.01 or 10.00. But a 10.04 in the morning might be good enough to get on the road and get to that next racetrack. Here's John Pickering in the left lane with the LTD with the roof rack. 11:37 in that left lane. The mail truck, it says U.S. Mail on the side, but M-A-L-E. It said the license plate says same day. That's Cody Green, the 74 DJ5. The right lane is Lee Watkins with the G8.
Hey, Jay,
Watch this mail truck.
Should be the black BMW.
It did not leave on the back tires like it normally does. And they'll slap around the gear shifter in the mail truck Jeep and goes 11:17. And we'll reset for Lee Watkins. Oh shoot, it's Randy Waltson's birthday today. Happy birthday, Randy. $10.95 for Lee Watkins. Will be no help in the 11-0 category. And that'll bring up Laney Mackey. This is the proprietor of the CG signs, and they did all the stickers on all your cars. She's lined up next to Eric Daniels, the 23 model Durango. Mackey goes 11:17 and 11:21 for the Durango of Eric Daniels. Here's Dave Weeks in the left lane, the 66 Caprice. Taking on Zach Fletcher, the 16 model Silverado. Looking for 11 flats. Weeks' car looking for traction. You see it sort of running over the tires on itself there the first 50 feet or so. He goes 10.85, 11.00 with a 2 for Fletcher, and that's going to put the gauntlet down in that 11.0 category. He'll take that time slip, he'll turn that in, he'll get the drive route to the next spot, and they will get on the road. And Fletcher's co-pilot goes, yes, we're not here all day. Here's Zach Armstrong, the 78 Malibu in the left lane. Right lane is David Glanzer. Glanzer with the ATSV Cadillac. His license plate is not a V8. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stick shift, this is your call, 7 and 8, please. The stick shift category brought to you by the Bank Shift Billy. This is your call to lanes 7 and 8, please. So Glanzer's twin turbo V6 ATSV in the right lane. And Zach Armstrong again in the G body. $10.64 in the right lane and $10.79 in the left lane. Hey, big shout out to Clint Cox and all the folks down there in Texas holding it up for the VW crew. Appreciate you guys watching, or Clint watching at least. There's a whole group of VW drag and drive guys, I'm talking air-cooled, that are getting out to a bunch of these drag and drives, and that is super duper awesome. A bunch of them have been at Sick Week. They actually have their own class down there. The Beetles, the Hot Rods, and the Gassers. And so they bring out the Beetles in droves And there were a bunch of real kick-ass ones out there at Sick Week this last year, but Clint's one of those dudes. He's like, okay, I'm ready to do drag and drive. How do I do it? And I was like, dude, you are about to be so ruined you don't even know it. So we hope to see Clint and a bunch more of those air-cooled VWs running around on drag and drives from here forward. It's going to be awesome. Once again, NA Big Block. NA Big Block, you should be in 3 and 4, and then Stick Shift. Stick Shift, come on down. 7 and 8, please. Stick Shift, 7 and 8. When's the last time you saw a Dodge Magnum? These things were like the poop back in the day. Cool, like chop top wagon. Josh Odom will be driving that one. And Scott Lee in the left lane, the 98 Camaro. Those Magnums were cool because you could get those Hemis in them. When Chrysler was kind of doing a lot of the V6 stuff, these came out and they were like, nah, let's put a Hemi in that. Good for them. Catfish Camaro knocks the tire as soon as he hits the clutch pedal there. I think it was a clutch pedal, I don't know. Maybe not. Doesn't look like it's shifting down track, but 1270 in the left lane. And that Magnum for Odom will go 1666. The early Fox in the left lane is Jason Gum. He'll pull it into the beams next to that 5th gen Camaro of Bill Ellis, the 10 model. Geez, the Fox Mustang does 3-wheel motion. You're going to need to get yourself an anti-roll bar with that ride. That thing was wild. 1236 in the right lane, and that Fox off the gas goes 1499 at 63. After almost taking out the Christmas tree. No, that's not true. It wasn't that bad. Here's Robert LeBron Frank in the right lane in a Mopar, the 16 model Hellcat. Left lane, another Fox Mustang. That's Robert Cook, the 86 model. Again, want to welcome everyone for tuning in here on a Sunday morning and watching a little bit of Drag and Drive. Sitting there at home in your underwear with your cup of coffee. And we're bringing you the action here on Bang Shift. For free, brought to you by Summit Racing Equipment. $10.51 and $11.81. No help for either. Micah Grote in the left lane, the 11 model BMW. There in the left lane. The right lane, the G body, is Brandon Kelsey. Kelsey, the 85 model, Monte Carlo. Scoreboards light up with a 1263 and an 1151. Rocky Franks in the left lane, the Ruthless C10. Lined up next to the S550 Mustang. That's Race Lusk. Out of the Leading Edge Technology Partners stables. His dad, Gavin, back there. Gavin owes me a sweaty man hug. That's kind of our thing. Maybe we can get racing on that too. Sweaty man hug action. Lusk goes 12.69 and a 15.21 in the left lane. Here's Sean Alsup in the left lane. Alsup, a former Air Force man. He was a crew chief on a U-2. If you know what a U-2 is, then you know. John Gilman in the right lane. At a Shop 260 with the Nova. No, is that not it? Shop 289, Shop 269, Shop 184, Shop... I'll find it. His wife's down there going, you got it wrong. I'm going to find... Hold on. Shop 209. Yes, got it. Goes 11.67 and a 13.21. Jonathan Stonecipher in the left lane, the 67 model Chevy 2. The S550 in the right lane is Steve McNew, the Mach 1. $10.59 for the Mustang and a 12.92 in the left lane. Here's Aiden Stone, the 63 Falcon. He's hanging out with those Mackeys this week as well. Again, they brought like 8 cars. He'll be going up against Rebecca Horton. Horton, the Mordor Nova. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. Outlaw Street. Outlaw Street, come on down. 5 and 6, please. Outlaw Street, this is your call. Lanes 5 and 6, please. So Rebecca and Aiden, 11.73 in the left lane, way off the gas, and a 13.10 in the right lane for Rebecca. The Model A pickup. Oh, no, it's not. It's a Chevy. A 32 Chevrolet pickup. Looks like a Model A, but that's a Chevrolet. See the USA in your Chevrolet. Be taking on Keith Horton. This is the naturally aspirated small block category, so no power adders in any of these rides. The small block Chevy powered ride in the left lane and the LS powered ride in the right lane. That 32 Chevy pickup goes 10.64 and Horton goes 11.29. That car's way quicker than that. Here's Dennis Kirkland with the GTO. This one's cool. The back end. One of my favorite things about this car, it has a 7.0 badge on it. 427 LS for power. Of course, naturally aspirated. These came with a 5.7 and with a 6.0 factory, so he took the 5.7 and the 6.0 badges apart and made himself a 7.0, which is sweet. He's also got one of the coolest trailers for drag and drive that exists. To be lining up next to Sean Stanford with the 2020 Camaro.
Sounds good.
Again, naturally aspirated small block. Want to give a shout out to all our gasser friends up there at the top end. Those dudes all come out here and they camp. And they cook and they party with each other. And they tell me to shut up over the PA. So Kirkland and Stanford. going naturally aspirated small block racing, we consider a small block 434 cubic inches, any architecture. 435 cubic inches, it's a big block in our world. 1060 in the right lane and a 1207. The Chevy Vega, the H body, that's Nate Larson in the left lane. The right lane is Maggie Kroenig. Maggie is Max's sister. And Max, you see the R on the back of the car for Maggie? That's the rookie. But Max joined the Army and he's a paratrooper. My back and my knees. If you guys don't know, I was a paratrooper for 9 years. So, you know, my back and my knees. And Maggie is Max's kid sister, and she's out here cruising around the Plymouth, the 1935 Plymouth. And you see Dad Ed over there. There's Wendy Martin. They call her the General. You don't want to get on her bad side. Happy to have the Martins back this year. And shoot, there's Eric Grillo out there from Bale. He's got his truck out here and not his typical Nova, but he does have the Male booth set up. He's also doing gas cards every day, so just randomly, he'll just walk up to you. If some dude in a Male hat or a Male shirt walks up to you and says, "Hey man, I like what you're doing," he's probably going to give you a gas card. So he's doing those every day, and that comes from Male Motorsports, and we're happy to have them on board. And then at the end of the week, he's also going to give a set of Power Pack pistons away, which, of course, is a set of pistons and rings and pins. It's everything you need in one box for whatever you need. He's just going to give you the catalog and say, pick a set of pistons, dude, and those will show up at your house. And we appreciate having Eric on board. We appreciate having Male on board because those guys are absolutely awesome. And Eric's one of the real ones, man. Again, put your money where your mouth is. Come out here and test your products and get to see all your products in action and watching. You know, it's got to be kind of cool watching all your coated, awesome pistons slinging around in a bunch of motors out here at Drag and Drive. But if you win that set of pistons, make sure you get the domes. Don't get flat tops like a weenie. We like compression around here. So here we go, Maggie in the right lane. And Nate Larson in the left lane. Larson goes 1092. And Maggie goes a 1421. A-body Mopar. That's a 73 model Plymouth Duster in the left lane of George Wright.
Got your next class coming around the tower, Dana.
He'll be lining up against the pickup truck of Dave Sanderson, the cool C10. Again, Outlaw Street 5 and 6, please. Outlaw Street 5 and 6, please. Ooh, the stick shift Mopar even. He's smacking around the gear shifter like it owes him money. And he'll go 1034 at 135. 1263 at 99 in the right lane for Sanderson. Here's Jeff Wildhaber. Wildhaber, the 67 model Camaro. Is he doing a burnout on the torque converter? He is.
Hey, Jen, that blue car will be your last one in that class, and the next class starts with the tan car and the box body.
So Wildhaber does a burnout on the torque converter. Yeah, I think he's going to say that there's some problem with that car. It didn't spin the tires at all in the burnout box. I guess he's going to try it. Here we go. The difference between a 67 and a 68 Camaro, the wing window in the door. 67s have the wing window, 68s do not. And Wildhaber is having some problems, so he's just going to meander on down the 1,320-foot quarter mile here, and they'll go back and try to fix it. Like I said, it would look like he was doing a burnout on the torque converter, unfortunately, so they're going to go back and try to get that thing squared up before we bring you naturally aspirated big block, which is sitting back here at the line. Again, 435 cubic inches or larger. And our first pair is going to be Carlos Astor in the right lane. If you are a long-time Rocky Mountain Race Week watcher or you're a 1320 video person, this is the dude that had the G-Body wagon that jumped it over the wall at Great Bend on fire. We're going to try to not do that today or this week with his new Cutlass. He used to run it in the limited street category with a small block and nitrous. Decided to come out here with the big block and play naturally aspirated. John Doherty in the left lane, getting ready to make his pass. So again, 435 inches up to unlimited. In the natural aspirated big block category, and again, no power adders, no nitrous, no turbos, no superchargers, no nothing. Run. It does not mean nitrous assisted. Run what you brung and hope you brung enough. Astor out of the 301 Street Cars team. I think that Astor's car is near 600 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet. And Doherty in the Nova. On that power goes 915, 146, and a 1022 at 208 in the left lane. Now we're into my favorite class, the stick shift category. That's Nate Curran in the right lane. The stick shift Fairmont. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, limited street, come on down 3 and 4, please, limited street. Come on down 3 and 4, please.
Yep.
Left lane is Dakota Russell, the 93 Mustang.
Yep, you got a copy? Yes, sir.
892 for Curran in the right lane. And 1157 in the left lane. If you're looking at that Fairmont and you're like, wait, I've seen that car before. You have. It was in the Rowdy Radial category for a couple of years, running on that little itty-bitty tire. He said, let's put a big tire on it and let's also just put a stick in it. Why not? So 892 is going to put him on top of the stick shift category for the moment. Oh, no. Marshall Petinsnew. Okay. Petinsnew. I'm going to learn how to say your name by the end of the week, for sure. In the SN95 Mustang in the right lane. He has problems. Kevin Lowry in the right lane, the 57 Chevy Wagon. We'll wave goodbye to him as he goes by and go 1355. And the Mustang goes 1703 at 97 if you're keeping score at home. The stick shift category, my favorite category, because, well, I'm that kind of dude. How about an OBS truck with a stick shift in it? My kind of dude right there. That's Juan Ramirez, the 95 C1500 with a clutch pedal. Attaboy. I don't know. Whatever. Chris Hawley in the right lane, the Trans Am. Again, I should have Limited Street making their way down to 3 and 4, and let's get Pro Street. Pro Street, come on down, 7 and 8. Limited Street, 3 and 4. Pro Street, come on down, 7 and 8. Man, and that C10 knocks the tires and does some wheel hopping and does all kinds of craziness. And then he'll smack around the gear shifter like it owes him money. And he'll go 11-19. That brings up Dan Palmieri with the Le Mans. We still have a grudge race planned, him and I. And he's going to take on Nick Ball. Nick Ball, the typical bolt-on LSA supercharger stuff. So he's got the supercharger turned up and he's got it ported and whatnot with the stick shift Cadillac. There in the left lane, and he takes on Dan Palmieri. Dan Palmieri, funny story, out of Circle D torque converters in the stick shift class. Dude sells torque converters but drives a stick. Nick's away. He's going to show him what the back of a CTSV coupe looks like. And Nick goes 10.76, 134. That's his best pass by a lot. 12.49 in the right lane for that Le Mans. What's up? All right, I've got a racer in need. We're looking for a bead breaker. If you got a tire bead breaker, if you can run that down by Brett Marvel's pit. Is he near you, I assume? Yeah. If Brett Marvel's got the Red Hat Scotty. Okay, yeah, with the planned BTR truck. You'll see it with all the BTR stickers all over it. You can't miss it. If you've got a bead breaker or any way to, he's got nice wheels, so he didn't want to jack them up by doing like the high lift jack or anything like that. But if you have a bead breaker and know someone around here, and you could run by the pits and let them know, or run by the Rocky Mountain Race Week struggle bus, and we will get them in touch with you if we can come up with something. Otherwise, I'm sure there's a tire shop around here open, but if there's something on site, that would make a lot more sense. So, yeah, if you got a bead breaker, Run it by those pits and we'll get rock and roll. All right, missed a few runs there, 1060 and a 1761. And here's Scott Anderson Jr. here in the left lane, the stick shift Fox, going against the 70 Mustang in the right lane. Shoot, no driver information on that 70 Mustang just yet. Both rides will drop the violence pedal. The stick shift rules, it has to be a clutch-assisted shift, no Lenkos, none of that. And has to leave on a foot clutch. And that's basically it. We used to have a minimum weight in this class, but honestly, it's too hard for us to weigh every car every pass, so we just took it off. Here's Bill Armstrong in the right lane. This is the Bang Shift Billy. He's taking on James Hall with the 97 OBS Silverado. Drink. There goes Bill. He's on a mission. The thing's 149 to 60 foot. He's smacking the gear shifter around. And he'll go 930, 156. That car has been in the 870s, but goes 930, 156, 1330 at 107 for the pickup truck in the left lane. I believe this is Jeffrey Burst in the right lane. .1035 at 148 in that right lane. The 69 Mustang is Molly Lusk. That's Gavin Lusk's wife, out of the Leading Edge Technology Partners stables. This is the one that yeeted a wheel into a cornfield about 150 feet on a Rocky Mountain Race Week, and they were able to find it, put it back on the car, and she was able to complete that Rocky Mountain Race Week. She's lined up next to Adam Walker with the 98 Camaro that does a big old wheelie and then bogs. There, ahead, but here comes that Camaro. It'll go 11:22. Lusk goes 13:02. Well, hey, Gavin, you can put that in the 13:0 class if you want. I mean, that might put you on the top of 13:0. I'm just saying. Angel Solace. The J-swapped 3.5 liter V6 Del Sol in the stick shift category out here.
That's GW, the red Honda. It's the last one in that class. The Silverado and the blue Chevelle or whatever will start your next set.
So Solace will bang the gear shift around in that Del Sol. Now equipped with torque and go 1098, 134. Here's Brady Davis in the right lane in the Outlaw Street category with the Silverado. Out of the Pacific Northwest. And Kenny McGarry in the left lane with the Nova. Both rides building the boost. Side by side at the 8th mile. The Nova takes over the lead and goes 8:62 at 158, 9:12 for Brady. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Gassers, Gassers, come on down. 5 and 6, please. Gassers, come on down. 5 and 6. Here's Tom Taylor in the 79 Disco Nova. This is an X-body Nova. And of course they call him a Disco Nova because it's, well, the disco era. We'll see Robert Williams in his Disco Nova in the Outlaw Street category as well. The right lane, I believe, is Nick Kern. It is. The 03 Mustang. The chassis they call the New Edge. A 1029 in the left lane. And an 889 for Kern in the right lane. Here's Jim Parkinson. The Tuned by JP guy. That's what JP stands for, is Jim Parkinson. All right, so here goes Jim Parkinson. I had this off again, talking to myself. I did that for about 2 hours yesterday. It was me and Stevie and Dana. I got to hear all of my antics. But that was it. Parkinson, the Camaro he calls BG. Goes 816, 174. And here is Robert Williams. The Disco Nova called Weapon X, twin turbo LS for power. His lovely wife, Debbie, back there doing all the videos stuff and has been his co-pilot for a number of years now. And they're just the sweetest couple ever. And I don't say that because they give me margaritas. Taking on Danny Odom in the right lane. Odom with the Challenger. Williams hanging out at the starting line. I'm not sure what the deal is there. And he'll back it out. Once again, gassers, you should be in 5 and 6, please. Gassers, make your way down to 5 and 6, please. So here goes Robert Willie I. There he goes, gets that thing up on the chip. He'll bump it in. And he will unleash hell. A little bit toward the center line there, but gets it back in the center and goes 821, 168. And Debbie goes, yes, we can get on the road. Randy Seward in the right lane. Seward, a long-time NMCA, NMRA competitor in the 860 category. Left lane is Clay Meyer, the 72 Le Mans. Seward looking for that 850. He goes 852, 161 for the first pass. And that may be enough to hit the road. Clay Meyer goes 1676 at 41, if you're keeping track at home.
Your last one in that class should be the green Tacoma.
A little Chevy Vega wagon versus Chevy Chevelle action coming at you. The blown gold Chevelle. Attention in the pits, tailgate. Tailgate, this is your call. My first time calling the tailgate class, a brand new class out here at Megaweek. This is your call. Lanes 3 and 4. Again, tailgate. Tailgate, this is your call. Lanes 3 and 4. And one of our largest classes out here is tailgate. And that's a dial your own class. Our only one. Tom Nelson with the 70 Chevelle in the right lane with the blower sticking out of the hood. And Megan Reed, one of our wicked chicks, in the Vega wagon. having some issues on the shift. 997 and a 1060 for Reed. The G-Body Monty. That's Ryan McFadden, the 86 model. Right lane is Job Gomez with the Mustang. Again, tailgate class, come on down. 3 and 4, please. Tailgates, 3 and 4, please. So Gomez having some issues there and goes 1766. McFadden in the Monte Carlo goes 1049.
Dana, EW.
Justin Smith in the right lane, the 14 model S197 chassis Mustang. Taking on the Catfish of Sandon Slaybaugh in the left lane.
Is the Isuzu truck as well a license pass? No, sir. So you can send these two right here as a pair.
That Mustang directly into tire smoke, but here goes Slaybaugh. Sandon looking for that number, goes 807, 170. Holy moly, 1131 in the right lane. Ryan Minyard in the left lane, the 78 G-Body Malibu. Sitting back in the water in the right lane is Nico. That's Nico Christofori.
Hey, Dana, we got your next spot coming around the tower.
Nitrous LS. Powered Fox Mustang.
And it will just be that tan station wagon and the red Chevy truck.
So Minyard and Christofori. Minyard knocks the tire. Christofori will drive out of his life. Nico goes 1032 and a 1022 for Minyard. The most beautiful C2 Corvette in the land. In that left lane, he's showing off with his power windows, of course. That's Brandon Tapp. The right lane, the blown first-gen Camaro, is Dalton Snyder, the 67 model. Red Hat Scotty, who says the key to speed is BTR parts, Pantera, that's right, BTR parts, and Red Hats. Oh, that's right, and Buc-ee's. Yeah, Buc-ee's. He just did a little face movement, and I knew. Brandon Tapp, the Turbo LS powered C2. Goes 908, 1137 in the right lane for Dalton Snyder.
And the license pass first, and then the pairs, and the license pass again.
Perfect. That's how I had it in the computer. Thank you.
So here comes Will Carner in the right lane. This will be a license pass. License passes have to run singles. until they get that license, until they made all their passes. And what's happening is they have to do a total of 5 passes. 3 of them is partial passes, and then 2 of them is full passes. And then what happens is licensed drivers that hold the license that that guy wants will watch those passes and will sign off on the, basically I would drive next to that guy on the racetrack. So he'll go a slowing 10:29, not quite on his full passes yet, and that'll bring up our next pair of rides.
12-0, please, Adam. 12-0, please. 12-0.
Attention to the pits, 12-0, 12-0, this is your call, lanes 7 and 8, please, 12-0. This is your call, lanes 7 and 8, please. So here's Chris Bach, the 98 Camaro out of the stick shift category, and Blaine Thiessen in the right lane, the 91 Isuzu. Once again, 12-0, 12-0, this is your call, 7 and 8.
Go ahead.
$11.01 and an 860. Thiessen goes 860. Gotta love that. Another license pass here, the Tacoma. That's Andrew Loy, the 97 model Tacoma. Loy will bump in. And yeah, his partial pass there, about to 1,000 foot, and he'll go 1084. Folks, we don't need you guys anticipating our calls. We haven't called 13-0 or anything like that, so we appreciate your wanting to get this thing rocking and rolling, but you are not helping the situation back there. John Sarcino in the right lane is 66 C10 in the right lane out of the Pro Street category.
We're sending Tailgate around the
And Anthony Reed in the left lane out of Pro Street, 921 and a 944. Our first gasser is Joey Greer,
Do we have any floor dry in the shop?
the spare parts C10.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, there's a bag over there in the burnout shed.
Walking over here to look right now.
Greer out of Four Eyed Performance Tuning, one of our longtime sponsors out here. And again, a big, big supporter of the rookie and young gun deal that I put together. And again, if you would like to contribute to that, run down by the struggle bus and flip them some cash. And really, I start with 250 of my own dollars. And for this one, it's 500. Oh, Joey Greer lost something. Little roller going on out there at about 350 feet. So we're going to go pick up whatever fell off of his spare parts truck before we send the Henry J. gasser. But again, I beg, borrow, and steal money. I start with $500 this time because we have 2 classes.
Okay, yeah, there's a whole pallet of it over.
I come up with $1,320 for each of these classes, and anything over that, I donate to the Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America. Rich Fox sitting back here in the Henry J. gasser. Getting ready to make his pass with the Hoosier Daddy tires on. The Bad Influence, Henry J. These are built by the Kaiser Motor Company. Yeah, the same Kaiser that builds Jeeps. They decided they wanted to get into cars, and then this became a really, really big gasser car back in the day, and Rich Fox bringing it back. Let's see. We are looking for, got a racer indeed looking for a S550 Mustang driver's side axle. If you have a 2019 or so S550 Mustang driver side axle, if you can run that by the struggle bus, we will get it to the racer that needs it. Mike Mead actually might have a driver side S550 axle. So if you have a spare S550 driver side axle, if you can run that by the struggle bus, we will get that to the racer that needs it. So Fox's Henry J goes 11:34 at 1:16. And that'll bring up our tailgate class. All right, we're back. Well, I'm back. You guys have been back. I had to see a man about a horse. The tailgate class, the brand new class out here for Megaweek. You just need to have a tailgate. It's a dial your own class, and it is nearly the largest class we have, right behind 12.0, which is awesome. So many people signed up for this tailgate class. Super cool. That was James English in the left lane and Eddie Wilson in the right lane. Here's Eric Grillo in the left lane, the guy out of Mahle Motorsports. Again, he will be giving out gas cards every day. So if a super nice guy comes up and walks around you and says, hey, nice car, and talks to you, you might want to talk to him because he might be giving you a gas card to get you to your next destination. He's lined up next to Troy Seifer. Seifer, the 57 F100. Ooh, Grillo having some issues with that C10. Seifer goes 1091. Grillo goes 1642. Little Ford versus Chevy action coming at you here. The F-150 in the left lane. That's James Daly, the 19 model F-150. Coyote for power. Right lane is Lawrence Tolman with a 2000 model Silverado. The gas guy is here on site, so if you need fuel, the gas station is open. They're at the top end of the racetrack. It looks like a big gas station. You can't miss it. Let's see. Clint Cantu is looking for a set of small bore LS head gaskets. BTR should have those, and I don't see them here yet. I'll send Paul a message for you, Clint. And Kyle, co-pilot Kyle, is looking for a Bosch LSU 4.9 sensor, an oxygen sensor. If you have a Bosch LSU 4.9 oxygen sensor, which is the same thing if you have a Holley Terminator X, I believe. If you have one of those sensors, it should be a relatively normal deal. Cruise that by that rear engine, rear wheel drive Impala. Tailgate 12-0, 13-0, 14-0 junior. And co-pilot Kyle, we found a couple of sensors for you. Let's see, William Patton has a sensor, and Joey Greer has a sensor for you if you would like that sensor. Joey Greer's in the spare parts C10 gasser. And William Patton has the supercharged Suburban. You can't miss either. They'll get you rocking and rolling.
The gas are going to run in this, or should I separate the class?
Right lane is Chris Allen, the 23 Ford, goes 1160 and a 1392 in the left lane. .12 in the left lane and a 1033 in the right lane. A late gasser to the party is Mickey Lauder, the 41 Willies, or Willis, however you want to call it. Both are acceptable. Carter Snell in the right lane, the 94 OBS Silverado. Stevie's looking at me like, what? It is. It's real life. Willies and Willis. Depends on who you talk to and how old they are. Yep, Willies is what I say, but some of the old timers will tell you that's a Willis. 1141 and an 1159. Good side-by-side race there. Here's Patrick Belson, the Silverado, in the left lane. The right lane is Jessica Bach in her Silverado. A little Silverado on Silverado crime coming at you. Drink, drink, drink. Looks like we found that O2 sensor for co-pilot Kyle. Right lane is James Potter, the El Camino. Left lane is Robert Huffins with his Silverado. 9:47 in the right lane for David Pierce. Oh, that's not David. That was Kenzie. And David says his chain stands for Diamond Dave. I have a different word for double D's. I'm just saying. So Kenzie driving the Colorado, as it were. Jesse Frost with the OBS truck in the right lane. And Nick McCartney in the left lane. McCartney goes 14:47, 13:30 in the right lane. Again, this is a dial your own class. So whatever they turn in today, they are looking for every single day here on Megaweek. Here's Brian Dater in the Gentleman Gym truck. My kind of dude. Left lane is Evan Uri with the 49 GMC. This is the dude that had the Junior Street Miata. Sold the Miata, got himself a GMC. His dad Darren down there doing the video duties. An 11:27 for Dater, and a 14:51 for Uri, which is a lot faster than that Miata was. The Miata license plate was 0 power. That one's got a little more power than that. Here's John Long in the left lane with his Silverado.
Are you doing that on purpose? Okay. That was sounded a little sarcastic.
Dana's like, are you doing that on purpose? And I nodded yes, and then Stevie said, well, yeah, he's just stupid. That's true. I am. A couple of years ago, I was saying that, and it became a drinking game on the live stream. So I just pretty much do it now so that all my friends at home can, you can't be drunk all day unless you start in the morning. And 9 in the morning on a Sunday seems like the right time to start. Why not? Yeah, I'm an idiot. Michael Bercaro in the right lane, the awesome 71 C10. Left lane is Bradley Stanton in a 71 C10. So it's the under construction C10 in the left lane of Stanton, and the finished version in the right lane for Bercaro. Looks like some issues in the right lane. So this is an old school paint don't make it good situation. While Staten, I'm sorry, sits in the left lane
Are we good?
and waits.
I left a drink in the back of the dude's truck and he got all over the track.
Oh, that's a problem with pickups.
Your last one in the tailgate class will be the red
So-
wagon.
Staten unfortunately had someone leave a drink in the back in the bed of his truck, and he did his burnout and it spilled over, and it's all over the racetrack. Truck problems.
Thank you, Lulu.
So here we go. Little 71 C10 on 71 C10 crime. Right lane goes 1193. And the left lane goes 1262.
calling for violence.
The C10 in the left lane is Robert Ballard, the 71 model, long bed. All the tubing hanging out of the cab so you don't have to cut up the back window. Says this is Sydney Cipher. I don't think that's right. A 1032 there in the left lane. Next pair coming at you, the diesel truck in the right lane. It's Alex Arquette. Left lane is Hunter Hay in his Sierra. Started with us in the Junior Street program. And he's graduated out of that into running full quarter mile in his own truck, 1292 for Hunter. And a 1273 for Arquette. Here's William Patton, the supercharged Suburban. Barn doors and A thing. Because barn doors, in our opinion, count as a tailgate. He's taking on Lawrence Hogue. Hogue in the right lane, the F-150. Big supercharged Suburban goes 1170 and 1227 for the new school F-150 in the right lane. Stephen Economacos. Economacos. He found me one time and he was like, here's how you say it. Economacos. And I was like, done. Easy. Got it. I was messing that up like crazy. Earlier, Lawrence Hogue in the right lane. Oh, that's not Lawrence Hogue. Lawrence Hogue just ran. I got to press the button. Ryan Woodward.
Hey, Woody. This little S10 has two numbers on it. Can you find out which number he's running under, please?
Both trucks are away. Woodward goes 1126 and a 1087 for Economacos.
75.
The Truckter.
Thank you.
It's Jesse Medafrey. The John Deere power, or the big block Chevrolet powered John Deere tractor. He worked at John Deere for a really long time, and now he's a shop teacher at high school. He's lined up next to Rocky Welton, the 92 Silverado OBS truck. He also calls this Junior. He's got Greenie, and this is Junior. Goes 1292 at 101. Fastest tractor in the world. 1824 at 73. They're in that right lane. Big Tire El Camino, G-body style, in the left lane.
Hey, Jay, that ranch rat wagon ain't running yet, so we're going to go ahead and send the next class while we're waiting on them.
Copy that.
Dudley Kinnerom in the right lane, the S10.
And they're coming around the tower.
Reggie Moore's up here writing me a book, apparently.
Killer Place is going to open for us today.
Here's Ryan Brummer, unfortunately having some problems in the burnout box with the step side C10. One of our rookies out here, you see the R on the car or truck. So we will send the left turn signal equipped Ford truck here. That's Nate Martin. Oh, I'm sorry, that is a Chevy, a 59 Chevy Apache. And Nate, you can turn left, just eventually, don't do it now. He goes 1824 at 79, and once he gets that thing reeled down, he will turn left. And a tough break for our rookie there in the left lane, Ryan Brummer. Hopefully they can get that step side truck fixed up. Of course, the deal here at Race Week, you have to break the beams under power in order to stay in competition at a minimum. So if you break it in the burnout box, well, you still haven't done it. So Brummer will need to get that fixed up, and when we call that tailgate class back around, he will need to at least break the beams to stay in. Oh shoot, CJ's down there from SXS Tracker, the side-by-side tracker guys, and he is selling trackers here at the racetrack for your ride. If you would like to add a tracker to your car, go down there, cruise by and see CJ. He's also doing the 50-50 raffle. So 50% of that will go to one of you, and 50% of that will go to my rookie and young gun pile, which is super cool. Justin Gilbert's up here making a bunch of noise. He's not here with the chill trailer this year. He is riding shotgun with Brady. Shout out to Den, who is, not here. I don't care where he's at. He's not here. Loser, yeah. No, if you guys know, these guys gave out the nerds clusters. I can't ever look at those without seeing your stupid mustache. And then last year, because it was, 2 years ago, I think, because it was 9 million degrees, they brought a trailer with 3 air conditioning units in it, 4 air conditioning units in it, and they gave away like 1,000 Otter Pops. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. 13-0. 13-0, this is your call to the staging lanes, lanes 5 and 6. And 14-0, this is your call to the staging lanes, lanes 3 and 4. Again, 13-0, 5 and 6. 14-0, 3 and 4. Co-pilot Kyle, your O2 sensor is at the Race Week bus. The struggle bus has your O2 sensor. The Mustang Mach-E, that's Alan Ledesma, the license plate all motor because, well, it's only got motors. There's not even an engine in that. The full electric ride. Greg Heibanger in the right lane, the 12 model Challenger. And how about getting whipped up on by an electric Mustang? 1203 in the left lane and a 1258 in the right lane. Levi Houston in the left lane does the burnout with the license plate. Aight, then. I dig on that.
Normal to
Taking on Ethan Densman. Densman, the 65 Nova. Again, 13-0. 13-0, come on down 5 and 6, please. 13-0, 5 and 6. 14-0, 3 and 4, please. $12.39 in the right lane and a $12.43 in the left lane. Again, looking for 12 flats in this category. Chase Scholl in the left lane, the Kia Stinger. Taking on the Fairmont.
I was curious what that Apache ran. That was a skip for that. The transmission.
Hey, there's Galen Knowlton. What's going on, Galen?
Might have been
1209 and a 1209 side by side.
Hey, Dana, your last car in that class should be the red Corvette.
Valine Garapi here in the right lane. Left lane, the G-body. That's Stephen Thompson, the Monte Carlo. $11.42 in the left lane and a $12.25 in the right lane.
That one went long. Oh.
And we just got a sensor out real quick, so we're going to run down and get a look at that. And then we'll be back to business here before you know it. All right, so the book that Reggie's been writing me along our route,
Went off, so you make sure that there's no grass.
there's a place called Woody's Bar and Grill,
That last pass is
Miami,
96 miles.
96 miles from here. They have incredible smoked meats, burgers, tacos, sandwiches in Miami, Ohio. They are open for us today. They're doing breakfast tomorrow. Free drinks, and fried bologna sandwich with spicy pimento cheese. I can't wait, man. And if I see Reggie over there, he will for sure call my wife, my daughter, and then, you know,
not good.
I'll still go out of my way and help your kin,
Yeah.
even after
And I still owe you.
all that happened. You don't owe me nothing, my
That
friend.
one's the miles per hour.
Maybe I'll take a fried bologna sandwich. Yeah.
Leader ride.
You'll see Reggie driving around in the organ grinder. Are you in the B category?
Yes, sir.
You're in the B. Okay, so you'll see the organ grinder in the B category, and that's that car. If you get within about 5 feet, you better have your tetanus shot, or else. And he told me one year that thing, it's got Chevelle bucket seats in it, and he told me that it's really, really comfortable right until you sit in it.
Good right now. there.
Well, we got a little bit of downtime. Look, there's the Densmans down there. All the folks that are running that Wild West Dragon Dash.
A Dragon Drive for DoorDash?
Unfortunately, if you guys haven't been paying attention, that's the trademark deal that's been going on, and that's what sort of prompted it this time. Hello? All right. Just making sure my microphone's not turned off, even though it says it's on. But that's going to be out in West Texas. It's sold out, and you get to hear me out there doing the thing. So appreciate the Densmans, and I appreciate Galen Knowlton bringing Porsche and Ethan and all the folks out here to do Dragon Drive and ruin their lives to the point where they want to put one on. Super cool. Galen also a couple of weeks ago had a big old health scare, and he's out here competing. So that's super cool. So here we go. Trenton Steinter in the left lane with the Silverado. Right lane is Landon Chance with the 65 Malibu, 1530 and a 1325. Here is a mom and son going side by side. That's Janae Hammond in the left lane and Caleb Dorn in the right lane. Dorn's car called the Track Hoe, and Janae Hammond's car, Liter Cola. Did you spit in that cop's drink? No? So Caleb out ahead. Janae trying to lay on the nitrous to run him down, but gonna run out of racetrack, and she's actually off the gas and just slow rolling. 12:28 in the right lane for Caleb. So here is Heather Rui. You see Vince standing out there on the outside of the car. Vince is Heather's better half. Worse half. The same car, the FM Fab car. Vince will run it in the 9.0 category, and he will put it on the spring pressure and have her foot brake the car, and then it will run in the 12.0 category as well, out of FM Fab. Heather also like our original road weaker, and she was like an original helper and stuff at the bus and whatnot, and Vince said, hey, why don't we just put you in the car and actually have you drive it? And here she is. I've been bothering him and telling him, like, well, what are you going to build next, since she's going to take that Nova over? And he doesn't know yet.
Yeah, it's good right now.
But again, Vince out of FM Fab. He's that guy that's out there that looks like about a 13-year-old kid standing next to the car.
Zero time on the mile per hour and the finish.
Yeah, short jokes. I'm the short guy, so I'm used to them. It's not very often another guy's shorter than me, so I'll take it.
No, it's back on now.
The nice thing with the short guys, Matt Frost is a short guy too. We fit in every race car. All you big boys, you guys need big old seats. No good.
Back on.
We'll fit in anything. Right lane is Morgan. Oh no. Weinstrower. Oh, no. I'm going to need to come find you.
That driver,
And you can tell me how to say your name. The 68 Galaxy.
well, give it to him so he can tighten that up if it needs tightened up.
Good now.
Right now it's good.
No. Probably had it in the box.
Yeah, Morgan Weinstrower. Yeah, that looks right. Weinstrower. Am I saying it right? Close enough? Out of Sterling, Colorado. One of our
One of your
wicked
pictures
chicks.
in the starting line is on too, on the tower side. So either in your box or over here on the wall, right, starting line, tower side. Tower side.
Your other military left.
What's on, Dana? Yeah, I was on it.
There's the Uris there. Eben and Darren Uri out here taking pictures and making memories at Megaweek.
Just check it. There's probably a cobweb or a spider or something in that too.
Again, we are in the middle of the A group of Megaweek here. We are going till about 2 p.m. The B group will pick up at 3 p.m. and they will go till 10 p.m.
Yes, it's still on.
Just getting down to the end of our very first of our run session down here. We're in the 12-0 category. I have called 13 and 14. 13 should be in 5 and 6, 14 in 3 and 4. Junior Street, you are on deck. We'll be having you up next. And then we start all back at the top. All right, we are getting back and rolling here. So everyone go ahead and get in those rides. Heather, turn off the AC in the Nova. Or maybe turn it on if you want to slow it down. So Morgan Weinstroyer in the right lane, the 68 Galaxy. And Heather Rui. Looking for 12 flats. 13:55. And Morgan goes 25:15 at 31.
Your 8-mile finish.
Yes, the 8-mile finish is on again.
Eric Skarsgård in the right lane, the Mercedes wagon. Left lane is Randy Walton. It's his birthday. Happy birthday to Randy. The supercharged second-gen Camaro. Shout out to all the Group B racers that have taken over the hotel lobby to watch Group A on the live stream. That's super cool.
As of right now, yes, it's good. Back on.
So what's going on right now? We have a sensor problem at the 8th mile here. We actually had a little starting line sensor issue and then had an issue with the 8th mile sensor, so we're getting that all rocking and rolling. And we'll get it. We got it all fixed up and we're ready to go. So go ahead and get those belts pulled tight and get that helmet put on tight. And we are getting ready to go racing again. Again, Randy Walston. Wow. Happy birthday to you, dude. And Eric Skarsgård in the right lane. That Mercedes wagon. $11.84 and a $12.52. The 69 Firebird in the left lane. That's John Gilliard. Lined up next to the F-150 of Brandon Hayes. $12.37 for the first-gen Firebird in the left lane, and a $13.11 for Hayes with the F-150. The Skyline is back.
Hey, Dana, that Brad's bound to be your last one in that class, and we're sitting in the ranch wagon in behind them.
When this car came out, they called it Godzilla because it was a monster. Left lane is Nate Gashler.
What did you say, sir?
Just got a quick wrap with Tom Dupree from Summit Racing Equipment. They are going to make it to Flying H, but they are not going to make it on the rest of the trip. So if you get a chance while you're cruising around, run by that Summit Racing Equipment booth and just let them know thank you so much for coming on board here at Megaweek. And they are bringing you the live stream for free. They're on bangshift.com as well, so consider them when you're going to order your next parts. And all of you folks got a 10% off coupon in your goodie bag for Summit Racing equipment. So I just told him I got Summit bucks expiring and I got a 10% off coupon. So he'll be seeing an order from me very soon. Here's Adam Wildhaber, the stick shift 89 Trans Am in the left lane. The G-Body wagon.
Gonna have your next class coming around the tower.
That's Jason Sereno. $12.21 and a $13.39. Here's another one of our Mackeys, another inline 6 Ford powered ride. That's the Ford Ranch Wagon. And that's Jamie Mackey. Fun fact, she's a bodybuilder in her spare time, hence the cut and grind. Jason Hobbs in the right lane, the RX-7. $12.41 for the RX-7, and the inline 6 powered Ranch Wagon goes $13.34 at 103. Here's Brenton Thiessen, the 82 Corvette, out of the Thiessen Racing stables. Right lane is Darrell Cole, the 11 model Corvette Z06. That C6 Z06 would be a LS7 powered 427 cubic inch engine with titanium connecting rods and dry sump oiling. He does the stanky leg with the stick shift. Those only came in stick shift. So a little Corvette on Corvette crime coming at you. A little C3 and C6 action. 1303 and 1388, respectively. Cody Wilburn in the SRT in the left lane. Going against the Monte Carlo in the right lane. That's Brian Crandell. It's actually a Caprice. That's the, I'm sorry, yeah, that is the PPV. So that was a cop car originally. The cop car goes $12.82 and a $13.14 in the left lane. Day one, let's go on the back window of the 350Z. That's Aaron Willis. Will's very first quarter mile pass was yesterday in the Z car. Chris Robinson in the right lane, the 99 Regal with a blower, front wheel drive. Looking for 13 flats here.
Remember the Mountain Dew count?
That 350Z missing a shift on his maybe second quarter mile pass ever. 1310 in the right lane and a 1384 in the left lane. Here's Katie Jones, and if you don't believe me, the license plate says KT Jones. The sweet painted G8. No, it's not a wrap. And one of our wicked chicks. Jeremy Mason in the right lane, the 21 Challenger.
Literally just hit enter after. Oh boy. I need a second key.
Jones's G8 staying ahead of that Challenger. She goes 1293, 1350 in the right lane. Here's Eric Carroll in the left lane. The 2016 Lexus GSF, I like to call the Thundercloud. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, I need you guys down lane number 1, please. Junior Street, need you at lane number 1, please. I got a racer looking for any 1032 hardware that you have. He would like to have a cap screw if you got it, half-inch long or so. But if you have any 1032 hardware just sitting around, if you can run that by the struggle bus, we'll make sure we get it to you. Good luck. If hardwares, I'm sure are around here, they'd be able to get you 1032 stuff. But
Motion needs to use quarter 20 in this one.
yes, they do.
1032.
Here's Doug McGinnis, the 13 model Challenger. Brian McCutcheon to the right lane.
Sometimes I feel like I should just come here with the track and put the cherry picker and everything.
I just got a message from Paul down there at BTR. He said, let's give away some air fresheners. The next 24 people by the BTR booth get a free air freshener.
It smells like
You just need to tell him Purple Monkey Dishwasher. And he will give you a free air freshener for your car. And you know you're going to need it because you're going to be eating, gas station food. And I mean, I've done this once or twice. It happens. You're going to be doing a little farting. So if you have an air freshener in your car, it'll be a little more, it'll be okay to ride with your buddy who's definitely going to be farting. So again, go over there to the BTR booth, tell him Purple Monkey Dishwasher, and he will get you a free air freshener if you are one of the first 24 people to say that to him. Mike Gonzalez in the right lane, the Tahoe with you see the kind of, the turbo Tahoe.
Gray IROC.
Left lane is Doug Kinnaman, the S10.
rear wheel staged. This channel.
2036 in the left lane and a 1323 in the right lane. The SRT Jeep, the 392 powered. Rubicon Jeep in the left lane. Take it on the Challenger in the right lane. Zachary Krakauer in the Challenger. Bless you. Brett Cook in the 392 Wrangler. Again, Junior Street, you guys should be in lane 1, please. Junior Street, lane 1. $13.27 and a $12.95. That is a first-gen Monte Carlo. Jason Klinko in the 72 model Chevrolet Monte Carlo.
What was his Or Oldsmobile Total.
Hunter Schwartz in the right lane, the C10. Yeah, the Monte Carlo and A body, it's basically underneath the different body work, it's a Chevelle. Same frame, all the same suspension stuff works. C10 goes 1292 and a 1489 for the Monte. OBS truck pulling up here in the right lane. That's Brent Fulton, the 89 model Sierra.
Hey, Jane, at a Buick.
$1347 in that C10. Here's that supercharged Buick back. See the two numbers on that car, two drivers.
This y'all's car. That here's the box in the Fairmont.
Jeremiah Robinson.
Chad Reynolds.
Here's Isaac Triana in the right lane.
I think it's no chasing there. I'm running them all
I
the
just
same
grabbed
class.
one that quick.
And a 1389. CTSV in the right lane is Rich Thorpe. Left lane is Steven Sierra, the 79 model second gen Camaro.
Hey, Jane, at a red Monte Carlo SS shipping a junior.
They're running a junior class.
Where's my house?
Chandler Park, Monte Carlo.
1280 in the right lane and a 1218 in the left lane.
48.
The OBS truck,
Need to find out
that's Dania Bushcotter.
what state, what numbers they're running.
She is a welding teacher during the day. One of our wicked chicks out there. Right lane is James Farrow with the Olds 442.
It's running 147.
At the stripe, 1446 and a 1371.
Beverly Hillbillies and Monsters.
The Fox Mustang in the right lane, that's Darren Coral, the 82 model.
Like a rat roll.
The left lane is the Audi.
And in the front, it's got. Oh my.
1541 and a 1625. Here's Fred Cullen in the Fredenstein. When he's not racing this on the racetrack, he would be happy to take you and your kids or your wife for a ride in the Fredenstein. It is pretty awesome, the old Fredenstein. right lane is Kipling Clausen. Wow. One of our wicked chicks. The 04 Monte Carlo SS. That's that Dale Earnhardt version of that car, or actually Dale Jr.
Her first pass ever.
First pass ever.
Awfully never-ending story.
Fred rolls through the beams in the old Fredenstein. And Kipling making her very first pass ever. Goes 14:58 at 94. Here's Peyton Bullock in the right lane, the 93 Mustang. Lined up next to the F-150. $14.33 in the left lane and a $13.29 in the right. That brings up Larry Armstrong, the 14.0 King, in the right lane. He's won the 14.0 category a bunch of times with that old hot rod. He keeps threatening to bring his fast one, but he keeps showing back up in this one because it keeps winning them trophies. He's lined up next to Garrett Hahn in the left lane, the S197 Mustang. Looks to be having some issues out there. Armstrong looking for that 14 flat. Goes 13.90 at 93 and a 15.76 in the left lane for Hahn.
Another red Thunderbird to be your last car in that class.
Another Disco Nova in the right lane is Nick Carmen, the 76 model Chevrolet Nova. The S197 Mustang in the left lane is Joe Lamastra. Scoreboards light up with 13.38 in the left side and a 14.93 in the right side. If you're watching on the live stream, unfortunately, the right side scoreboards are inoperable. But these guys are getting times and everything. You just don't see them on the old live stream. So you'll just have to listen to me tell it to you. Apparently the Lightning fried a chip in it. Okay. Dalton Howard, the 23 model Cadillac CT4 in the left lane. The right lane, the low mile 4th gen Camaro. This is like a 20,000 mile car, and he's taken it on 3 race weeks.
Water.
13.98 in the right lane and a 15.65. No help for either. Hey, check it out. There's my wife, there's my car. That's Stevie in the CTSV in the right lane. The license plate, RMRW. Yeah, I paid extra for that.
Your money's coming up.
Left lane is Adam Maxwell with the Canyon. The CTSV stick shift ride.
Just looks cool, I guess. It's the same color.
Stevie bogs the thing, but here she goes. Smacking around the gear shifter like it owes her money. Let's see how close to that 14.0 she can get. 14.36 at 107, including the bog, so she's going to really like that. We'll see her here in a little bit. So this is pretty cool. This is Kent Davis and Waco Davis. Waco, the 55 Chevy in the left lane, that was his dad's ride. And he was a long-time Great Bend racer. When we went back to Great Bend on the new surface, Waco in this 55 was the very first car down that brand new surface at Great Bend. And when I told him that, there was a little bit of dust in the air when that happened. But he's a long-time Rocky Mountain race weeker and here at Megaweek with the 55 Chevrolet. And he's taking on, I believe, his uncle, Waco Davis. Waco's ride a stock 283 two-barrel Impala and will be competing for our Turtle Trophy of our slowest ride on the property. Typically in the 19-second range with the Impala in the right lane. Waco's ride should be closer to that 14.0. .283. Waco goes 14.84 and Kent goes 19.54 at 70 miles an hour. Given all those 283 cubic inches wound out. The early Thunderbird here. All right, now moving into our junior street category. These are all 13 to 16-year-olds. They ride with their parent or guardian in the passenger seat. They can't go quicker than 9 flat in the 8th mile. But this is cool. This is a good way for you to get your kid involved in drag racing without needing to buy an entire junior dragster. These racers will also be doing consistency. So whatever they turn in here this first day is what they're going to be looking for every subsequent day. Aiden Reisner here in the left lane, the 17 model F-150. And the Z71 in the right lane, that's Ammon Erickson with the 06 Silverado. All of you at the hotel out there drink, and CJ at SXS Trackers drink. So they'll back them both, or they'll just back out the left lane there and get her, or him, I'm sorry, re-staged up in there. And again, this is a super cool class. This is also a class that a bunch of people do double duty in, like the Allsups who are back here. Sean will be racing the Fox Mustang in the naturally aspirated small block category. And then his daughter Molly will be cruising it here in Junior Street. We had Austin also for a while behind the wheel of the Fox Mustang, and Austin now has his own, so it's Molly's turn. There's Evan Yuri down there taking some photos. He came out of the Junior Street category. Again, with the Miata with the 0 power license plate. Upgraded himself to a GMC pick-em-up truck. And he's running full quarter mile now. But he's out here supporting those junior street racers because that's where he came from, and he knows. This is a pretty good way to ruin your life right here. Your kids will never have money for drugs because they are going to spend all their money on their cars. You're welcome, or I'm sorry, whichever is appropriate. I think you're welcome is good too. But again, this class also being contested at NHRA tracks. You can get a junior street license for your 13 to 16-year-old. Check with your local NHRA track on how to make that happen. They do need to earn a license to do this, so you can't just toss your kid in the car and go, hey, let's go. They have to actually prove that they can handle that car at speed and that they can maneuver it around through the racetrack. They do need to, at the top end, switch drivers. But they need to get off the racetrack and on the racetrack all by themselves, obviously, because they're, behind the wheel. But this is the next generation of drivers right here. You're getting to see them firsthand. And it's Rocky Mountain Race Week. The June-ish event has always been in the June area on purpose. The reason for that is that Matt and June needed to bring their kids on it because they didn't want to leave them at home to get watched the entire week. So they had to make sure the kids were out of school before we went out and did drag and drive stuff. So it's always kind of been in that June area so they could bring their kids.
What's the matter?
And it's been cool because we can bring everyone else's kids with us. And we've gotten to watch a bunch of those kids grow up. And, a bunch of these kids we've gotten to watch grow up and come out of nothing and show up and start doing their thing. Like Blaine Stark, who I heard is on the property now. David Pierce telling me I can't say drag and drive. I do what I want, David Pierce. TM. And Stephen Willingham letting me know that the car's back supercharged with a 2650. He took the turbos off. You just can't leave anything alone, can you?
Find it.
So what do I do? Do I turn it on, see if it works? The opposite?
So having issues with that starting line sensor once again. As soon as we get that worked out, we'll bring you the rest of this junior street category. This category brought to you by Pittsburgh State Automotive Technology, and they are racing for a scholarship in automotive technology. And a little bit of cold hard cash too. Again, closest to their average at day 4 is going to win. And then in our shootout, we are going to bracket race all of our junior streeters and come up with another winner.
Well, switch into junior sport or whatever and see if it does it or not. I'll tell you.
And a big thanks to all of our sponsors out there. Of course, bangshift.com bringing you that live stream. Circle D Specialties helping us out. Get with Dan Palmieri for all your torque converter problems and solutions. War Performance back on board for a long time. They have all of your cool LS type stuff available there at War Performance. On top of that, they're known for their throttle bodies. And Rich Guido has one of their 102 millimeter throttle bodies on his car. And that thing has something like 35,000 miles on it now. So if that doesn't tell you how good that stuff is, then nothing will. Summit Racing Equipment, of course, on board. And they'll be here today and tomorrow. We appreciate them coming on board. And like I said, everybody here got a 10% off coupon. And we appreciate Summit coming on board and bringing everyone at home that bangshift.com live stream for nothing. Free drag racing all week long, starting here on Sunday. And we'll be back here for the shootout on Saturday. We'll actually be back on Friday, and we're going to do a big party here. We're going to do all the awards and stuff on Friday. There'll be a band. There'll be food.
Do what?
And then we actually do that shootout on Saturday. We're going to heads-up race our quickest 64 cars in 3 different classes. And then everybody else will be one big, gigantic bracket race. So something in the neighborhood of 480 cars could be in that bracket race.
In the bottom of that black box, that's 24 pink in there.
So a little bit of racetrack knowledge here for you. Across this racetrack are a bunch of ultraviolet lights, and that's what does the timing system. There's a ultraviolet light transmitter, and then there's also a receiver in the same device. What they do is they bounce off of reflectors sitting on the opposite side of where that thing is. All of those are along the wall for down the track, but the actual starting line is right there in the center where you see the track staff here at TRP working. You could use regular light at night you would see them, but the infrared light you can't see, obviously, because it's infrared. That's how that works. But as the car makes its way through those beams, it breaks that beam, and that's what shuts off the timing and or starts the race. What we have going on is some of the beams here on the starting line are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So what we will have is that the race won't start right, or the lights won't work right, or it won't even start the race if we don't have that stuff working right. So we got to get that working, and we'll be back. One of the other things that happens here with all of these, really pretty much everything that's out there available at racetracks right now, is all the software and all the hardware for all this stuff was built in the 80s, and I'm talking the 1980s. For all of you really young people, the 1900s. And it's no joke. It's what they call DOS, which is an early data operating system that you need to know codes and stuff to actually operate. I'm old enough to know that. Ones and zeros, exactly. So what we're trying now is rebooting the computer with the green screen. And you hear the printer. That's one of those old school printers too, with the tracks on the side. That's how this all this stuff works. It's real fancy. I'm here to tell you. It's pretty much sparks and fire up here. Okay, so junior streeters, I'm not sure exactly what's going on. Here's what we're going to do, though. We're going to run you in a quarter-mile class. So you won't see your eighth-mile times come up when you get through the finish line. So parents, just make sure that the kids are on the brakes there at the eighth mile. Because the wind lights and stuff are not going to come up, and you will be turning in eighth-mile times. For some reason, there's something in that class, there's something in that piece of software that's not playing very well with Junior Street, and we're just going to get the show back on the road. So here's Molly also in the left lane. She's going against Claire Culp, two of our wicked chicks and junior street racers. This is Brilea Tilson. Tilson in the left lane, the Silverado. The right lane, the Chevy 2. Yeah, probably Emma Shepard. This is Jake Wing, VS10. And Wing will go 880 in the 8th mile. The Fox Mustang is Dayton Coral, and that's a stick shift ride. So that teenager banging the gears. And she goes 10-18 in the 8th. And that'll bring up Addie Saraceno. The F-150 truck in the 14-0 category. Saraceno going quarter mile racing in that 14-0 category, goes 15:05 at 93. And that gets us through our first session. So we will get the radial prep getting rolling here, and we will start at the top of the session here very soon. I will be calling those first 3 classes here in the next couple of minutes as soon as we get the radial prep on the racetrack all set up. So again, we are through our first session here in the A group at Megaweek. And again, we will start at the very top here as soon as we start getting some of the radial prep here on this racetrack taken care of. And we'll rock out this morning session. Again, we are going all day long. That's why it's Megaweek. It's 2 at the same time. Chad's out there cooking cheeseburgers right now, but he'll be up here on the mic this afternoon. And you will have yourself Chad mouth in your ear hole. He gave me a thumbs up. He wasn't sure about that, but then he was like, I'm into it, whatever. Apparently we even are maybe going to have his better half with us at Ennis, so we can actually watch the Chad mouth in the ear hole.
I get the sprayer fired up.
In real life. IRL. If you know what I'm saying. He's down there going, la, 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 la. But again, that B group is going to kick off about 3 p.m. It'll all be all day long and every day, all day long on bank shift. So kind of like those afternoon people are right now sitting over at the hotel watching the A group. The B group folks will be able to watch, or the A group folks when they're on the road will be able to watch these B group folks on that bankshift.com live stream. Of course, brought to you free of charge by Summit Racing Equipment. Let's go ahead and do it. Let's get some of these cars. I like it. The F around and find out matrix. So let's do it. Rowdy Radial. Rowdy Radial, come on down lanes 7 and 8, please. Rowdy Radial, 7 and 8. Ultimate Radial, 5 and 6. Unlimited, 3 and 4. Again, Rowdy, 7 and 8. Ultimate Radial, 5 and 6. Unlimited, 3 and 4 for your second pass at this A session. Again, a bunch of these folks have probably hit the road, so we are going to move quicker and quicker and quicker as we get through this afternoon. All right, I do have a media member in need. Jesse from 3G Video is looking for a lockout kit, and it's not for him. It's for one of his helpers helping him out. His secondary photographer unfortunately locked the keys in someone's car. But if you have a lockout kit, if you can go see Jesse at 3G Video, he's at the base of the tower. The media room is at the base of the tower. You'll just knock on that door. If he's not in there, someone will find him. They'll be around there. He's also got the Volvo wagon. So if he's not in there, he'll be around that Volvo wagon doing his thing. It's got the camera car sticker on the back. So hopefully we can get that thing rocking and rolling so you guys can keep getting pictures done. And man, thank you so much for doing the Sunday service this morning. I heard you had like 20 people, 30 something, showed up at 6 a.m. to hear the good word. That's awesome, man. That's a very cool deal that you put on, and that 30 some odd people got up early for, and that's a big deal, I think. So great job, and hopefully we'll get you back into one of your cars here so you can continue on going here. But Jesse with 3G Video, he's all around. You'll see him on all sorts of stuff. Check him out on YouTube. Tons and tons of cool stuff that he does, and this is all you do, right? You cruise around, you do video and audio and stuff at races, and that, I mean, you're just making it happen. So you basically live out of the car and just kind of do the thing. So very cool deal. But we'll hopefully get you into whatever ride you need to get into, and without breaking windows and things like that. But yeah, dude, appreciate you. And like I said, go check him out. 3G Video on YouTube. So much cool stuff. Like I said, every time I turn around, he's at some event, and I'm like, man, that's you're hustling, baby. You're hustling. I love it. I love it. Once again, Rowdy Radial, come on up 7 and 8. Ultimate Radial, come on up 5 and 6, and Unlimited 3 and 4, please. Rowdy 7 and 8. Ultimate 5 and 6. Unlimited 3 and 4, please. While we're getting this track prep taken care of, big thanks to all of our sponsors out there. 918 Motorsports, Performance Parts and Sales, 4Ride Performance Tuning, Marceau Racing, Mahle Motorsport, Leading Edge Technology Partners, Juggernaut Welding and Fab. They're out there in the pits fixing everyone's stuff up. Of course, the portable car hoist is out there as well. Got Bobby doing the thing. High Speed Media helping us out for a bunch of years. Appreciate having them on board. Mel Hamilton Racing, Aeromotive, Bankshift Billy, Norex Engineering, Pitt State University Automotive Technology, Quick Performance, Rocky Mountain Plumbing Hydro Heat, C&G Signs, Bubba Ginn Racing Transmissions. Brian Tooley is down there as well, and we gave away all those air fresheners earlier. I think we did. I don't know. I haven't gotten a thumbs up if we're out of all 24 of those, but I saw about 1 million people standing over there, so I would bet that those are all gone. Mahle Motorsport helping us out again. Force Performance Turbochargers, Edge Welding Supply. Tuned by JP, Valley Homes helping us out. Safer Specialties, Shirtworks Racewear, Cornerstone Performance Transmission, Crower Disorganized Grime, Certified Performance and Auto Repair, Havlic's FSC Shootout helping us again. Mel Hamilton Racing, they're down there, and again, they have E85 there at the trailer available for you if you are in the market for E85. They do have C85 here at the racetrack. But if you're just needing regular kind of pump E85, Mel Hamilton's got that at their trailer. TPD helping us out. Rusty Nuts Media. Norex Engineering. The Bankshift Billy. And of course, bangshift.com. Bringing you that free live stream. Co-pilot Kyle is looking for JB Weld. Co-pilot Kyle is the guy that has the rear engine Integra. And he was one of our Rookie of the Years when he rode with Devin Nuanis. He was his co-pilot. And he's just kept that name. He's Co-pilot Kyle. Currently he's not. So racers in Rowdy Radial, same deal. We'll be in a quarter mile class here for you. So you won't see your times come up when you cross that 660-foot eighth mile, but you'll turn in an eighth mile time slip. So here we go. Aaron Schaefer in the right lane, the silverback Camaro. One of our Team Texas racers out here. Mueller Performance LS for power, big single turbo.
Put the coming back up there.
He's lined up next to Brian Collinsworth. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hot Rod, this is your call, lane 7 and 8, please. Hot Rod, come on down. 7 and 8, please. And motorcycles, come on down, lane number 1. So here we go, Schaefer. Collinsworth, running 660 feet. Again, you're going to see quarter mile. Oh, Collinsworth leaves before the tree is active. Looked like he had some issues with maybe getting on the trans brake there. And it just tried to leave. All of these cars running on the little 26 850 slick or a 235 radial. 535 for Schaefer and a 602 for Collinsworth. Cody Knutson here in the right lane, the 86 Mustang. Knutson at the 8th mile goes 560, 129 in the T-Top Fox.
After the 8.
And once again, I do need Hot Rod. Come on down 7 and 8, please. And motorcycles, come on down lane number 1. Here we go into Ultimate Radial. Steve Hafner in the right lane. The 86 Olds Cutlass. On his very first drag and drive. This is a purpose-built drag and drive car. He'll be lining up against David Eggerling. Eggerling in the left lane with the Excalibur, second-gen Camaro. And we got co-pilot Kyle, that JB Weld, he's in good shape. All right, I got a racer in need. We are looking for an 11-inch GM clutch with Chrysler splines on the disc.
Into the grandstand with the black and green Frankenmaro.
End of the grandstands, the black and green Frankenmaro. Yep, I saw it. I saw you do the burnout on the clutch. I thought it was doing a burnout on the torque converter. Okay, so if you have a GM clutch with Chrysler splines on the disc, or you know where you can get one of those, let the Race Week bus know, and we'll let you know. Or at the end of the pits, the green and black Frankenmaro. Absolutely, man. Good luck to you. And that was the car that I said was doing a burnout on the torque converter, and it was actually doing a burnout on the clutch disc, unfortunately. So here we go, Eggerling. And Hafner. So Dave Eggerling and the brand new car out of 417 Motorsports, the awesome Cutlass, in the right lane of Steve Hafner.
So this is him.
Once again, motorcycles need you in lane 1, please. Motorcycles lane 1, and let's do 9-0. 9-0, come on down lanes 5 and 6, please. 9-0, come on down lanes 5 and 6, please. So Plumber Dave Eggerling, in the Excalibur Camaro, and Steve Hafner. Hafner has some issues and rattles the tires at the starting line. Dave Eggerling driving away and goes 8:22.173. Wow, lays down a gauntlet pass. Attention to the pits, 10-0. So bikes in 1, 9-0 in 5 and 6, 10-0 in 3 and 4, please. Bikes in 1, 9-0 in 5 and 6, 10-0 in 3 and 4, please.
Setting out Jack Crawford to be your last one in that class.
Here's Jeffrey Burst in the right lane, the 79 Camaro and Ultimate Radial. And pulling in the water behind him is Bryant Goldstone. Here goes Burst.
Next class coming around the tower.
Goes 982 at 138, and here comes Bryant Goldstone. This car has been in the 630s. The twin-turbo big block Chevrolet AMC Javelin. I call it the Javgasm. He's won multiple sick weeks, drag weeks, and Rocky Mountain Race weeks before with this ride. And he is also doing double duty. He's running both the A and B group, and the rules for that, you have to turn in 2 passes each day. What's that mean? Well, he's got to make these 2 passes here in this morning session. This will be his first one. Is it his second one? Okay, yep, it'll be his second one. And then he's got to come back and do 2 in the afternoon. So they'll start that at about 3 o'clock, which means we started here at 7 a.m. It's now 11. And he's making his second pass. If he starts at 3 and the timing works out the same, he is not going to be on the road until 7 p.m. And he has to be at the racetrack and be able to make the same deal tomorrow. 2 passes in the morning, 2 passes in the afternoon. A drive day, then 2 passes in the morning, 2 passes in the afternoon. So this is going to start wearing on this team, and I'm talking about like starting this afternoon. The other guy,
Adam, they're kind of slow getting in there, so give me
the other guy that's going to be attempting that is Jason Hurley's, who you see sitting back behind the water as well. So both 6-second capable cars, both running both sessions, not to be outdone by each other. So here comes Goldstone. Looking for something, anything in the 6s. He'll build the boost and he'll bump in that Javelin. Here's the tree and he's gone. Great 64 reaction time to green, but then rattles the tires at about 110 feet out. And he'll shut off the power and roll out to an 11:17 at only 77 miles an hour. And that'll bring up Jason Hurley, who just watched that happen, and the window is wide open for him to get himself on top of Bryant Goldstone with that Meltdown Firebird Part 2. The original version of this car, he nosed into the wall here at about 8th mile a couple of years ago, and that's what prompted building this car. Big old long hairy burnout out of that Meltdown Firebird Part 2. Why did he get the Meltdown Firebird name? Well, his original car, the Meltdown Firebird, 2 days before the event, had it on the dyno. It blew the transmission up so bad it caught the thing on fire. So he fixed it, brought it back around here, and I started calling it the Meltdown, and he got stickers made. One of the few cars I've named. There's a few of them out here, including all of Eric Carroll's cars. Actually, Claudia came up with those names. I just said them. Again, 9-0, 5 and 6, 10-0, 3 and 4, and let's do 11-0. 11-0, come on down, 7 and 8. 11-0, come on down, 7 and 8, please. There's Chris Story down there. What up, G? I love your mustache. I just love it. I don't. I'm talking good. It's all good. So here we go. Jason Hurley. Again, he saw the window open with an 11-second pass with Bryant Goldstone. Can he put the Meltdown in the 6-second range? He cannot. Drives it through the tire speed, but he gets back on the gas, and he is going to put down a 7:44 at 2:03, which is going to help him a ton after Bryant threw down that 11-second pass. We'll see if Brian will come back for the third pass that we have here this afternoon, if that's going to be an option or not, after knowing he's now behind the 8-ball and behind that Meltdown Firebird. Here's Jack Crawford, the Yacht 1. I do have a racer indeed. Send and Slaybaugh is looking for a pair, just a pair of Link Bar Johnson 2116 LSRs. If you have a pair of 2116 LSRs, Send and Slaybaugh is needing those. Crawford goes 10-10, 149. I see a couple of motorcycles out there. Just one. Well, that'll bring up Hot Rod. Shane, are you waiting for more bikes down there? You can run whenever you want. He's talking. Daryl Stutzman, who put the big Ford truck on what would be a bumper, but he doesn't have a bumper, put it on the roll pan. His first pass. He's lined up next to Trevor Wilson in the 55 Pontiac. His dad Eddie typically drives the Pontiac. Turbo LS for power. Stutzman kept it under wraps here this run. And he'll get that F100. 991, 1147 in the right lane. Timmy Two Turbos is back with his Le Mans. Tim Meyer, the 67 model. The right lane is Nick Thompson with the GMC truck. Tim Meyer in the pre-stage bulb. And you'll see the reverse lights turn on with the trans brake. He'll start building the boost and bump in that Le Mans. Oh, he leaves too early. And there goes Nick Thompson. And he'll wave as he goes on by. Unfortunately, fortunately, unfortunately, he did activate the tree. So if he'd have stayed on the gas, he'd have gotten a slip that he can turn in. Red lights don't matter right now. During the shootout, you bet they do. But right now, no big deal. Tyler Jensen in the right lane, the Chevelle. 66 model. In this hot rod category. He'll go 1081 at only 93 miles an hour. Again, the scoreboard on the right-hand side not working for you folks down at the live stream or here on the racetrack, but I'll read you the ETs, and it's basically like it's lighting up. You're welcome. Yusuf Hayek pulls up. Yusuf in the 63 Chevy C10. The right lane is Shane Werner in the motorcycle category with his GSX R1000.
Spectator side single.
Yusuf may be having some issues there, so we'll send Shane Werner as a single. The motorcycles have the same rules as the cars. They have to carry everything they need to live for a week on their back or on the bike. He goes 960, 147. On top of that, all of the directions we get for this are paper directions. So he's got to have a place to put those directions so that he knows where he's going. It's not like you can just pull it out and look at it while you're just cruising down the road. Yusuf Hayek in the hot rod truck. Goes 1122 at 118. The Challenger is back. It's Don Probst. Probst the 16 model. It's got the caution student driver sticker on the back. And I believe, I think that is true. I think this is Probst's final license pass, so it should be a full pass, and he can turn in that slip. Race week / Mega Week does allow you to get your license on the event, but you need to be making your full passes before you can turn those in. He'll go 975 after striking the tires at the hit at 148. Travis Snyder, the 99 4th Gen Camaro. Ooh, and he'll light the tire and then get on the brakes and get on the gas and get on the brakes and get on the gas. And then he'll get back into the not loud pedal and he'll meander on down to a 15-17 at 60 miles an hour. Here's Lewis Martin Jr. in the right lane with the Malibu. He'd been fighting a long battle with some cancer and got through that, and he's back here at Mega Week, and we're happy to have him. And all the Martins. He's lined up next to Braden Picorni, the back-halved 4th Gen Camaro. This is the 9.0 category. Lewis Martin goes 941, 145. Picorni Goes 919 at 149. Vince Rui in the left lane, the FM Fab shop car. Yes, it has air conditioning. Also doing double duty, Heather Rui drives the same car on wastegate spring and foot braking it to the 12.0 class. Vince puts the CO2 on top of the gate and leaves off of the brake and looks for 9 flats. He went 898 his last pass, so looking for something he can turn in. The right lane is Stephen Willingham with the Camaro. I said it was twin turbo, and he's got a 2650 blower back on top of it. He goes 929. 901 for Vince Rui. And Heather loses her mind. Vince is another one of the guys that's doing the double duty. Heather looked back and went, did it look like I was losing my mind? What? But that's a great pass for Vince. He's going to love that. But again, he does need to turn in 2 slips for each A and B group because he is another one of the guys doing double duty. Tony Latimer pulls up in the left lane. The 6th Gen Camaro with the Pro Charger on board. Oh, and he hurt something. That was the drive shaft or an axle, or maybe the transmission gave up.
Got a drive shaft.
Drive shaft. So we'll probably be looking for a 6th Gen Camaro drive shaft here pretty quick. It didn't even move an inch. It didn't even click the beams to actually set a reaction time. It just spun the RPMs to the moon, and then he sat there wondering why in the heck it wasn't moving. So we'll get Tony back, and again, we'll probably be looking for a 6th Gen Camaro drive shaft.
Got a spare opinion of the trailer.
So tough break for Tony, but apparently he's got a spare.
You have to hold them off for a second. You have to hold them up. And all kinds of metal. Got a broom?
And we're just going to have to blow off. There's a bunch of shrapnel up on the starting line we're going to have to blow off before we bring you our next pair. That'll be Sean Slaybaugh here in the left lane. Long time 9-0 competitor out here, and he's won the thing a couple of times. Have you? Yes, you have, yes. And I learned how to say their name like 3 years ago. It was Slaybaugh for a number of years. I got it right now. It's Slaybaugh. The beautiful 4th Gen Firebird WS6 car. And you know it's a cool car because it has a trailer hitch on the back. How many 9.0 Firebirds have you ever found with a trailer hitch on the back? Well, I know one, and it's that one, and it's gangster. One of the Slaybaughs is looking for those Johnson tie bar lifters. Just a pair. Sandon is looking for those. So if you got a set of 2116 LSRs, just a pair, he's needing those for his red 4th Gen. The Slaybaughs love them some 4th Gens. The right lane will be Dustin Davidson. Sean, back it up. Get yourself some more water. There you go. It's free, dude. They're not going to charge you for it or nothing. There you go. So Davidson and Slaybaugh looking for those 9 flats.
Go back behind you. Watch out.
He's honking. All these cars do have horns. We checked them. There he goes. Got the burnout he's looking for, and again, we're looking for 9 flats on the scoreboards. Davidson in the 10-0 category in the right lane, so looking for a 10 flat in the right lane, a 9-0 in the left lane.
Hey, Shane, your last car in that class should be the Black Eye Rock.
Slaybaugh's away. 575 in the 8th. 897 with a 6, just that much too fast. That 9 flat, you can't turn anything quicker than that in. That 897. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. NA small block. NA small block, this is your call. Come on down lanes 5 and 6, please. NA small block 5 and 6. NA big block, come on down 3 and 4. NA big block, come on down 3 and 4. Here's Azim Sheik, the 2nd gen Camaro.
Yeah, they're going to be bald. They've been bald all day.
Kevin Mays in the right lane, the
SLR a little bit, and then each time
S550 Mustang.
I fill them back in for the first 12, and then they rip them back off.
Looking for 10 flats. Azim goes 10.03, 138, and a 1087 in the right lane.
Gotta remember, these are all small tire radials and stuff. There's no big tires, so all they're going to do is chew on it all day.
Tom Bagley in the right lane, the 85 Fox Body. This is the car that he bought sight unseen, flew over from the UK, picked that car up, and then competed on Rocky Mountain Race Week with. You see Red Hat Scotty out there with he's got the old Union Jack on his back there. And of course you see the Union Jack up on the roof of the car he calls the Knapsack. Left lane is James Chance, the 84 Regal. Bagley at the stripe goes 1171 at 116. 1091 in the left lane for Chance. Dylan Myers back in the right lane after having some problems the first round in the 72 Le Mans. He's taking on Austin Mackey, wow, the Rambler kid, the 65 AMC American Rambler. Small block Ford with a 80 millimeter force performance turbocharger. Looking for those 10 flats on the scoreboards. Mackey goes 10.01, 137. 1035 in the right lane. Jamie Mackey, his mom, goes, yes, we'll take that. We love it. 10.01 out of that Mackey crew. Ron Augustine in the left lane, the Chevelle. He's taking on the S550 Mustang.
What sounds?
That's Michelle Roby.
Hey,
hard on that high rock. The last car will be the yellow Pontiac.
Augustine's bump nearly gets him all the way through the tree. He did that earlier, too. He needs to slow that bump down a little bit. At the stripe, Augustine goes 10.50, 10.28 in the right lane. Here comes Jeremy Wilson, the 66 Nova, in that right lane. Left lane is Bruce Hella, the second-gen Camaro. Looking for 10 flats. 10.05 and a 10.09 side by side. So 2 good licks there on that lap in the 10.0 category. Jesse Hazlitt pulls up in the right lane. The 4th-gen Camaro. This car was a stick shift with a Pro Charger on the very first Rocky Mountain Race Week, and he was here with that ride. Left lane is Nick Hover, the Mustang. We are still looking for that 11-inch GM clutch with a Chrysler spline disc for that Frankenmero. So if you know one, or you know where someone can get one, or anything, they are in need of a clutch. And I mean like bad. I do have a racer in need. Clint Cantu is looking for a set of 243s. Or if anyone knows of a machine shop that can throw a deck job on his set. He had an issue with head gasket. It looked like it maybe nicked the heads. So we do have those boost line heads here available at the track. And he knows of that. But if anyone has another set of just stock 243s or the 799s, the same head, he would appreciate having a set of those. So here we go, Hazlitt and Hover. Again, this car used to be, the car in the right lane used to be a stick shift Pro Charger car. It's now an automatic turbo charger car. I'll try not to hold that against him. $10.79 in the left lane and a $10.12 in the right lane. And again, Clint Cantu needs those 243s, but I bet you he would take whatever you got. It just needs to be for a small bore and a cathedral port. Here's Jeff Whitehead, the 11 model Cadillac CTSV. That sedan in the right lane. I'm sorry, in the left lane. Jacob Dietz in the right lane. 10:09 and 11:61. The Pontiac GTO in the right lane. Beautiful looking car. That's Kevin Poe. Oh, Kelvin Poe. Long time Pontiac dude. Happy to have Kelvin back out here. Thanks, dude. Left lane, the second gen Camaro. That's Don Spulio. .1083 in the left lane and a 1769 in the right lane. Dave Weeks pulls up in the left lane with the awesome Caprice. He'll be lined up next to the G8. That's Lee Watkins. Weeks having a little bit of trouble getting that hook on the starting line. 11:01 though in the right lane for Watkins in that 11:0 category. He'll love that. Again, NA small block, you guys should be in 5 and 6. NA big block, you should be in 3 and 4. And stick shift, I've got you on deck. Ah, shoot, what the heck? Ron says, let's just do it. So stick shift, come on down. Lane 7 and 8, please. Stick shift, come on down lane 7 and 8. And that means that Outlaw Street, you guys are on deck. I'll be calling you soon. So Eric Daniels in the right lane, the Dakota SRT. And David Glanzer, wow, David Glanzer with the ATSV. The South Dakota rear plate only. That says not a V8. Yes, in South Dakota, you can get a plate that's legal just to run one. All over the country. And you can have those in any state. Just saying. 1090 in the left lane, 1127 in the right lane. Zach Fletcher in the right lane. Your current leader in the category. He put up like a ridiculous 12:003 or something. I'm actually surprised he's not on the road. Zach Armstrong in the left lane, the Malibu. Fletcher will knock the tire immediately at the hit. So that will not get him the speed that he was looking for on this lap. He goes 12:35. The left lane goes 11:22. Sarah Thorpe here in the left lane, the GTO with a Pro Charger on board. Out of the Disorganized Grime Stables, she'll be taking on Josh Odom, the 08 Magnum.
Dana, we got your next class coming up.
Sarah Thorpe, one of our wicked chicks, goes 11:53 and a 12:19 in the right lane for Josh Odom. Third gen Trans Am in the left lane and a fourth gen Camaro in the right lane. Trans Am is Caleb McGregor. Scott Lee in the right lane, that 98 Camaro.
I like how they changed it.
11:16 in the right lane. And an off the gas 17:19 at 58 miles an hour in the left.
On that BMW, they took the normal, like your 380i or whatever.
Robert LeBron Frank in the right lane with the Hellcat. The wide body BMW in the left lane. That's Micah Grote. .1024 in that right lane. Grote goes 12:25. Ray Burns out of the Leading Edge Technology Partners stables in the left lane with the Cougar. Lined up next to James Hamill, the 32 Chevy pickup. And again, keep in mind, all of these cars, by the time we come back here on Friday, are going to have over 1,000 miles on them. And we're going to force them to drive down side roads and by roads. We don't just go up and down the highway at like 85 or 90 miles an hour. We go through all 2-lane roads, little bitty towns. We get to see, you know, Radiator Springs. George Wright in the Duster in the right lane. Right is right. Rocky Franks in the left lane, the ruthless C10. The Duster in the right lane, a stick shift car as well. He'll go 11-11 at 131, and that ruthless C10 goes 15:45 at 84. The Shop 209 Franken-Nova. It's John Gilman in the left lane. The right lane, the 6th gen Camaro. That's Sean Stanford, the 2020 model. This is the natural aspirated small block category.
Hey, Dana, this red car should be your last one in that class.
Rebecca Horton in the left lane, the Crew Cab Nova. And Rebecca is going to be taking on one of those Kronigs. That's Maggie Kronig, and I said that she was Max's little sister. That's not true. She's Max's big sister, and she just graduated from West Point. Again, stick shift, we need you in 7 and 8. Outlaw Street, come on down 5 and 6. And Limited Street, come on down 3 and 4. Again, Outlaw Street 5 and 6. Limited Street 3 and 4, please. Rebecca's big brother is Keith Horton in the left lane, the 66 Chevy 2. Naturally aspirated LS for power. He goes 11:09, 126. Nathan Robertson in the 70 Chevelle here in the left lane. He's going to be taking on Charlie Ogle. This is the naturally aspirated big block category. 435 or larger cubic inches. Ogle having some issues there with the big block B-body Mopar. 1270 in the left lane. And Ogle will pull it off to the side, and we will go scoop up that Plymouth Savoy. And we will get back to naturally aspirated big block in a jiffy. So while we got a little bit of quiet time, Tony Latimer is needing a Spicer 3-2-119 and a 5-1350X. I think a 5-1350X is going to be the U joint. The 3-2-119 is going to be the yoke for that, would be my guess. So if you have drive shaft parts, Tony Latimer is needing drive shaft parts, a 3-2-119 and a 5-1350X. Evan Yuri just let me know that it's time. Where is he at? Is he around here? Let's go. It's hot out there, y'all, so let's just do one. Drink water. Beat the heat, drill sergeant, beat the heat. I have a Marine up here that said, hydrate. So it works through multiple different branches, apparently. So everyone stay hydrated, drink some water. Make sure everyone around you is drinking water. Because what we don't need is having to take care of one of you when you fall out. It's not fun. I've done it. No good. Good times. Carlos Astor knocks the tire as soon as he hits the gas with the Olds Cutlass. And Nick McCartney in the right lane. Astor goes 11:31 with only 98. And McCartney goes 14:57. Stuart Clifton here in the left lane, the 70 model Chevy Camaro. Sporting a 396 big block Chevrolet.
Your last car in that class should be the silver Camaro with the black.
Going to get against Garrett Hahn. Did I say 396? I meant 496. Hahn in the 14-0 category, looking for that 14-0. Clifton at the stripe goes 1191 at 118. Stewart's daughter, Carol, down there doing the video duties. Oh, no, Carol, his wife. Yeah, my bad. You know, Crystal, though. Crystal, Carol. Yeah, it's all good. Chris Bach here, the 98 Chevy Camaro in the left lane. The C6 in the right lane, that's Matt Bowman. Again, the C6 Z06 sporting the LS7 engine, 427 cubic inches of dry sump oiling and titanium connecting rods. He goes 11:35 and an 11:56 in the left lane. This is the stick shift category. Here's Nick Ball. The right lane is James Hall with the Silverado. Oh, man. 11-0-0-0. So you can take that slip if you want. Get yourself out of the stick shift category and put yourself in the 11-0 if you want. And you're on the lead if you'd like.
Oh, wow.
That was Nick. Attention in the pits. Pro Street. Pro Street, come on down 7 and 8, please. Pro Street, come on down 7 and 8, please. So yeah, Nick has a decision to make. Does he want to stick with the stick shift class, or does he want to go back into the 11-0 class and leave day one with the lead? Alex Davis in the right lane, the stick shift Chevy Colorado. Left lane is Juan Ramirez. Ramirez goes 11:25, 12:69 for Alex Davis. Chris Story out here with the R for the rookie. The best part about this car, a stock 7.5-inch 10-bolt rear end. Sporting a 2650 boost district blower with his 4th gen stick shift Camaro. Chris Hawley in the right lane. His 4th gen Trans Am. Chris Story goes 11:77, 125, and a 14.99 with an 8 in the right lane for Chris Hawley. We're going to go pick up, there's something, looks like a belt or something sitting at about the 330-foot mark, and we'll get that picked up, and then we'll bring you Angel Salas in the right lane, the V6 swap Del Sol. Left lane is Bill Armstrong, who drove this car from Evergreen, Colorado to Tulsa. The dude doesn't even own a truck and trailer. So he drove that car out here. It's a small block Ford twin turbo with a T56. And that car has been as quick as 870s. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Street 7 and 8, Pro Street 7 and 8, and Gassers. Gassers, let's get you guys up to 5 and 6, please. Gassers 5 and 6, Pro Street 7 and 8. So here comes Bill Armstrong and Angel Salas. Bill Armstrong, the sponsor in this class with the bank ship Billy. He'll smack 4th gear at the 8th mile. He's driving away from Angel Salas, and he goes 9:14. Look at the mile an hour, 160 miles an hour. 10:78 for Angel Salas, 136. Bill Armstrong still flirting with that 8-second pass, but has not gotten it yet. And then here's Phil Balacita. This is the ZR1 that drove to Alaska to compete in Alaska Speed Weeks. He had this thing on the Alcan Trail, and he broke a bunch of wheels and stuff, and trying to find like 22-inch wheels and tires in the middle of nowhere, Canada/Alaska, absolutely impossible. But Phil goes 10:63 at 134 with his ZR1. And that'll bring up the 4th gen, Adam Walker. Again, Gassers, make your way down to 5 and 6, please. Gassers, come on down. 5 and 6, please. Here's Brady Davis, the 2000 Silverado in the right lane. The left lane, the Nova, that's Kenny McGarry. Kenny McGarry out of the Outlaw Street category. seconds is Brady. Brady goes 8:52, 164, and a 9:07 after striking the tires in the left lane for the Nova. Here's Nick Kern in the right lane. You see the NHRA Street Legal Drag and Drive sticker on the back wing there. He's competed in a drag and drive competition at an NHRA national event with this ride. That's the one with the sticker on the exhaust pipe. If you're here on the property, you can go look at it. Tom Taylor in the left lane, the X-Body Nova, Disco Nova. Again, the class called Outlaw Street.
I'll run both of my paths together, one after the other. Power side.
Tom Taylor's away. Here comes Nick Kerr. Taylor lights up the board with a 10:68. Kern does not light up the board, but turns on the clocks at 9:71 at only 104.
The sticker is the guy's name is Barry Wood.
Ah.
B-A-R-R-Y.
Apparently the guy on the sticker is Barry Wood. No idea.
Class of medium,
Danny Odom in the right lane,
to start with this blue
the Challenger. One of our wicked chicks out here, and Danny goes 10:25 at 138. Here comes Jim Parkinson, tuned by JP, the car that he calls BG. Because it used to have Barry Grant carburetors on it. Now fuel injected, second gen Camaro.
GW, what's the number on that brown Hyrox?
5-1-61.
Thank you, sir.
Again, Jim out of the tuned by JP stables.
Bunch of stickers around it on them, both sides. Can't even see that one. It's all the way over there on the roll of the window.
Oh, and the not sure what's going on there. Had some issue with the tree there, so we'll back him up.
You reset.
Get him put back in there. We'll rock it out.
Kind of looks like Le Mans, but I'm not sure.
So Parkinson makes his run.
Oh, yeah.
The third gen Camaro here in the right lane.
454,
The Monte Carlo down here, I like the red one.
.982 at 149 there in the left lane.
Danny, your last car in that class should be the green Tacoma.
Ryan McFadden in the G-Body Monte Carlo in the left lane.
Another hit for Poe Street and Gassers. I've got one each.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro Street, come on up 7 and 8, please. Pro Street 7 and 8, and Gasser. Gasser, we need you in 5 and 6. What up, April? Megan Reed in the right lane, one of our wicked chicks out here with the Vega wagon. And she'll hit the tires. I got a racer in need, and this should be an easy one. The Starks, Tom and Blaine Stark, need a 9-volt battery.
Car left lane coming off.
So if you have a 9-volt battery, if you can run that by the Starks pit or by the race week tent, or the race week bus, the struggle bus, we'll make sure we get that over to the Starks. One of our young guns out here, you see the YG on the window of the SN95 Mustang in the left lane. That means that driver is less than 21 years old, and the young guns and rookies are going to be duking it out for green cash money that I beg, borrow, and steal throughout the week. I start for $500 of my own money for both classes. I beg, borrow, and steal cash as we go out throughout the week, and I will give that to 4 deserving young guns and rookies, 2 rookies, 2 young guns. One rookie out of each A and B class and 1 young gun out of each A and B class. Again, young guns are 21 or younger as of the last day of racing. Reason I do that is I really, really love drag and drive. So I like to do a little bit of something for the rookies. And I really, really love drag racing. So I would like to keep as many young kids in this as we can do. And if that gives them one little iota to want to join any type of drag racing stuff, then it's worth every cent to have those kids going out here and competing for years and years and years. Right lane is Tom Nelson, the 70 Chevelle with the big blower hanging out of the hood. Nelson just knocks the tires 3 or 4 or 5 times. You can see it black striping to about 300 feet. And he'll go 11:35 and a 12:59 in the left lane for our young gun. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Tailgate class. This is your call. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Tailgate class. This is your call. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Here's Clay Meyer in the right lane, the Le Mans.
One more limited street coming your way, Ron.
Left lane is Job Gomez. .1276 in the right lane and a 10:11 in the left lane.
Let them come up whenever. Be interesting to see how this car turns out. Load, fly.
So G-Body Malibu backing up here in the left lane. That's Ryan Minyard, the 78 model. The S197 in the right lane.
Yeah, I think they.
Right lane is Justin Smith, the S197. Minyard knocks the tires and knocks over the cone on the starting line. Smith goes 9:54, Minyard goes 9:51. Brandon Tapp in the left lane. The C2X. Such a cool ride, the twin turbo LS for power. And the right lane the first gen Camaro. That's Johnny Heller. Johnny Heller. This thing, he had all of the bottom end out of that car after it killed a converter. So he had the oil pan off, he had the crankshaft out. Pretty awesome that he got it back here. Here we go. Tap knocks the tire. Heller in that right lane. Makes a comeback, goes 925, 147. All right, I've got a weird request for the Starks as well. The Hollywood Starks. They need an HVAC scale. If you have like a refrigerant scale, like an HVAC scale, they need that. I imagine if you are a street pharmaceutical person, you might have some sort of digital scale that might work. I don't know. I don't know if it needs to be like a legit refrigerant scale, but apparently they need a refrigerant scale to put the AC in the 55. I don't know. No idea. I don't know what they're doing. But, hey, they need a refrigerant scale. If someone has one of those, or if you can bring them anything, that's a scale. They might be able to make it work. They are the Starks. Here's Nico Christofori here in the right lane. The left lane is Tristan Medberry. He knocks the tire, goes 1374, 1041 in the right lane for Nico. Here's Randy Seward. Seward, a long-time NMCA NMRA competitor in the 860 category with his Fox Mustang. Running here in Limited Street. Will Carner in the right lane, the Fox Mustang. He goes 956, 128. So here we go, Seward in the left lane. He'll be taking on that first-gen Camaro of Dalton Snyder. So there goes Snyder. Snyder goes 1164, 115, and then we'll back up.
In that class, it'd only be the red truck and the station wagon, and they're sending the only gasser in behind it.
Back up Seward and give him another shot here. Looking for that 850. He's got his Mustang hooked up. It's 548 at the 8th. 852 out of the 0 on the 850. That 548 with a 9 was real indicative of about an 850, so he was on a rip. And he's going to love that, I think. And they may get themselves on the road with that pass. Here's Blaine Thiessen, the 91 Isuzu pickup. This has got an LT type direct injected motor and a 6L80 overdrive transmission, 6-speed automatic. I don't know. He runs it on E85 everywhere, so it's probably not awesome. We're asking about fuel mileage. Not sure. $869 at 159 out of the Isuzu. That'll bring up Andrew Loy with the Tacoma. Loy with the student driver. Sticker on the back of the Tacoma as well. A few of those out here. Loy, a long-time Rocky Mountain Race Week dude, and he's normally in a 2JZ-powered IS300. Comes out here in the Turbo Tacoma truck. Goes 1074 at 90. Still earning his license there, so still a partial pass. Here's Anthony Reed out of the Pro Street category, the Malibu wagon. Again, tailgates, you should be making your way down to 3 and 4, please. Tailgates, 3 and 4, please. Brand new class this year. Hey, there's Mike Mead down there. Mike Mead's the second best beer chugger I know. Oh, Tom and Blaine are looking for scales for a nitrous bottle. Okay, all right, that makes sense. That makes sense why the HVAC scale. Okay. So here goes Reed. He goes 901, 151.
Tailgate class up.
Sand and Slaybaugh is still looking for that pair of Johnson link bars, lifters, 2116s is what he's looking for. So if you got a set of spare Johnson link bars, I wonder if, I would guess if BTR had something, they'd be over there now. I got some, they may not have that exact one. Man, the big old truck knocks the tires immediately. That's John Saraceno. He goes 1053.
How to keep all the gas.
Joey Greer with his gasser truck goes 1075, and that'll move us into the tailgate category. Here's Kenzie Pierce. Dave not wearing the double D when Kenzie races, which is weird. The old Diamond Dave. The compressed air supercharged Chevy Colorado. Taking on Brian Dater of the Gentleman Gym truck. Kenzie goes 1025. She's not going to like that pass. And all the Pierces walk back with long faces because it didn't put the thing in the 8s. I think it's because you weren't wearing the DD, the Diamond Dave. Maybe you only do that for Tina. I don't know. But Kenzie's dad probably screwed that one up somehow. Another Chevrolet Colorado here in the left lane. It's James English. Lined up next to Todd Stadel, the 68 C10. Next pair of tailgates coming at you. Again, a dial your own class. Whatever slip you turn in is your slip for the week that you're trying to get. Right lane goes 1290, 1300 with an 8. That's the same deal. Hunter Hay can take that 1300 if he wants to get out of tailgate and put it in 13.0 if he would like to. Tailgate our largest class. So that might be a, strategy move. John Long in the right lane. The 04 Silverado. Left lane
She giving you the side eye every time you see
is Evan Urey. Here's Tyler Schultz out of Sick Insurance. He is responsible for insuring a ton of drag and drive cars, including Bryant Goldstone's ride.
I tried finding one, but I'm just in the probably.
Dougley Kinnerom here in the right lane. The S-Dime. Schultz, the insurance man, rocking and rolling down the left lane here. He goes 11.17 at 120 in the big old square body truck, 14.33 at 97 in the right lane. Here's Eric Grillio back out of Mahle Motorsports. You see the Mahle sticker on the door of the GMC C10. Again, he'll be handing out gas cards every day this week, and then someone's going to walk away with a free set of Mahle Power Pack pistons at the end of this event. He's lined up next to Nate Martin with the 59 Apache. It's got the cooler in the bed because it's cool.
the style and battery
It's on a Trailblazer chassis. Yes. Trailblazer chassis. And I think it's got a 5.
Okay, Adam, give me 12s, please. 12s.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. 12-0, 12-0. This is your call. Come on down 7 and 8, please. 12-0. Come on down 7 and 8, please. $13.54 out of the Apache in the right lane and a $15.47 for Nate Martin in the left lane. The Isuzu Faster, don't call it a Chevy Love, in the right lane. That's Dustin Cottle. It is the same thing as a Chevy Love, but it is actually called an Isuzu Faster. Carter Snell in the left lane, lost tailpipe. 893 at 151 for the not Chevy Love Isuzu Faster, and an 1173 with one less tailpipe for Carter Snell in the left lane.
Better big weight skate.
David Delchamut in the left lane, the F-150 getting ready to make his pass. They're sitting back in the water. Lined up next to Corey Birch, the 49 GMC. He's got the tailgate most of the way down. That's like three-quarter race. If it was all the way down, it'd be full race. But he's going for all the downforce. Bless you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. 12-0, you guys should be making your way down to 7 and 8. 12-0, you should be making your way down to 7 and 8. And let's get 13-0. 13-0, come on down. 5 and 6, please. 13-0, come on down. 5 and 6, please. 10-27 in the right lane. 13-19 in that left lane. Bradley Staton in the left lane, the C10. Taking on the F-150 in the right lane. That's Chris Allen. Once again, 12-0, 7 and 8, 13-0, 5 and 6, please. That'll put 14-0 on deck.
Dana, your last one in Tailgate.
Chris Allen having some issues there and just sort of rolls off the starting line. Bradley Staton goes 11-27, 125. And I am not sure what's going on with the F-150. He can back it up if he wants to make another pass. I mean, whatever. No big deal. He's listening to me on the radio. Back that thing up. Let's go. Should I start rapping? Girl, you look good. Won't you back that thing up? You're a fine mother. Won't you back that thing up? Stevie's trying to get the microphone away from my face.
Drive shaft or something.
Oh, yeah, pushing that thing back. So no, that'll be bad news for him. We'll be looking for some parts, likely, for that F-150. Here's what's interesting, though. He did break the beams under power. So he can actually fix that thing, and he can make the drive, and he's still in competition. He probably made a pass in the first round, too. But if he didn't, and that was his only pass, he would still be in, no problem. You just got to break the beams under your own power.
I know a guy who got a broken I don't know if it's
The right lane is Robert Ballard, the 71 C10. And the Silverado in the left lane. That's Robert Huffins, the 99 model. Silverado goes 11:32, and the C10 goes 10:37.
Yeah. But that thing's mean.
The Ford in the right lane, that's Troy Cipher. Out of Cipher Specialties, one of our sponsors out here. Left lane is James Potter, the 68 El Camino.
I think videoing this would be way easier than doing pictures.
10:53 in the right lane for Cipher, and a 13:60 at just shy of 100 miles an hour in the left lane for James Potter. Jessica Bach in the right lane, the 07 Silverado, getting pulled into the beams there. Left lane is Michael Burkhart with the C10. Burkhart and Bach. Bach goes 12:18. Burkhart 11:69. Here's Alex Arquette, the CPT Performance Transmissions entry. The diesel half-ton Dodge Ram, obviously swapped. Those never came with those. Right lane, Taylor Goetz, the 01 Silverado. Do you think they made a tailgate class just for me to do Silverado over and over and over and over and over? Probably. Goetz, that right lane goes 11:66. Alex Arquette in the left lane goes 12:48 at 108.
Smoke screen out of it.
So we'll wait for a moment for Arquette's smoke screen to clear, and then we'll start burning out the next pair. Ryan Woodward in the left lane, the 2000 model, regular cab short bed truck. Lawrence Tolman in the right lane, the 2000 model extended cab truck.
Smells good. Must be all right. I'm fine, thank you. This is another, I like this little truck over here. What does it say on the bottom?
At the stripe, 11:62 in the right lane, 11:30 in the left lane for Ryan Woodward.
I've got a
The Flying Rust truck of Eddie Wilson in the left lane, the 55 Chevrolet. Right lane, the step side square body truck. Again, a dial your own class, so they will choose their time slip to turn in, and that will be their dial for the rest of the week. 11:29 for the square body, 11:62 for McCutcheon. Or, I'm sorry, in the left lane. It wasn't McCutcheon. It was Eddie Wilson. And the big old Suburban. Blown big block for power. William Patton, the 1970 model with the barn doors on the back. He'll drive that 5,000 pounds of iron down the 1,320-foot quarter mile here at Tulsa Raceway Park and go 11:79 at 112. They're back at it again. Mom and son. That's Janae Hammond in the left lane and Caleb Dorn in the right lane. The leader of Colacar in the left lane and the track hoe in the right lane. Apparently, Janae is a certified JB welder. Okay. She is. She put it on her back window. She is a certified JB welder. So Caleb Dorn outruns his mom again, goes 12 flat. And again, you can move that thing into the 1200 class if you are wanting to do that. Oh, you are in the 1200 class. Ha! Perfect. 1325 for Janae. So puts it on the number on his second pass. Josh Williams in the left lane, the Chevelle. The G-body wagon in the right lane is Jason Serrano. 12-12 in the left lane and 12-10 in the right lane. Sneaking up on it. Just a tenth of a second off.
That's what I say. You're too young for that. No, my body feels about 15 years old.
Danny Tillman in the right lane, the Chevelle. Left lane is Hector Dominguez with his Fox Mustang. 12:01 with a 3 in the right lane for Danny Tillman with his Chevelle. He's going to love that. Another G-body coming up here, Stephen Thompson, the 88 model Monte Carlo. That would have the Euro-type front end on it. I can only see it from the back, but not the sunk-in headlights, but they actually are even with the front grille. Taking on Trenton Signturner in the right lane, the 18 model Silverado. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits, 14-0, 14-0, this is your call, lanes 3 and 4, please, 14-0, 3 and 4, please, and Junior Street, come on down, lane number 1. Alan Ledesma here, shout out to Nicole Ledesma, who is at home pregnant with his kid, watching Alan cruise around in the Mustang Mach-E called All Motor. Landon Chance in the right lane, the 65 Chevy Malibu. Allen put this thing on like a 12:01, I think, on his first pass. And goes 12:07 now, 13:29 in the right lane for Chance. Charlie Ogle's back, the naturally aspirated big block Savoy, the Plymouth Savoy. This is the one that made it like 10 feet in that naturally aspirated big block class. And apparently he's fixed that thing and he's back. He's lined up next to Nate Gashler with his Nova. Ogle's Savoy is going to get there first. And he goes 10:51 at 130, 11:64 at 114 in the right lane for Gashler. Morgan Weinstroher in the right lane, the 68 Galaxy, going against Val Garapy. Garapy in the 5th gen white Camaro there in the left lane.
Dana, we're pulling up your next class. It's going to start with the silver Camaro and the black Buick.
Copy that. Thank you, sir. Well, like I told him earlier, I'd rather him do that than not do that because he's mad at having to get his phone to a regular rank.
Usually doesn't communicate at all,
Well, I'm not saying anything.
Weinstroher and Garapy going at it. Val goes 11:96. Oh, heartbreaker. And a 14:23 in the right lane. Kyle walks back and goes, man, that's all right. You get to do more drag racing. And we won't even charge you more. You're welcome. The Kia Stinger in the left lane. That's Chase Shull. The right lane is Bill Ellis with the 5th Gen Camaro. .1208 in the left lane and a 1255 in the right. Heather Rui pulls up in the left lane, the FM Fab shop car. Looking for that 12-0. She's lined up next to Eric Skarsgård, the E635 Mercedes. Drag and drive in comfort. Looking for 12 flats. Right lane 1235, left lane 1217 at 113. S197 chassis Mustang in the right lane. That's Tyson Alps. This is June Allison's son. You see her on the starting line there. And that's one of those kids that we got to watch grow up out here. And here he is competing at Megaweek with his Mustang.
As I said, it's only something that
Looking for those 12 flats. Tyson goes 1240, 1204 though, in the left lane for the Fairmont. So Tyson 1240 needs to pick it up just a little bit to get in that 12-0 class, but he's in the hunt. Adam Wildhaber back, the 89 model Trans Am in the left lane, and the RX-7 with the Angry Dorito under the hood. That's Jason Hobbs. He blew out Matt Frost's eardrum there. At the stripe, that RX-7 goes 1261, 1291 in the left lane for Hobbs. No help for either. Steven Sierra here in the left lane, the 2nd Gen 79 Camaro Z28, a young gun and a rookie. First time doing a drag and drive and 21 or under. Lined up next to Randy Walston. It's Randy's birthday. Happy birthday to you, Randy. He's 30 today, and he wants shots for his birthday. I don't actually know if that's true. Both looking for 12 flats, 1220s a pair. No help for either.
Probably some goals in them fuel there.
Here's Brent Bannister in the left lane. His 5th Gen Camaro. Be lining up next to that C6 Corvette. Darrell Cole behind the controls of that C6 Z06. 427 cubic inches of naturally aspirated LS7. With a stick shift as well, the only way you can get those. Shoot, there's Big Rob out there. What up, Rob? Robert LeBron Frank. Good buddy of ours out here at Race Week. They call him Big Rob. He was actually a linguist in the Army. 13-10 in the left lane, 13-18 in the right lane. Looking for those 13s now. One of the many Thiessens out here, that's Brenton with the 82 Corvette, the C3 variety, and the supercharged Buick GS in the right lane. Front wheel drive with a blower is Jeremiah Robinson. Brenton goes 1259 and a 1352 in the right lane. A pair of first-gen Monte Carlos going at it. All right. Robert Watson in the left lane with the yellow Monte Carlo. The purple one in the right lane is Jason Klinko. So Klinko and Watson. Now looking for 13 flats. Watson goes 13.04 and a 15.11 in the right lane.
Last car in that class should be the Black Caddy, Dana.
Here's Cody Wilburn in the left lane. The Jeep Grand Cherokee. This is the sponsor for the 13.0 class. You can find him on YouTube, Rusty Nuts Media. And if you check that out, they are doing all their Megaweek journey on that Rusty Nuts YouTube channel. He goes 13.12, 13.29 in the right lane. Katie Jones is back with the Mistachrome painted G8. She normally rides with her little boy, Parker. Unfortunately, Parker's at home watching the live and not with Katie here on Mega Week, so we want to give a big shout out to Parker, watching Mom kick some butt out here with her G8 on a Sunday, and we're missing you so much. The right lane is Eric Carroll with the Thundercloud. Attention in the pits, please. 12.95, by the way, for Katie. Just that much too quick. Let's do lane 9. If you would like to use your fast pass, let's get you in lane 9. And also, if you are a zero-run car, if you have not made a pass yet in the A group, come on down to lane number 9, please. Again, fast passes if you would like to use that fast pass, or if you are a zero-run ride in the A group, come on down lane number 9, please. 12.97 with an 8 is just that much too quick in the left lane, and a 13.25 in the right lane for Mr. Gonzalez with his Tahoe. Zach Krakauer in the right lane with his Challenger.
Starting to pull up the next class, and it start with the red box body and the white.
Left lane is Doug Kinnaman with the S10. Looking for 13 flats. 13.07 and a 15.19.
What do you need to check? Do we need to check the track? Is that what you said?
Sitting back here in the water is Paige Coleman. You see the YouTube channel, one more bolt on the side of the car.
I'll check the S10, but he went all the way down to that third turnoff, so I'm just waiting on him to get back.
The right lane, the C3 Corvette is Corey Meyer, the 77 model. Looking through my messages and texts real quick while we got a little bit of downtime. The Latimers are still looking for that yoke. They found a U-joint, but they're still looking for the yoke. And that is a 3-2-119 yoke.
The S10 up here was good when we checked them out. Thank you.
get the thumbs up from the track crew, and we're getting ready to go back racing. So that early model Chevelle here in the left lane. And Corey Meyer in the right lane. Paige Coleman driving the 64 5 Chevelle. Again, out of the One More Bolt YouTube channel. Getting around to 1 o'clock here, and we're working through we're now in the 14-0 class. So I think we're going to be able to do one more round here to get us through, which will give you 3 in the A group. And then I will do a little side-by-side with Mr. Chad Reynolds, and then Stevie and I are going to get on the road because we need to be ready to announce for the A group tomorrow. So looking for 14 O's now, 1341, and a 1490. No help for either. Ernie Riley in the right lane. The Cool Hot Rod. And Doug McGinnis in the left lane. The 392 Challenger. Attention in the pits, we have a racer in need. Looking for an intermediate sprag for a 4L80. If you have an intermediate sprag for a 4L80 or know where someone can get one here on Sunday around Tulsa, if you could run by the Race Week struggle bus and let June over there know. Again, we need an intermediate sprag for a 4L80. If you have one of those or know where we can round one up here, let us know.
Adam, go ahead and get that 0 passes to lane 9, 0 passes to lane 9.
Once again, fast passes, or if you have not made a pass yet in the A group, come on up to lane number 9, please. Again, if you would like to use your fast pass, or if you have had 0 passes, come on over to lane number 9, please, and we will get you that pass. Let's see, Paul, over at the BTR booth a while ago, only had like 15 of those $10 hats left. I bet they're even less than that right now. I'm looking down there, I see maybe 8 or 10. So if you would like a $10 hat, go over there. And we are looking at maybe setting up a flash sale. So I'll wait for that to come in, and we will come up with something good to get you guys a deal here on day number 1 of Mega Week from Brian Tooley Racing. 1322 and a 1356. No help for either. I'm liking this dude in this 350Z. He's writing me messages. That's Aaron Willis, and he says, don't miss third. Right lane is Brandon Hayes with the F-150. So there's second. You got third. Okay. And he got fourth. The 350Z goes 13-15 at 108. And a 13-22 in that right lane. Rich Thorpe is back, the CTSV in the left lane. He's taking on that PPV. That's the old cop car there in the right lane. That's Brian Crandall. Crandall, the 13 model Caprice PPV. Those are a really neat car. A 6L80 with an aluminum 6-liter and rear-wheel drive. You couldn't actually buy these from the Chevrolet dealer. You had to get them from auctions from police departments after the fact. 1321 and 1352. Ryan Woodward in the right lane, the 2000 model Chevrolet Silverado. Line it up against the awesome Fox Body Mustang. I love that mid back window wing kind of thing with the like the Cobra wing on that car. That's Hector Dominguez in the Fox Body. Oh, and the stick shift car. Hector goes 161 to 60 foot. And he's smacking the gear lever around, and he'll go 1163 at 115. 1234 in the right lane. Dania Bushcutter in the left lane. Dania, a welding teacher, Monday through Friday. The right lane, the 442, that's James Farrow. 1418 in the left lane and 1384 in the right. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you are needing to get your license stuff signed off on in about 5 minutes or so, about 1:05, whatever, 5 to 10 minutes, come on down to the first floor of the tower at the media room. And Jimmy and Matt will be down there to get all of your stuff signed off and ready to go. So again, if you are one of those folks that is earning your license, in the next 5 to 10 minutes, come on down to the first floor of the tower, the media room, and you will meet up with everyone to sign off on all of your license stuff. The Colorado in the left lane, that's Adam Maxwell. Actually, it's a GMC Canyon. The GMC version of the Colorado. Right lane, the Thunderbird. $17.27 on a $14.80. Here's Addy Saraceno, the F-150 in the left lane. The Disco Nova in the right lane is Nick Carmen, the 76 model Nova.
Jane, that yellow car should be your last one in that class, and they're sending the next class around the tower.
Saraceno and Carmen making their way down the 1,320-foot quarter mile here at Tulsa Raceway Park. 1442 and a 1481, no help for either. Here's Stevie Dory. That's my car, that's my wife. The right lane, the 4th gen Camaro. Oh, Stevie having some issues spinning the tires like crazy. She spun the tires, then I think pushed the clutch in and it stopped spinning the tires. And then she got back in it. 1401 in the right lane. Wow, what a great pass. Stevie goes 1547. That'll be no help for her. Monte Carlo in the left lane. That's Kipling Clausen, making now her second quarter-mile pass ever. And the right lane is that 14-0 King. $14.15 at 91 in the right lane. And the left lane goes $14.76, no help for either. Hey, if you were looking for that 4L80 Sprag, that is at the Race Week bus. So again, if you are looking for that 4L80 Intermediate Sprag, that is available at the Race Week Struggle Bus. Oh man, are you kidding me? All right, here's the flash sale. How about a red cap mechanic shirt with the BTR logo there on the left breast? Really nice looking shirt, button up mechanic type shirt. Those are $30 on their website. Today only, $10 till they're gone. So if you want yourself a nice button up mechanic shirt with that awesome BTR logo, $10 is $20 off. They're at the BTR tent until they're gone. Jim Parkinson goes 831, 172. So go get yourself one of those mechanic shirts, and then for $20, you can get yourself a mechanic shirt and a $10 hat. And you have now covered the entire top half of your body for $20. Right lane is Chris Daniel. Again, if you are wanting to use your fast pass, or you have not made a pass yet today in the A group, come on down lane number 9. Again, if you would like to use that fast pass, or you have not made a pass, you're a 0-run car, come on down to lane number 9, please. Unfortunately, Chris Daniel unable to get a real good burnout going with the 4th gen. So we'll see what it'll run without a burnout. This ride signed up in the Rowdy Radial category, so he'll be turning in an 8th mile time. I'll read you an 8th mile time for him as well. But he might be, if he's earning his license, he has to run quarter mile. So I'll read you his 8th mile and his quarter mile. Having some issues getting the thing to bump in. New car blues right here, it looks like. He goes 698 in the 8th. And then on the brakes, and he'll go 1146 at 90 miles an hour. That brings up Travis Snyder. Snyder also earning his license here with the 99.
They're going to start sending my kids.
And he'll knock the tires a couple of times. He'll turn in a 777 at the 8th. And at the quarter mile, he'll roll through to a 1368 at 69 miles an hour. So don't forget, Brian Tooley has those awesome, oh, they're all over there. They're swarming. They want those mechanic shirts bad. $10 for a mechanic shirt and $10 for a hat. That's a pretty dang good deal right there. I don't care who you are.
Dana, we got your young guns coming up.
Thank you, sir. You might let
So juniors, don't forget, we are still going to keep everything in the quarter mile. Can you switch? So again, we'll have quarter mile. So just make sure, parents, when your junior streeters are making their pass, that they let off at the 8th mile, because they won't get wind lights and stuff there at the 8th mile. The F-150 goes 9:30 in the 8th. Roll it on out there to the end and go 14:35 at 97. And a bunch of high fives happening there on the starting line. A bunch of happy campers running that F-150. That's awesome. Again, moving into Junior Street.
I just wish my lower back didn't get me from it's like this. It's just short enough to where my head's right on my lump, my lower.
Here's Jake Wing in the right lane, the S10. And Claire Culp, the 66 Galaxy in the left lane. Oh. So Culp, one of my triple threats, young gun, rookie, and Junior Street.
They're not like soft. But I think
Chevy 2 in the right lane, that's Emmy Shepard. Shired? Did I say that right? It is Shepard. It's spelled wrong in mine. It's Shired in mine. So it's Emmy Shepard. Ah. So an old school junior dragster driver out here in the Chevy 2.
stepping up.
Out here doing some drag and drive stuff. And she goes 9:46 in the 8th mile. Molly Alsup is back. The 91 Mustang.
Fish drink back there in the water. I got a bunch of express pens in my.
Okay.
Briley Tilson in the right lane with the Silverado. So Briley and Molly going at it. 8.99 with a 2. Oh, just that much too fast. 8 thousandths of a second. Too quick. You can't run quicker than 9 flat in this category. 9.78 in the right lane. F-150 in the left lane is Aiden Reisner. The right lane, the Fox Mustang. That's Dayton Coral. Again, 13 to 16-year-olds running full-size cars on a full-size track. You can't go quicker than 9 flat. 9.74 and 10.00 with an 8. And again, this is all going to be kind of dial your own sort of rules. And that's an easy way for you to get your kid into drag racing without needing to buy an entire junior dragster setup. Here come a bunch of fast pass folks and zero run folks. So Keith Horton in the right lane out of the naturally aspirated small block category with the Chevy 2. Going up against Eric Daniels with the SRT. .1044 in the right lane at 127 and 1140 in the left lane. John Gilman back out of Shop 209. I got it right. the naturally aspirated small block Nova out of Georgia, nearish the Atlanta area. And he'll go 11:56 at 114 with that small block Nova.
We got a curtain rail. I can sleep in the back of my F-150. I don't need to rent a hotel. I just sleep in my truck.
Ryan Minyard's back to 78 Malibu. All right. Clay Meyer, the Le Mans, goes 10:42. And Josh Odom, the Magnum, went 12:95. The C10 in the right lane does the burnout and unfortunately loses the fire in the motor. Yusuf Hayek here out of Norex Engineering.
It's running a fuel tech system, and they're trying to line it out and figure the conversion from cc's to pound per hour, the conversion to fuel tech stuff. So they're running a different, a much higher PE than what it should for normal. So we're trying to find out what that is. That was the crew that was in.
So here we go. Yusuf gets the truck out and then just knocks the tire immediately.
This car coming up still has tire covers.
Our first look of the day at Blaine Stark, the stick shift nitrous assisted LS 55 wagon. He just graduated high school a year early. He's 17. His dad Tommy out there in front, riding co-pilot, and his mom Alita back here doing a little bit of videoing as well. Yeah, that's what I said, Alita. Of course, Ron Connor, who runs our lanes, is Alita's dad. So if I say it wrong, he comes over the radio and yells at me. That's okay. He's the sexy grandpa back there with his leg wrap on his knee and whatnot. So here goes Blaine. Blaine also out of the junior dragster ranks. The stick shift nitrous assisted 55 has not quite been in the 8-second range yet. But here we go, Mr. Blaine Stark. I've offered Tommy all kinds of money for this, and it turns out it's Alita's car. So she was like, you can't have it for any price. I offered a pretty solid $4,500 for this car. they just didn't even say nothing. No, just $4,500. I mean, just rude. But here goes Blaine. He'll bang gears in the TKX equipped 55 Chevrolet. Hits fourth gear, and he goes 998, 137. Is that your first 9? Is that the first 9 it's ever run? Is that the first 9 that car's ever run? Tommy loses his mind on the starting line. That's the first 9 that car's ever run, isn't it? Yes, 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 he says. Yes, 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 he says. So the first 9-second pass in the 55, Alita's over here crying. The fastest the 55 has ever made a pass, ever. And the 17-year-old does it. .857 here in the right lane for Jake Wing. Paul just told me thank you guys all for the support at the BTR trailer. I still see that Trinity intake manifold down there. For some reason, we're not able to get rid of that thing. We are just waiting for one additional fast pass car here, and then we will get on a little bit of track prep, and we will start right back at the top for our final session in the A group. We are going to get one more of these through, and we will probably finish a little after 2:30 or so, which should give us plenty of time to get our stuff packed up and moved out of here while the B group comes in here and gets all their stuff rocking and rolling. Again, B group goes 3 till 10 this evening. So again, we start at 7. We started at 7. And our cutoff time is 2 o'clock, however, we got a little bit of fudge built in there just so we can do exactly what we're doing right now and make sure that everyone can get through and get one additional pass here. But how about Blaine? Pretty awesome deal. The quickest that car's ever gone. The first time it's ever run in the 9s.
Dana, where are we at?
There's a little bit, one more car back there.
And that 55 wagon is over 4,000 pounds with that nitrous-assisted LS under the hood with the brand new high school graduate behind the wheel. Pretty good deal. Here's Kenzie Pierce. Diamond Dave gets her put in the truck. This the compressed air supercharged Chevy Colorado. She'll do the burnout and will stage the car, and it'll actually launch naturally aspirated. And then it'll close a throttle body blade, and the compressed air in the bed will start pushing into the engine. What's cool with this is that they're seeing intake air temps at the end of the run in the single digits. 8 degrees of intake air temp. And you can hear the difference when the compressed air supercharger takes over. This has been in the 9.0-ish range. There it is. Starts pouring on. It's got boost control just like a normal boost controller will do it. And she goes 9.05 at 152. And one more coming out. So 9.05, 152 with a 137 short time, which is, that thing's just crawling to the 60-foot. And then laying on the power with that compressed air supercharger, 152.
Adam, no more express cars to the lanes, please. No more express cars right now.
No more express cars to the lane right now. That lane number 9 is closed right now. So no more express cars for right now. We do need to get the track prep all set up and start back at the top of the order. So no more express cars right now. We do have one more taker. And we'll get that done, and then we'll let this track staff do the work
Hey, Dana, call me on my cell.
and get this racetrack all squared up and ready to go before we start back at the top of the run order. While we're waiting here, big thanks to all of our sponsors: Aeromotive, Bankshift, the Bankshift Billy, Brian Tooley Racing, Bubba Ginn Racing Transmissions, C&G Signs, Certified Performance Auto Repair, Circle D Specialties, Cornerstone Performance Transmissions, Crower, Disorganized Grime, Edge Welding Supply, Force Performance Turbochargers, Havlic's FSC Shootout, High Speed Media, Juggernaut Welding and Fab, Leading Edge Technology Partners, Malle Motorsports, Marceau Racing, 918 Motorsports, Performance Parts and Sales, 4-Eyed Performance Tuning, War Performance, Valley Homes, Tuned by JP, TPD, Summit Racing Equipment, Shirtworks, Safer Specialties, Rusty Nuts Media, Rocky Mountain Plumbing and Hydro Heat, Quick Performance, Pittsburgh State University, School of Automotive Technology, Norex Engineering, Moody's Performance, and Mel Hamilton Racing. Hunter Schwartz, the C10, our final fast pass taker here, and then we will get this track all tightened up.
I don't know, but
1369 at 96, and then we are taking a quick break here before we bring up the top of our order. Let's actually go ahead and get them rolling here.
What was the code he had?
Let's go ahead and do it. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Rowdy Radial, come on up, 7 and 8. Rowdy Radial, 7 and 8. Ultimate Radial, 5 and 6. And Unlimited, 3 and 4 for your final pass in the A group. Again, Rowdy Radial, 7 and 8. Ultimate Radial, 5 and 6. And Unlimited, coming up 3 and 4 for your final pass in the A group. Once again, Rowdy, Ultimate Radial, and Unlimited. Don't forget, Rowdy, we're going to keep the clocks on quarter mile for you, so you will not see the scoreboard light up with your time when you hit that 660. Don't freak out. It's all good. You can still turn in your 8th mile time. You have to get to an 8th mile before you can get to a quarter mile. That's how that works. You're getting a math lesson today at Megaweek. Got Kyle Merriman down there saying Purple Monkey Dishwasher to the BTR guys and trying to get himself a deal. Are there any more of those $10 hats left? And then real quick, look through our messages, make sure we got everyone squared up. Yeah, I think so. We found that Sprag for that 4L80. I think we're still looking for those tie bar, that one set of tie bar lifters. I think Tony's still looking for that yoke. Once again, Rowdy Radial, come on down 7 and 8. Ultimate Radial, come on down 5 and 6. Unlimited, 3 and 4, please. Final call for the 50-50 raffle. Final call for the 50-50 raffle down at the SXS Tracker booth with CJ. Right now we got 320 total. You'll take 160, and I'll put 160 in the rookie and young gun pot. Thanks so much to CJ and SXS Trackers. Those are very low introductory price. You can get a tracker for about $120. If you buy them here today and you give them the code RMRW, just go up there and say Purple Monkey Dishwasher RMRW, he might even give you a little bit of a discount on that tracker. They also have some IP67 rated ones that are not much more money, so you can really mount those anywhere. They got battery-only powered ones for your trailers or stuff that doesn't, have a battery in it. And they've even got some stuff that has batteries that'll last up to 5 years that just do check-ins every hour or so. Really, really cheap insurance. And on top of that, speaking of insurance, typically you end up with the price of the tracker off of your yearly insurance rate. So it typically comes out as a wash for you. The best part with that, once you have the device bought, $24 a year keeps the service active. You can set geogrids around your stuff so it doesn't, if it leaves that geogrid, you get a text. If it comes into that geogrid, you get a text. It's a sweet deal. I've got 2 of them in 2 of my cars. A bunch of Race Week people have those in their rides, and they're absolutely awesome. Easy 2-wire installation, and he's Tulsa-based, so he's here at the racetrack and partying out there with all y'all. So make sure.
You got one in your Toyota?
Ron wants to know if I have one in my Honda. I do have one in my Honda. Those are too easy to steal. I gotta have one in that thing. Got a 91 Civic that I just picked up, and yeah, it's a dorky little Civic wagon. But yeah, you bet your butt I got one of those in my Civic.
Now back over to the
Final call for Rowdy Radial, 7 and 8. Ultimate Radial, 5 and 6. Unlimited, 3 and 4.
back up and hit this one.
Hey, we got a racer in need. Does anyone have an O-ring kit? If you have an O-ring kit, if you can run that by the struggle bus, the Race Week struggle bus, we'll get that to the racer that needs it.
Until you feel it start.
Attention in the pits, Hot Rod, this is your call, 7 and 8, please. Motorcycles, come on down lane number 1. And 9-0, come on down 5 and 6. Again, Hot Rod, 7 and 8. Motorcycles, 1. 9-0, 5 and 6. Here's Chris Daniel, our only taker from Rowdy Radial. The little 26 850 slick or a 235 radial. And once again, hot rods 7 and 8, motorcycles 1, 9, 0, come on down 5 and 6. Daniel goes 765 in the 8th. Sandon Slaybaugh. Brandon Tapp does have a pair of tie bar Morel lifters. They're not those Johnsons, but he does have a set of tie bar Morel lifters if you are interested in that. Get your car back running.
Here comes our one taker hot rod category.
Get
Motorcycle playing 190, 5 and 6 fleet.
The 66
Chevelle completes the burnout in the right lane.
That's Tyler Jensen.
Attention to pit. Tenno, this is your call, lane 3 and 4, please. Tenno, this is your call, lane 3 and 4, please, and 11-0. Come on down to 7 and 8. Whoever's looking for those O-rings, William Patton with the supercharged Suburban has a big assortment of O-rings. So you can go find that awesome white supercharged Suburban. William Patton can get you O-rings. Dom Probst here.
That 16
model Challenger who I believe is finished with his license now.
Challenger having some issues there at about 300 feet.
Corning's back.
The
The
fourth
fourth
gen.
gen.
Again,
Again,
10-0, 3 and 4, 11-0, 7 and 8. And we got those O-rings. Corning goes back 13 at 150. Running through our final round of the A group. Limited takers in the first handful of classes. We'll see what we get as we complete down the end of this first Class A in our third round of takers. Again, this is different from the typical race week when we run into the evening. The morning session, a lot of these folks got the time slip they wanted and hit the road. Azim Sheik here in the left lane. Adam Maryland, the second-gen Camaro. Taking on Dustin Davidson in the right lane. The 13 model Chevy Camaro. Azim goes 10:01 at 139, and Liam says, now can we go? Now can we hit the road, please? Please? And we'll go look at that right lane of Dustin Davidson. And with as squirrely as that car got, I'm going to bet you that there's fluid on the racetrack. So Shane Warner smartly just takes his helmet off and hangs it on the side of the bike. So here on the radio, there is oil, but it's really, really light mist out there. So they're just going to be able to kind of do a little quick drag on it. So drivers, go ahead and loosen those belts and whatnot. We will be a few minutes, but we're not going to be like an hour, which is nice. So he'll get that out and start scrubbing up the racetrack. Shane Warner's going to go find himself some shade before he runs that GSXR 1000. But again, we are in the third and final session of the A group here. We should have a handful of 9.0 cars in 5 and 6 and 10.0 cars in 3 and 4. Thanks for all of you watching on the bangshift.com live stream. Free for you from Summit Racing Equipment. And we're doing it all night, too. I'll hand the mic off to Mr. Chad Reynolds. And he will be doing all of the announcing for the second group, the B group. And you'll hear his sultry voice coming through your speakers. Of course, he is the guy, the bangshift.com dude. And you get the absolute privilege of hearing him calling races at a race for the very first time. That was one of the first questions they got. Hey, when we're doing these like big, long, crazy full day things, how is Adam still alive? I am going to stay alive by only work today. Unlike Nothing you guys can do to actually change any of that. We are all working real hard out here. And we appreciate the Tulsa staff so much and all of our racetracks. Flying H, we're going to be at tomorrow. Then we have a drive day on day 3, so nothing on day 3. Then day 4, we'll be at Thundery Valley Raceway Park in Noble. Day 5, we're back at Texas Motorplex in Ennis. We're back here on Friday for a party. We're going to have a party with awards. There's going to be a band. We can drink a couple of beers if you're into that. I mean, whatever you like. Ron says he'll take a vodka cranberry. Dana's gonna be partying with us, and she'll be dancing. We are gonna be having a pants off dance off. Ron says no, we're not. Okay, fine. Oh man. It's Ron's up here. He's asking how the better half's going up here, and it's going. Obviously, we've got the AC. Obviously. But Ron, how about your grandson Blaine beating up on your son-in-law and running a new PB in that wagon?
They've been so close. The last couple of years, that thing went 10:01, 10:0, 10:03. Just never been able to get it in there. And they drive all cotton picking night to get here. They throw it together and go out there and go 998. I couldn't believe it.
That was awesome. And of course, they were in the lane. The scoreboards didn't work. So, and they haven't been working all day, the right lane, nothing. So they went down, and I don't think Tommy knew that yet. So he was like, what happened? And then he heard it over the PA, and he lost his mind, and that was so awesome.
Yeah, I was so happy for them. They worked so hard. That car wasn't even together 2 weeks ago. You know, when we was out there for his graduation, they just put the motor in, didn't have nothing else done. Nothing in interior was done. The wires all over everywhere. And like I said, they I don't know what kind of problems they've had yesterday or day before yesterday or whatever. I haven't even had a chance to talk to them yet, but they got here and got that hit.
Love it, man. And of course, we're missing Michaela, who's not here, but she's making the family proud and playing basketball up there in Washington State.
Yeah, she's on a basketball scholarship at Olympic College in Bremerton, Washington, which is across the bay from Seattle there. A long ways. We went up there and watched her one time, and it's a beautiful area, but I wouldn't live there. But yeah, she's they don't do semesters there, they do quarters, so that's why she's still going to school up there this summer. She wanted to race, and she was home, a month or so ago, and when we were out there, and she's getting her car ready, getting the transmission in, and then found out that she's had school, so she couldn't make it.
It happens. But of course, the Starks, big stick shift people. Michaela bangs gears with her Fox Mustang like crazy. It's a Vortex supercharged small block Ford with the 5-speed stick in it, and of course Blaine driving the 55. That's Alita's 55.
Yeah, their fast car. They didn't quite get done yet. It's going to be something else. It's going to be a 6.0 chassis car. How fast it's going to go, I don't know, but it's got a Ford motor, 5-speed transmission still, and it ought to fly.
It really ought to, for sure. But Blaine, congratulations, dude. You got one up on your old man. So when family get all back together for Christmas or whatever, keep that feather in your cap. Oh, here he is, up here with a big old smile on his face. Ow!
We did it, baby.
How about that? And I was just talking to your grandpa here. How about you having the ability to stick it to your old man and say, you know what? You're cool and everything, but I made that car go 9s.
Whatever, right? He's the one tuning it, so it takes army,
Absolutely it does. And you guys thrashed on that thing. Turn this way. You guys thrashed on that thing like crazy, and you've got the route, so you're one and done here, and you guys are going to hit the road?
Yep, we're going to get on the road. Hopefully it goes smoothly. Yeah.
And you just, I got a little late, graduation presents, but you just graduated from high school.
Yep, happened. Yeah, that happened.
And a year early.
A year early. That was kind of crazy, but it's pretty cool, I guess.
And the goals from here, you're gonna race, you're gonna do this thing, and you're gonna try to make a living out of this, huh?
We're gonna try. See what happens.
I love that, dude. Well, congrats, dude. Thanks, dude. Great job. The first 9-second pass in that 55 wagon. Hugging Grandpa over here. And you guys literally just rolled in the gate. You throw the thing on a 9, and then you're gonna hit the road.
We rolled in the gate at 10:15 maybe, and it's 2 o'clock.
Giddy up, dude.
All right.
Hey, great job. Blaine Stark getting the 55 on the road. You'll see him tomorrow at Flying H Dragstrip with the 55 Chevy wagon, hopefully for all 9s all week long. That's what we're going for. Again, you're going to see it happen here. Blaine, great job. Tommy riding shotgun, and Tommy's the new crew chief. You were the crew chief before. Alita's in the back, and of course we got Ron running in the lanes, so it's a whole family affair. And like we said, we're missing Michaela out there playing basketball up in Washington State. But man, great job, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thanks, Adam.
Yeah, man. Plenty more to come here at Race Week, Mega Week. A group, we're just getting done here. B group's about to come back up, and we're going all night long here at Tulsa Raceway Park. All right, Shane. Oh, he's coming up here. He's running. He's on his way. The track is cleaned up. They're pulling off this equipment. And we are going to get back to business. Blaine's up here chugging waters. You earned that one, my friend. Plus, you hit 3rd gear. So here we go. Getting back to business here. Shane Warner, the GSXR 1100. Jessica Warner, his wife, out there getting ready to do the video duties. And you have a new diesel BMW you're out here with, right? No? Okay. Okay, all right. That's all right. It happens. So unfortunately not able to make it. She normally drives the 335 diesel BMW. And here comes Shane. The extended swing arm GSXR 1000. This should be in the low 9-second range. And again, keep in mind, he has to ride this thing 1,000 miles plus with everything he needs to live for a week. On his back or on the trailer on the back of the motorcycle. Let's see, Robert Voss is looking for an Extreme Automatics 4L80 trans brake solenoid. So if anyone has an Extreme Automatics 4L80 trans brake solenoid, Robert Voss is looking for that. There goes Shane. Third gear at the 8th mile, fourth gear at 1,000 feet, fifth gear at the stripe, and he goes 970 at 144. And we're back in business here. Creeping up on 2 o'clock. And again, we are going to run through this whole round and then call the A group a day. Here's Sean Slaybaugh, the 01 Trans Am. Looking for a 9 flat. It's been leaking fuel every time. Nice. Did Mike have an extra one? I knew he did.
Somebody else called from the group and they go home and pull them out of their car.
Hell yeah. That's something I didn't even think about. B group helping A group and vice versa. 986 into that left lane, 1112 for Dylan Meyer. Here's that S550 that was looking for that axle shaft. This is the dude that it just, or the lady, I think, Michelle Roby, yes. It just sort of wiggled at the starting line, and that was it. So Michelle looking for an 11 flat out of her S550.
already did 7-0, didn't I?
I think so. I'll call him again just in case. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. 11-0. Come on down 7 and 8. 11-0, 7 and 8. Naturally aspirated small block. Come on down 5 and 6. Naturally aspirated big block. Come on down 3 and 4. Looks like Michelle having some more issues. Yep, missed a gear. Totally what happened. 181 to 60 foot. And then goes 2014 at 79. But she's still in. Here's that Don Spulio, second generation Camaro. David Glanzer in the right lane, the ATSV. Again, that South Dakota license plate, that's a rear plate only. It's legal as a rear plate only. You can get that in any state, by the way. And you can customize it. That one says not a V8. I've got one on my Cadillac because they didn't even offer a front plate mount. Got you. All right, so the fuel guy is going to be leaving at 4 o'clock, and then we'll have another dude show up at 7:30. So 4 o'clock, you have to get your fuel before you get out of here if you would like it at that fuel station here at Tulsa Raceway Park. And then the B group, you folks will have fuel starting at 7:30. The B group should be second shift. The B group should be second. I can't do it. I'm sitting up here with Matt. He's watching a little bit of what's going on. And dude, day one of the A group, we're getting rolled down. What do you think so far in Megaweek?
I think it's going exceptionally well. It's been amazing. We had a couple little issues, little hiccups, but like Adam said, we put that buffer in there for those reasons. It worked like it was supposed to. Sorry for the track staff because they don't get the break. I was looking to get them, but it's been phenomenal, really cool. And still to look out here and see all these cars and all these people here, it blows me away.
It's absolutely crazy, and we've had spectators all day long. And you know, what's cool is you know, the $20 or whatever it is it 20 to get you in? 20 bucks to get you in, and it's all day long. I mean, you can be here from 7 a.m. until 10 p.m. and watch crazy amounts of racing. And what's cool is at 3 p.m. it changes. It's a whole new race. There's all new cars, all kinds of cool stuff that's out there.
Absolutely, and what's even crazier than that, probably I'm pretty fair to say that the fastest cars on the property decided they both were going to double entry. So you don't only get to see them at the first half, you get to see them go make a rip in the second half.
Absolutely, and those are folks that are doing the double duty, and they have to make 2 passes in each of the A and B groups, but they only need to turn in their quickest slip from each of those. We're just making them run the 2 because that way they don't do one and done. You have to kind of earn the right, I guess, if you will, to do that, to do the A and B classes.
Absolutely, and if you see, if these guys, I mean, even the guys that aren't the fastest, if those guys pull this off, all those guys that are double entered like that, those are probably the baddest people in the country, because there ain't nobody else that's done that. This is something that they're going to be able to hold high, you know, above their head, because it's amazing. If they pull this off, that's you can't say that they're not street, because that's about as street as it gets.
Absolutely, dude, and a 6-second ride, a very low 7-second ride, and so many, amazing stuff out here. And I mean, even Tom with the Knapsack. I mean, that dude flew over from the UK, competing in both the A and the B classes with that car, and he's not going to sleep. He hates himself, I guess, which is good for him, but that car is a car that he hasn't even seen in 6 months.
Yeah, that's wild. And to come in, basically, they basically revamped the entire car. But he's no stranger to that. We've seen what he can do. I mean, he's come in several years and struggled, and I mean, there was times I thought there was no way, especially being solo. You know, he had a lot of guys helping him. That's what's great about this community. But a solo guy, and he just kept on trucking along. And next thing you know, you'd see him come trucking in, and you thought for sure it never would have happened. So I don't think it's no problem for him. He's been practicing this. This has been he's been practicing for this for a long time, apparently.
Absolutely, and he's getting a bunch of help from dudes like Red Hat Scotty here in the A group, and I'm sure he's got other folks helping him in the B group, and you know, and he's got Danny riding along with him this year, and you know, before he had no co-pilots at all. But Danny riding along this year, he's kind of a you know, die-hard drag and drive dude too. He drove that. He had a Hornet, I think an AMC Hornet that he drove from Southern California to Florida to do sick weekend.
Is that right? Wow.
Yeah, and he had to change the motor on the way. He found himself a AMC 235 or whatever the hell it was, put it in wherever, Illinois, and made it down to sick week and competed in sick week. And it was, I mean, those are just those dudes that this drag and drive stuff pulls out of the woodwork.
Well, that's why on top of that, like, you got the most oddest combination there is, and you just managed to find one.
Absolutely, dude. I mean, we got 2 rides out here out of the same family running Ford 300 inline 6s with turbos on them. Like, there's some cool stuff out here. Talking about cool, here's Stuart Clifton. He drove this car up from Texas, went through 4 sets of plug wires on his way up here, and he's out here with his wife, Carol, who just had chemo yesterday. Got out of chemo, got into the Camaro, and they drove this up from Texas to here at Tulsa. And they'll be cruising around and doing the whole thing here at Megaweek as well. There's Carol down there, waiting on the starting line for him. But Stuart's been a long time Rocky Mountain Race Weeker, and he had to take a break while he was taking care of Carol, and she's doing well enough that he said, we're going. And he goes 12:30 at 108. Attention in the pits, stick shift 7 and 8, stick shift come on down 7 and 8, Outlaw Street come on down 5 and 6, and Limited Street 3 and 4. Again, stick shift 7 and 8, Outlaw Street 5 and 6, Limited Street 3 and 4, please. Talking about Red Hat Scotty, and he's up here with me, which is why I'm mentioning it. Oh, cool. So Tom went the quickest. He went a PB on his pass, 11:33.121 for that Knapsack ride. You're out here in your planned BTR truck as well, right?
Yeah, that's correct. We did not get the Mustang done. I got it to the dyno, and we just ran into some issues. I had some weird electrical stuff going on, fuel pump voltage and some ignition stuff. And we spent a little bit of oil, couldn't really find where. So I decided to not be dumb and leave the car. Everything in there's new and fresh. So, you know, let's not be dumb. Oh, hey, wait, Adam. Let's do something dumb. We trailered down my Silverado that I knew it needed a converter. So we put a converter in it Thursday night.
And, of course, you were on the portable car hoist. And before the event even started, you were throwing a converter in that thing because you were like, well, I gotta show it up, right? I got BTR stuff all over this thing. I got BTR cam in this thing. You know, I gotta, you know, show the boys what we're up against here. But how, dude? You're in the B category, correct?
Yeah, we're running B.
Okay, so you're hanging out here in A. You're watching the racing. You're gonna hit B. You're staying here, and then you're gonna go off in the morning with Tom, I assume.
So I think our plan is, since we will be at Flying H, that is 20 minutes from my driveway. So our little group, we're going to caravan and head, you know, back to my house, back to Flying H, you know, whichever you want to go. Anybody wants to get in, fit in, ride with us, roll with us, that's fine. But yeah, I really want to go sleep in my own bed.
That's a pretty good advantage for having these in your backyard. That's I've been fortunate enough to be close enough to Bandimere where we always did Rocky Mountain, and at least 1 or 2 nights I'd be at my house. And there's something good about taking a poop in your own toilet.
You're 100% correct with that, Adam, as I'm laughing. It's great, Adam. So, you know, I've been doing this stuff for 10 years now, and this is the first time in all these events that one of them has been close enough where I can actually stay in my own bed. So I'm super, super thankful for that this time.
Gotta love that, dude. Well, you'll see Red Hat Scotty in that planned BTR truck. It's a Silverado, and it's got BTR stickers all plastered all over the thing. And you'll see his red hat hanging out of that thing. And again, Buc-ee's, Pantera, and BTR. That's what really makes Drag and Drive roll in all of this world. And of course, we'll be at the Motorplex, so you know we're going to have a Buc-ee stop.
Absolutely. I'm so looking forward to that, Adam. I'm ready to get my Buc-ee's sandwich and, black out and spend $100 in there like I do every time. So I'm super excited for that one.
Absolutely. Plus, talking about, if you can't use your home bathroom, the Buc-ee's bathroom is a very, very close second. Jeez, old Pete. Dan Palmieri goes out there and blows the tires off of the Le Mans like crazy in the first 30 foot or so. And he'll go 11.67 at 131 with that thing. Once again, stick shift 7 and 8, Outlaw Street 5 and 6, Limited Street 3 and 4, please. And again, we are a little bit light right now because that A group, these folks, again, we don't really do Rocky Mountain Race Week typically like this. We run it at night, so we have cars all the way until we are closed up. But this A group, a bunch of folks did one and dones, hit the road. They're already halfway to Flying H at the moment, while we're standing here, getting these final passes in for a bunch of these folks. But this is sort of how Drag Week and Sick Week and a bunch of these others kind of go at the end of the day on the live stream. It's just sort of like this. What you get for takers is what you get for takers, and we're going to give everyone that shot. But then this afternoon is going to be opposite. You won't see a bunch of people come for that first call because it's hot out. You will start seeing people come when the sun starts going down and laying down those times. It's going to be a really cool time. But how about all day long, bankshift.com for everyone sitting at home, all day long Sunday, all day long Monday, all day long Wednesday, all day long Thursday, all day long Saturday, for free.
Yeah, that's right. The people sitting at home, they should just take the whole week off so they can watch the event. You couldn't make it down, but you can turn on Bang Shift and see the entire event, both events. Group A, everybody slinging it out there. Oh, hey, you want to see some new cars? Awesome, man. We got Group B coming out with a bunch of new stuff. So you get a whole gamut of everything with these two classes this year.
And it's free 99 to you, brought to you by Summit Racing Equipment, and we appreciate them coming on board. And here's Bill Armstrong. So here we go, Bill Armstrong. 427 cubic inches of twin-turbo Ford under the hood of the, streetcar 67 Fairlane. And he's got that thing all over the racetrack at the starting line. Not what he was looking for, and it'll go 991 at 157. That car, again, has been in the 870s at about 163. Right lane, 1418 at 100 miles an hour. That's more like it. Roby making her way down. And she'll go 12:32 at 119. Here's Phil Balmaceda, the ZR1 Corvette, in the stick shift category. Again, this is the ride that we did the Alaska Speed Week. Drove it up there on the Alcan Highway. Went up, competed, and drove it back home. Did that with Chris Story sitting in passenger seat. .10:43 at 1:36. That may be his quickest pass, 10:40. Once again, Pro Street, you should be making your way down to 7 and 8. Gasser 5 and 6, and let's get Tailgate 3 and 4. Tailgate 3 and 4. Kenny McGarry in the Nova will come back and get himself a good burnout here. McGarry in the Outlaw Street category. Once again, Pro Street 7 and 8, Gasser 5 and 6, Tailgate 3 and 4. McGarry will knock the tire, but get back in the gas and start laying the coals on. He'll go 892, 158. The Tacoma's back. Andrew Loy, who earned his license here. Looks like he lost a little bit of water out of the intercooler or some fuel out of the overflow there. But nothing under the tires and no harm, no foul. Loy goes 10:18 at 137. The New Edge Mustang in the left lane. The license plate says Inferno. That's Joe Gomez. Right lane, Brandon Tapp with the C2X. Once again, Pro Street, you should be in 7 and 8, Gasser 5 and 6, Tailgate 3 and 4. Tapp is away. The Mustang lights the tire. Tapp goes 9:10. And Joe Gomez goes 9:91 at 150. David Glanzer, the ATSV in the left lane. And Blaine Thiessen, the 91 Isuzu pickup truck. Here comes Blaine. That ATSV goes 11:03. Blaine goes 8:98, 159. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. 12-0, come on up, 7 and 8. 13-0, come on up, 5 and 6. 14-0, come on up, 3 and 4, please. Again, 12-0, 7 and 8. 13-0, 5 and 6. 14-0, 3 and 4, please. The gentleman Jim truck is Brian Dater in that right lane. The left lane. The right lane is James English. English goes 12:86, 11:51 for Dater. Eric Grillio here in the left lane out of Molly Motorsports. The C10. Ryan Woodward in the right lane. The 2000 model Silverado. $11.73 and a 15.40. Once again, 12-0, 7 and 8, 13-0, 5 and 6, 14-0, 3 and 4, please. 12-0, 7 and 8, 13-0, 5 and 6, 14-0, 3 and 4, please. And if you're paying attention to the run order, that is the bottom of the run order. So once we get through that, we will do a quick handoff, me and Chad. We'll figure out how in the heck he's going to stream and announce at the same time. I still don't know how that's going to happen. We'll give this track staff a little bit of a break. And then we will pick it right back up and start with the B group at 3 o'clock. And again, they'll go till 10 o'clock. And those of you that have been glued on to the bankshift.com live stream, you just got started. Let's get Junior Street. Junior Street, come on up. Lane number 1, please. So again, 12-0, 7 and 8, 13-0, 5 and 6, 14-0, 3 and 4, and Junior Street coming up to lane number 1. Here's Randy Seward. Randy Seward. The Pony Express, and it's got a warning in the back window that says, warning, old driver. Randy's Fox Mustang notchback, a longtime NMCA NMRA contender in the 860 category over there. He's running in the Limited Street 850 category here at Megaweek. Looking for something 850 here. Tickles the left front tire for about 100 feet. He's 548 at the 8th. Goes 849 with a 3, just that much too quick. 7 thousandths of a second on the wrong side of the 850, but I think he does have an 852 or something to his name, so he'll turn that one in and hit the road. Adam Wildhaber here in the left lane, the 89 Trans Am. Going against Jason Serrano. Serrano, the 82 Buick Regal. And if I remember right, I think this is all Buick powered and everything. Yes, getting thumbs up. So the Buick powered Buick will get in, light turns green, and they're off. Serrano and Wildhaber. 1194 with an 8. Oh, man. Just that much too quick. 1259 in the left lane. Here's Val Garapi. One of our wicked chicks out here. Her husband, Kyle, standing out there doing all the videoing. longtime Rocky Mountain Race Week family. She does the driving duties just like in our relationship. Stevie drives and does all the racing. I'm the cheerleader. A perfect 1 second reaction time, which is not really perfect, but still cool. 12:14 at 1:14 for Val. Right lane is Eric Carroll, the Thundercloud. Lexus GSF, that's a naturally aspirated V8 under the hood of that Lexus. He goes red, but no harm, no foul. No big deal here. Brent Bannister in the left lane, the 12 model Camaro. Looking for 13 flats. 13.00 with a 3 for Eric Carroll in that right lane. 00 with a 3. 12.97 with a 3 in the left lane for Brent Bannister is too quick, but on the number 00 with a 3 for Eric Carroll. And Crystal loses her mind. The crowd goes wild. Dominic Gonzalez in the right lane with his Nova. Goes 13.27, 13.09 for Cody Wilbur. Here's Dominic's dad, who just ran that Nova. The elder Gonzalez is Mike in the left lane with the 02 Tahoe. He's taking on the 14.0 King. At the stripe, 13.30 and a 14.10, no help. Katie Jones is back up with that Mistachrome painted G8, and she's taking on Stevie. That's my car, that's my wife. Stevie Dorr, the stick shift CTSV. And again, Katie, who typically has Parker riding shotgun. Oh, Stevie bogs the thing again. So she won't likely get that 14.0 pass here. She did have a 14.30 or something earlier. 13.15. Oh, man! She did almost get it, even after bogging it. 13.99 with a 6. 4 thousandths of a second off from perfect. Ah! Dang it. And here's Alex Arquette. All right. This is going to be good. UK Tom Bagley with the Knapsack is looking for a 10-pound wastegate spring, which means that he's ready to turn it up a little bit. I guess the 7-pound spring's not, it's a 5-pound spring, so he wants to double it, baby. So if you have a 10-pound wastegate spring, if you can get that to Tom Bagley with the Knapsack, it's the orange Fox Mustang with the Union Jack up there on the roof, and you'll be able to tell that it's him because, well, when he talks like he's from the UK. 13.02 and 11.18. So yeah, that's Knapsack doing pretty good, right? Like doing really well. You're a PB on that last pass.
Yeah, PB, so that's good. We're going to turn it up now and try and get in the 10s, so be competitive with 10-0 for once.
Love it, dude. Love it. Absolutely. Hold on, I'm getting calls. We got all kinds of stuff going on. I'll be right back. All right, folks. Group A staging lanes are closed. Group A staging lanes are closed. So if you have a 10-pound wastegate spring, Tom needs that for Group B. And he's trying to get that thing in the 10-second range with that old Knapsack. The 350Z here is Aaron Willis. Yep, $12.99, please. This is his 4th ever quarter-mile pass in a stick shift 350Z, and he wants that $12.99. Obviously a rookie at a drag and drive because he's never made a quarter-mile pass before, and he's looking for a $12.99. Not going to happen. 13.27 at 109. Our final taker of adult cars here is going to be Rich Thorpe with the CTSV, the sedan. These LSA supercharged with a 6L90 6-speed automatic. He goes 13.35 at 77, and now we're into Junior Street. Jake Wing, the S10 in the right lane, will be lining up next to Molly also. Again, staging lanes for Group A are closed. Staging lanes for Group A are closed, and we are down to our last handful of cars here for Group A. We'll give the track staff here a little bit of a break. I'll go down and visit with Mr. Chad Reynolds, and we'll talk to the folks on the live stream and do a little bit of a kind of debrief and get him ready to go for the Group B. And then Stevie and I are going to hit the road. Make our way over to Flying H. Stevie with that 13.99 with a 6. 9.09 in the left lane and a 9.46 in the right lane. Here's Aiden Reisner. The 17 model F-150. Our very final pass for the morning A group here at Tulsa Raceway Park. And there goes that F-150, running the 660-foot 8th mile. That's that first set of 2 blocks you see right there. And it goes 9.89 at 72 miles an hour. And that said, Group A, we are complete here on Megaweek. So big thanks to all of our sponsors: Aeromotive, Bankshift.com, Bankshift Billy, Brian Tooley Racing, Bubba Racing Transmissions, C&G Signs, Certified Performance and Auto Repair, Circle D Specialties, Cornerstone Performance Transmissions, Crower, Disorganized Grime, Edge Welding Supply, Force Performance Turbochargers, Havlicks, FSC Shootout, High Speed Media, Juggernaut Welding and Fab, Leading Edge Technology Partners, Mahle Motorsports, Marco Racing, 918 Motorsports, Four-Eyed Performance Tuning, War Performance, Valley Homes, tuned by JP, TPD, Summit Racing Equipment, Shirtworks, Cypher Specialties, Rusty Nuts Media, Rocky Mountain Plumbing Hydro Heat, Quick Performance, Pitt State University Automotive Technology Program, Norex Engineering, Moody's Performance, and Mel Hambleton Racing. Ladies and gentlemen, Group A, we are done. We'll be back at 3 o'clock for Group Number B, or letter B. All right, real quick, I do have a racer in need. Jonathan Pickering made it about 2 miles out of the racetrack. He's near the Costco. He needs a turbo feed line and 1/8 NPT by -3. And it needs to be about 3 feet long. So if you have one of those and you can run it by the Costco, or he can walk back here and get it, if you can get with Jonathan Pickering, just find him on Facebook, shoot him a call and or message or whatever you got. Tom Backley found his 10 PSI spring as well. So again, John Pickering is needing a turbo feed line, 1/8 inch NPT by -3. If you've got one of those 3 feet long, he's needing one at the Costco, just a couple of miles away. All right, folks, we're getting ready to switch over to our B group now. So you'll get Chad Reynolds in your ear holes for the rest of the evening. He's just getting all of his announcing stuff all squared up. Just a reminder, fuel is going to be open till 4 o'clock. So if you need fuel, that fuel station is open till 4 o'clock, and then it'll be closed until 7:30. They'll get another person down there to go run it at 7:30, but between 4 and 7:30, you are going to be SOL on fuel here at the racetrack. Again, Mel Hamilton does have some fuel available as well, but if you would like fuel here from the fuel station here at Tulsa Raceway Park, you are going to need to do it in the next hour.
Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Rowdy Radial to 7 and 8, please. Rowdy Radial is 7 and 8. Ultimate Radial to 5 and 6. Unlimited to 3 and 4, please. Rowdy Radial 7 and 8. Ultimate Radial 5 and 6. Unlimited to 3 and 4, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rowdy Radial to 7 and 8, Ultimate Radial to 5 and 6, Unlimited to 3 and 4, please.
Okay, so some technical issues that we've been having through test.
Yeah. The Grom. 645 cc swapping that thing. Or maybe it was less than that. Whatever, it's fine. $963,106 to the quarter, $581,122. Meanwhile, the Grom goes 1073 at 61 miles an hour. All right. So the kid over here in the right lane, whose name has now escaped me. Sorry, I'm working on getting access to the spreadsheet. Scotty said this dude has been doing the thrash, all the things. This is the first time on 26s, and he's out here running good, so it's awesome. All right, going right down Broadway. One of the better reaction times of the day for sure. 5:41,132. 5:41,132. Red Hat Scotty losing his mind. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod to 7 and 8, Hot Rod to 7 and 8, bikes to lane 1, please. Hot Rod to 7 and 8, bikes to 1. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need 9-0 to 5 and 6, please. 9-0 to 5 and 6. Hot Rod, you should be in 7 and 8. Bikes, come on down to lane 1. There are like 10 of them or something that are double. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, if you're not in 7 and 8, you're late. Bikes, you should be in 1. 9-0 to 5 and 6. What? Oh. What are you laughing at me saying you're late? Well, they are. Bastards need to hurry up. Matt's down here giving me, I'm trying to get the database working and stuff. Come on, man. I'm trying to get, I was given the access very late to the list of racers, so you guys are going to have to bear with me because I'm going to have to do some work on this bad boy, but it is Group B, and we've got double entry, the Meltdown Firebird over here in the right lane. I gotta tell you, this thing is just not right anymore. I love the car, it looks beautiful, and that's kind of the problem because I'm used to this thing not being pretty. But dude, what a great example of our awesome unlimited category out here. This is Jason Hurley in the Firebird. Getting a little heat in the tires. Our unlimited category's got 6 entries in it for Group B. And that's Bryant Goldstone in the 73 AMC Javelin, Scott Lau in the 20 F-150, John Weishman in that 03 Silverado, Corey Patska in the 68 Camaro, Jason Hurley right here in the 85 Firebird, and Joe Greer in the 70 C10. And let's see how the Camaro fares against the Firebird. Hurley having a problem, just leaving the starting line with no power. Meanwhile, Corey Patska down there in that beautiful 68 Camaro, backing out of the beams, getting ready to reset the tree and send them. I'm Chad Reynolds with Bangshift.com. You guys know how much I love this event and being a part of it, and because it's Mega Week this year and we both got to drive, Adam is getting on the road. Of course, I've been here all morning doing the live stream, and we still need to drive tonight, so we'll see. But here goes Corey all the way down the racetrack. Runs a 918 at 154 miles an hour, 918 at 154 over there in the left lane. Good job for Corey. Of course, tomorrow when we start giving you numbers, we're going to be telling you how that compares to what they did on day number 1. Big burnout for Joey Greer right there. John Weishman in that awesome 2003 Silverado, or Silverado as Adam is so fond of saying. Joey's in. So's John. Joey leaving pretty good. turning up the boost on that C10 over there in the right lane. Meanwhile, the Silverado spinning the tires. Joey rockets through the traps at 10:38 at 127 miles an hour. That is a personal best in the truck. John goes 11:06 at 128. Ooh, I do not have this white truck. That's not a thing. No, I know, it's just not in their really poorly laid out spreadsheet. I had no idea how Adam did this, and it could not be more, like, it would be better if he hand wrote a list from 1985. It's not good. So I'm gonna unfuck this tonight in the car while I drive.
I could have put them in our system. So
You could have.
on your list if I had a list.
Correct. If you had gotten the list, say, last week or Wednesday, or correct. So you had time to enter it. Yeah. Agreed. I told him that earlier. I said, if we just got the list to them, they would be okay.
So then,
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The white OBS. I have no idea who that is, but we'll figure it out. And Bryant Goldstone. Bryant, looking good. We are making changes and having fun up here. All right, Goldstone bumps it in and he leaves. Goldstone with an 0.49 reaction time and knocks the tires off of it, having to pick it up. Goes through the lights 763 at 163. The OBS having trouble all the way down the racetrack, goes 11:45 at 116. Attention the pits, I have a racer in need. Robert Voss needs some transmission parts. If you have a 4L80... Oh, Robert Voss. We have parts for you. Robert Voss, we have your trans brake solenoid that you need for the 4L80. Robert Voss, come on down to the tower. What vehicle are you in? Okay. All right, it'll be at the 918 Motorsports booth. So again, Robert Voss, your transmission parts will be at the 918 Motorsports booth. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need 10-0 to 3 and 4, 11-0 to 7 and 8. 9-0, you should be in 5 and 6. 10-0 to 3 and 4, 11-0 to 7 and 8, please. Again, 9-0 to 5 and 6, 11-0 to 3 and 4, or 10-0 to 3 and 4, 11-0 to 7 and 8. NA small block, you are on standby. NA big block, you are also on standby. Again, 9-0, 5 and 6, 10-0, 3 and 4, 11-0 to 7 and 8, please. All right, we're in the hot rod category. We're in our hot rod category. The little Chevy 2. That's Tommy Fielder. Now we're rolling into bikes. Chris Baker, Roland Tabor, James Revels, and Dustin Moody are our 4 bike competitors here in Group B. All right, I have 4 on my list, but apparently we have 8 bikes, so we'll have to figure this out as we go. But right now, number 483, that's Dustin Moody over there in the right lane. And bike 377, Roland Tabor over there in the left lane, the 01 Kawasaki. Leaving, ooh, big wheel stand, 2 wheel stands for Dustin Moody. That's a big bike to be standing up, let me tell you. He grabbed a fistful of throttle and let her rip, tater chip on the clutch, so that was awesome. I love it. Goes down there, runs 1254 at 113 miles an hour to the 1162 at 123 over there in the left lane. So Chris Baker over there in the right lane on the Hayabusa. Look at that thing go. 850 at 161 miles an hour to a 967 with an 8 at 148 in the left lane. All right, right lane 1329 with an 8, 108 mile an hour. Left lane left before the tree was activated, so no time. As we're in our 9-0 category, the Fox body over there in the right lane goes 1079 with a 4 at 121 miles an hour. Again, Robert Voss, those transmission parts you need are at 918 Motorsports in their booth, 918 Motorsports in their booth. Pedaling for both of them. Vince Rui and Felicia Smith out there. Vince goes 9:02.9 at 145. Felicia goes 9:15.1 at 151. Vince 9:02 on the 9:0. Not too shabby. All right, NA small block, I need you to 5 and 6, please. NA small block to 5 and 6, please. NA big block, you're on standby. Stick shift, you're on standby as well. The 55 Chevy leaving well. It's a license run. Runs it out the door 960 at 148. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got somebody leaking on the starting line down there. That's car number 443. That's Curtis Myers over here in the 08 G8 in the left lane. Hearing water and gear oil, both. Over there in the right lane, car number 219, that's Mike Mead in the 2015 Mustang. All right, so Mead is ready to go. Oh, nice leave for the Mustang. Trying to run 10-0 dead on. Here he goes. Ooh, 10.05 with a 9 at 139 miles an hour. Good job for Mike Mead. Nice way to start off Group B's 10-0 category with a 10.05 with a 9. All right. Oh. We got Tom Bagley. Tom is one of our double-endered competitors. Tom out of London, England. Me, Red Hat Scotty, Brendan, Eric Carroll, Alex Arquette got together and helped him out by doing some surprise work on this Mustang, and he's run his personal best every run down the racetrack. As Dennis Stinger in the 2010 Camaro goes 10:36, Tom goes 11:27 with a 6 at 123 miles an hour, another personal best for Tom. That thing is responding and it's getting quicker and quicker. That's rad. Dude, Tom is from London, England, works in a grocery store, saves his money up and comes out here, bought this incredibly not really clean Mustang. Sight unseen a couple of years ago, has done 5 Dragon drives, has had nothing but problems. We found out while we were putting molly pistons in it and other stuff that it was actually a 4.8. Marty Chance at Neil Chance Racing Converters helped us out on that as well. Holly with the fuel system. Tons of help on that thing. It is awesome to see Tom getting his personal best. Eddie Mitz over there in the left lane goes 11:33 at 110. And Jay Graham goes 9:76 at 119. Too quick.
Hey, Chad, go ahead and give me big block at 3 and 4. Big block 3 and 4.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need NA big block to 3 and 4, or 3 and 4, whatever, it's the same thing. NA big block, I need you to 3 and 4. Stick shift, you're on standby. Outlaw Street, you are on standby. NA small block to 5 and 6. NA big block to 3 and 4, please. How are you? I'm good. If you guys may have a need for the portable car lift, the portable car hoist, remember it's free to you to use after you turn in your time slips, but it is going to be leaving the building around 5 or 6. So if you need it, you need to go over and tell him you need it. He will stay if you're going to need it, but otherwise he is going to hit the road between 5 and 6. Again, the portable car hoist is planning on leaving the building at 5 or 6.
Hey, check.
All right, if anybody has a Bosch 210 fuel injector, we need one. Clay Meyer needs it, most importantly. If anybody has a Bosch 210 injector, Clay Meyer would love you long time if you will bring him that, or bring it up to the tower and we'll get it to Clay. Clay Meyer needs a Bosch 210 injector, por favor. All right, we're still in 10-0, car number 421, the 2000 Chevrolet Camaro over there in the right lane of Jared Kimmy. In the left lane, car number 366, that's Greg Stafford. Stafford in the 2013 Camaro. So we're taking care of business out there on the racetrack. Not sure what the problem was down there. But if it's, I thought I had a problem and I ended up not having a problem, we love that. That's the kind of problem we want. We want race cars stopped on the racetrack when they're not sure if there's a problem, so they stop and we can clean up a puddle. Because a stripe takes a lot more work to clean up than a puddle. So if you think you have a problem, then pull over. And we'll come check. And if you're leaking, we'll get it off the racetrack clean. And if you're not, then we'll send you on down the way. Pulling into the water box again. Again, that's Jared Kimmy in the right lane, Greg Stafford in the left lane. Kimmy goes 10:47. Stafford goes 11:32. Neither one of them real close to the 10-0 number, but this is their first run of Group B. All right. So, not sure who that was. Not on file, runs an 11:10 in the left lane, 11:23 in the right lane. So we're going to get our Excel spreadsheet updated. Stick shift to 7 and 8, please. Stick shift, I need you to 7 and 8, please. Attention in the pits. Stick shift to 7 and 8, please. All right, attention in the pits, well, and the grandstands. Our RazorTracker.com raffle has got us a winner. Monty LaFritz. Monty LaFritz, you are the winner of $150. Then we have $150 going to Young Guns and Rookies, thanks to the RZR Tracker raffle. So again, Monty LaFritz, come to the tower. You have won $150. All right, the Chevette. I'm in love with the Chevette, probably because I own one. Motoring on the racetrack, but way over to the right side. Goes 11:37 at 119 miles an hour, slowing down there at the top. 11:13 at 124 in the left lane. And we want to thank everybody that participated in the RZRTracker.com raffle, because at $5 a raffle ticket, that's a lot to raise that kind of money. It's a really cool deal, so we really do appreciate it. Want to thank everybody for participating. Bear with me this afternoon, folks, as getting things rolling up here. We got some cars that have shuffled around, and I'm learning how the spreadsheet works up here so that we can look folks up. So we are now in our 11-0 category. We got Bradley McGraw over there in the right lane. Jason Bell in the left lane. 11:38 and a 10:92. Just a skosh too quick over there in the right lane for Bradley McGraw. In the left lane, that 11:38 off just a skosh as well. They're going to have to tune that up. Stick shift, I need you to 7 and 8, please. Stick shift to 7 and 8, please. Stick shift, come on down to 7 and 8. Outlaw Street, you're on standby. Limited Street, you are also on standby. We'll be calling you guys momentarily. 11:24 to 124 mile an hour for the left lane. Yeah, C8 Corvette over here in the left lane. Car number 459, that's Tiffany Lee. Lee in the 2024 goes 11:17 with an 8. Not too shabby on the 11-0. All right, having issues, 1528 over there in the left lane, 1162 with a 4 in the right lane. Clay Meyer, BTR has your injectors. Clay Meyer, BTR has your injectors. They're right here next to the tower. Clay Meyer, BTR has your injectors. Again, Brian Tooley Racing has your injectors. Paul and the gang are ready to help. Come on down and get them. Here we go. Car number 115 over there in the right lane. Going 1286 with a 9. Meanwhile, in the left lane, 1030 with a 9. Way too quick for 11-0. I like the square body over there in the right lane. Nothing wrong with that. Unless the cubic inches is smaller. That's it. All right, I love the Maverick and I love the square body. The Maverick goes 1225 with a 9 at 109. Brian Sanders goes 1392 1392 with a 6 at 97 miles an hour in that NA small block category. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stick shift, you should be in 7 and 8. Outlaw Street, you should be in 5 and 6. Limited Street, you should be in 3 and 4. Pro Street and Gasser, you're on standby. Again, stick shift, you should be in 7 and 8. Outlaw Street, 5 and 6. Limited Street, 3 and 4. Pro Street and Gasser, you are on standby. All right, here we go. We're in big block. The Duster over there in the right lane, that's Michelle Heath. In the left lane, that's Kristen Chester. A couple of wicked chicks. Chester in the Nova goes 11:18 with a 6. Meanwhile, Heath over there in the Duster goes 11:18 with a 2. At 124 mile an hour. That was a hell of a drag race right there. Now we got the Barracuda. That's John Hardesty. And the big Biscayne of Chuck Clegg over there as well. Clegg goes 12:22 with a 5:113. But John Hardesty goes 10:18 with a 3. Sorry, 10:81 with a 3. Outlaw Street, I need you to 5 and 6, please. Outlaw Street to 5 and 6. Limited Street, come on down to 3 and 4. Limited Street to 3 and 4. Pro Street, you're on standby. Pro Street, you're on standby. All right, here we go. Pro Street to 7 and 8, please. Pro Street, come on down to 7 and 8. Again, Outlaw Street, you should be in 5 and 6. Limited Street, 3 and 4. Pro Street to 7 and 8, please. So we're getting our stick shift category going. A little bit of issues over there in the left lane. Now we got a 65 Impala and a Fox Body Mustang. Scott Liggett over there in the right lane. Monty LaFrenz, I believe, over here in the left lane. Liggett letting go of the clutch, that thing hopping around a little bit. He's banging gears with a T56 Magnum. The Mustang in the left lane goes 1260 with an 8 at 111. Liggett goes 1395 at 92 mile an hour over there in the right lane. Yeah. Camaro on the right lane, 1137 at 126. 1573 over there in the right lane. Up next, we got the GTO in the left lane. And the big Ford in the right lane. Spinning the tires. Pro Street, I need you to 7 and 8. Pro Street to 7 and 8. Gasser, come on down to 5 and 6. Hey, Paul at BTR. You got a potential buyer coming down the stairs of the tower. Joey Greer trying to decide whether he's putting more injector in his C10, so I'd suggest you start waving at him real quick. He's heading your way. All right, folks. William Hogan in the 96 GMC over here in the left lane, this bad little OBS. Backing out of the water. So they're doing a little cleanup on the starting line. Want to take this opportunity to thank all of our great sponsors out here this weekend. Couldn't do it without them. Wouldn't want to. Oh, all right, we've had a change. Moving around a little bit. So this is the Mustang of Trevor Bergman. Bergman leaves the starting line. Thing dumps the clutch. It bogs a little. Looks like it may be smoking the clutch just a tiny bit. Goes 197 to 60 foot. Slowing down there up there on the top end as he is not happy. And goes 1557 at 87 mile an hour. Meanwhile, Hogan Pro Street, I need you to 7 and 8. Pro Street to 7 and 8. Gasser, you're on standby. Tailgate, you're on standby. Oh, Hogan. The same way he's been all day today, letting go of the clutch, and that thing just spinning and then hooking and then spinning some more, pedaling it, and still goes 973 with a 6 at 154 mile an hour. 970s in a full-size Chevy pickup with a stick shift. That's rad. Attention in the pits, Gasser to 5 and 6, Tailgate to 3 and 4. Gasser, come on down to 5 and 6, Tailgate to 3 and 4, please. Again, Gasser to 5 and 6, Tailgate to 3 and 4. The little S10. All right, here we go. The S10. Looking good as it motors on down the racetrack. Going 954 to 148 miles an hour. As we're in our Outlaw Street category, ladies and gentlemen. The S10 over there in the left lane, rolling on through 910 with an 8, 158 miles an hour to a 1059 at 136 over here in the right lane. All right, over here in the limited street category, over there in the right lane, the 1981 Ford Fairmont of Aaron Shader. Shader over there in the right lane. Meanwhile, David Black. No, not David Black. Somebody else in a Nova over here in the left lane. Goes in deep. They let the Fairmont go. The Fairmont goes 978 with a 455 miles an hour. The Nova getting pulled up. Spinning the tires all the way to the 60-foot, pedals it, gets it hooked up, it's popping and banging. Oh, we've got problem on the racetrack. Ladies and gentlemen, stay clear. Stay clear. That thing looked like it pushed a head gasket out. Looks like it got over into the left side wall. The chute came out, slid it over to the right side. I believe it stayed off the wall over there. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Driver is okay. Driver is okay. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a big round of applause. Driver is okay. Looked like that thing pushed a head gasket out of it. We could see steam over there on the left side. Got into the wall, went across the racetrack and got it again. So we're going to get the rollback down there, do a cleanup. We'll take a minute here. Give you guys a break. Want to thank all of our great sponsors that we have out here for Megaweek 2025. Want to thank Aeromotive Fuel Systems, Bank Shift Billy, Brian Tooley Racing here on the starting line selling parts. Of course, Bubba Ginn Racing Transmissions, CNG Signs, Certified Performance and Auto Repair, Circle D, Cornerstone Performance Transmissions, Crower, Disorganized Grime, Edge Welding Supply, Forced Performance Turbochargers, the Havlic's Fastest Streetcar Shootout. Can't wait for that event later this year. It's going to be awesome. We're going to be bringing you that one live on bangshift.com as well. Want to thank High Speed Media, Juggernaut Welding and Fabrication, who are in the pits repairing cars. Look at that, a Havlik on the starting line. I wasn't even paying attention. And so, yeah, the Juggernaut Welding and Fab in the house making repairs. They are busy, busy, busy. Leading Edge Technology Partners, of course, Molly Motorsport. We told you how much they support the drag and drive community. We got a set of forged pistons from them to put in Tom's now 5.3, used to be a 4.8. Lots of great companies that support us, but most importantly, want to thank Summit Racing Equipment for being our live broadcast sponsor, and of course, Motion Raceworks and Sick the Mag for being our title and presenting sponsor. You guys are awesome. We appreciate all of the support. We appreciate all of you guys that are out here spectating and having fun with us today. It's hot, but it's not hot, hot, hot. We've done hot, hot, hot here with 109 heat index. This isn't that at all. It's like 87 degrees outside, which is really nice. Looking forward to a great week of weather. As a reminder, on Friday, folks, you guys are going to do the drive day here to Tulsa Raceway Park. And in the afternoon and evening, we're going to have a taco truck. We're going to have a party. We're going to have bands. we're going to do our awards ceremony. So on Friday morning, you guys are going to want to hit the road when you leave Ennis. You know, leave kind of early so you guys can get here on time to start relaxing and having fun with all of the celebration. So, going to have a good party day. It's going to be awesome on Friday before we go into the shootout on Saturday. I want to thank everybody that has entered into our Wicked Chicks competition as well. I say competition. It's not competition. It's the Wicked Chicks group this weekend and this week because, man, you guys are in for a treat. I'm not going to tell you all the things that have been given to me today, but it's only day one, and it just, it touches my heart. It is amazing what people are bringing to give away to the Wicked Chicks, and I love it. It is so damn cool. It means the world to us. I want to thank all of the staff that are out here, all of you guys that are hanging out here at the bottom of the wall as well, and the great crew here at Tulsa Raceway Park. Jimmy Bowles and the crew put on a great show here. They are awesome people, and they do a wonderful job, and we really do appreciate them. They are a great partner of the Rocky Mountain Race Week events, and it means the world to us to start and end the first Mega Week here with them. So big thanks again to Jimmy and the entire staff here. Thank you to all of you guys for your patience as well. Obviously, we've had an on-track incident, and that sucks, but the driver is okay. We're going to have to do a little bit of cleanup. Got to glue another timing block down there on the racetrack, and then we'll be good to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just giving you a little heads up. We are continuing to clean up.
I'm gonna go get the rotator for this thing in here so you can spot check when he's step back.
He asked if it was still. All right, so we're finishing up the cleanup down there, folks. Got the blocks on there, did a little sweepy and a little vacuumy and a little scrubbity. And now we're going to button that up. We're down there, you know, it sounds easy, go out there, just clean stuff up, but obviously the racetrack's sticky, and then you hit the wall, lots of little things crumble and come off and all of that. And so we want to make sure that there isn't anything that's left out on the racing surface that could cause a problem for any other competitor as far as tires or what have you. So getting that cleaned up. Jimmy's heading out with the broom and the rotator, and we'll be ready to race here in a few minutes. But all of you drivers, you can hang tight. Appreciate everybody's patience. Once again, want to thank all of you guys for participating in the Motion Raceworks Megaweek, presented by Sick the Mag. Want to thank Moody's Performance, Norex Engineering, the Pittsburgh State University of Automotive Technology. We appreciate their support. Quick Performance in the house as well. Rocky Mountain Plumbing, Hydro and Heat, Rusty Nuts Media, Seafer Specialties, Shirtworks, Racewear and Apparel, Summit Racing Equipment, of course, TPD, tuned by JP, Valley Homes, War Performance, Four-Eyed Performance Tuning, and 918 Motorsports, Performance Parts and Sales. We appreciate all that you guys do and want to thank you guys for being a part of Mega Week here this year. So we were just getting started in Group B and rolling through. We're about 2/3 of the way through the run order. I know some of you guys are waiting, clearly by the numbers in the classes, some of you guys are waiting to get a little bit cooler. Totally a strategy we understand. I've seen it bite some people in the butt, but I've also seen it be a good deal for some folks. So whatever you want to do, you go right ahead. You do you, boo. It's all fine. All right, I'm going to work on my spreadsheet a little bit more. And we're going to let them finish up the cleanup and get that race car back again. The driver, totally okay. You know, no major injuries anyway, and out of the car on their own, so that's great. So going to be sore tomorrow, but this is another reminder, folks. If you don't have the right belts in your car, if you have pull-down lap belts, it is nearly impossible for you to tighten your own belts tight enough for you in the car. If you do not have the right belts and you just snug those up, trust me, that is not the way to go. So please, folks, help each other, get each other in the cars. You want to be tight. You want to be uncomfortable, honestly. If you are just relaxed and easy and comfortable in the seat, you do not have the belts tight enough. If you've got a head and neck restraint device, we want you wearing that as well. If you have a neck collar only, you should invest in your own life and get yourself a head and neck restraint, whether it's a next gen like I use or a Hans device or any of the others that are out there on the market. There's some great products. You know, the Simpson hybrid system is very popular as well, and I'm a big fan. Also, you guys with faster cars, if you don't have fire systems in them, you're doing it wrong. So, you know, very good friends that have been on fire. I do racing at Bonneville where we are required to have fire systems, and thankful to have them. So, again, safety is important, folks, and it's because of incidents like that. I mean, that was a random deal. Didn't do anything wrong, but it looked like it pushed the head gasket out of the left side under the tires, and that thing turned left and bounced off the wall and back across and along for the ride. So glad that he's all right, but it's a good, serves a good reminder to all of you guys today that don't be lax this week on safety. Wear your seatbelts on the road as well. It's a big deal. But again, thank you so much for your patience. The crew here, amazing. They do a great job. I've done, I don't even know how many events at this racetrack, live streaming them, announcing them, everything in between. This place is awesome. And Jimmy and the crew are great at what they do. And when they say it's ready, it will be ready. And when they say it's not ready yet, then that means it isn't. I mean, they are really good at this. So we're going to trust in the process that is getting close. Jimmy is brooming and dragging with the rotator right now. So we're getting closer, but drivers, we'll give you a heads up when you need to suit up. So again, thank you for your patience. We'll be right back here for more of Motion Raceworks Mega Week, presented by Sick the Mag and brought to you live on bangshift.com by Summit Racing Equipment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just going to give one bit of advice, actually instruction. I know that none of you would do this, but nonetheless, I'm going to bring this up. If you wadded up your junk, you wouldn't want people to be coming over to wherever the car ends up in your pit area, taking photos and video and posting things online. So I'm just going to say this right now. If I find out that any of you have done so, I will make it my personal mission to make sure you never participate with us again. So let's not do that. Let's be respectful of our fellow racers and make sure that, again, we offer help, etc., but not that we're going to sensationalize the bad luck right there for the Nova. All right? So, again, I know you guys are smarter than that. But I figure it's just better to be safe than sorry. So I appreciate you guys, again, being respectful. And I'm going to assume that we can't fix that thing and have it ready to go. With that said, when Doug Cook wadded up his Nova at Ennis, not only did I call his wife before the car stopped moving, but I also said, what do we got to do to put it back together? And there was some conversation. So I'm totally down. We have to be live at 7 a.m., which means we're, Les and I are leaving here tonight. We're going to go to the hotel, take a shower, and then hit the road. But, I'm down for a thrash. I hear you. I see you, dude. It's good. Everybody, drivers, get in your cars. Drivers, get in your cars, suit up and belt up. Drivers, return to your cars, suit up, get belted in. No rush. Do it. Take your time. We want you to be safe. This is not the time to hurry up. So everybody that's in the back of the lanes, you guys can start getting suited up as well. We appreciate you guys. Appreciate your patience as we are finalizing the last little bit out there, and we're going to send our racers down the racetrack here as soon as possible. So again, thank you so much for being patient. Sorry to bring down the mood with the unfortunate accident out there on the racetrack, but he's okay, and that's what matters. So thank you again, guys. We really do appreciate it. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you are driving all the way to Flying H tonight and you are going to go there and camp or whatever, you need to go through Gate B. Gate B as in boy. Gate B as in boy is where you're going to enter at Flying H if you're going in tonight. Again, Gate B. Thank you. The Chevelle motoring on down goes 153 to 60 foot, runs 863 with a 167 mile an hour over there in the left lane.
As long as the pattern's the same.
Oh, yeah. All right, I'm in love. I'm absolutely in love with the Astro van. I mean, like, love you long time love. This is amazing. I love it. So this is James Jones. As we're in Pro Street. Jones looking good. So we're going down there and making a tweak on one of our sensors at the top end. It was working fine, but it was just giving us a warning. It was on the edge. All right, the little Mustang over there in the right lane doing the big smoky burnout, but it's still not as cool as the Astro van. Low and good looking. Sort of describes me, honestly. We should call the van Chad. That's James Jones. Big Jimmy Jones. Jimmy. Jimmy in the van. I'm loving it. Back aft. Hey, little kid wants some candy. Look at this. It's awesome. Telling you. I'm eating snacks up here and getting my energy back, and I'm working on this spreadsheet. It's going to be on like Donkey Kong for the second round. I won't know who anybody is, but it won't matter. I'll make up names. It'll be rad. Go, Jimmy, go. You're in a Fox body Mustang and you get beat by an Astro van, it's going to suck. So Mustang guy, you better be on your game. He is. All right, you might be out of the woods, maybe not. Minivan coming around you. Good old Jim Jones. He's got Kool-Aid in that bad boy. Look at him. 11-17 with a 6, 124 mile an hour to a 1084 at 121. Anybody that got the Jim Jones reference that's over the age of, 50 or whatever, you're awesome and I love you right now. So yeah, the Kool-Aid special right there. This is rad. I'm in love. Favorite new car of the event right here. That'll change like 56 times. It's fine. Nobody cares. All right, the 69 Camaro over here on the left side. That's Justin Heslin. Heslin looking good in the best Camaro ever made. 69. Oh. Pedaling it, and blazes the tires. Meanwhile, the Mustang backing out. Not sure why. Didn't get clarification. All right, so the Fox Body, aka the timeout staying, going down the racetrack right now, 926, 149 mile an hour. Apparently the only thing quick is the ET. I'm in love again. I'm in love again. The Havlik Special 55 Chevrolet over here in the right lane. Gasser, you should be already in the lanes or you're late. Tailgate, I need you to 3 and 4. Tailgate to 3 and 4. 12-0 to 7 and 8. 12-0 to 7 and 8. 13-0, 14-0 in Junior Street. You're on standby, folks. To make up for that time, we're going to need you guys to hustle. The 55, wheels in the air, motoring on down the racetrack. What's it going to be as he passes the 8th mile? 593.7 through the lights. 935, 143 mile an hour. Up next, the Dodge Dart in the right lane. The blow-up car. Another one of the Havlik's crew, so to speak. That thing is cool. Pulling up to the starting line now. Oh, big huff and puff out of the exhaust as he motors down there. Big RPM from the Mopar going through the lights. 871, 163 mile an hour. Up next, the 67 Chevelle. This is Brian Coling. I'm a big fan of a 67 Chevelle. This one's got a wheelie bar and a pretty big tire under it. Look at the Chevelle motoring down there. Wow, that is the longest reaction time on Earth. 11-second reaction time. Goes 904, 151 mile an hour though, and it's cool. So we get into our gasser category, ladies and gentlemen. Big changes to the gasser class this year. You saw most of the other drag and drive events copying the gasser rules here at Rocky Mountain Race Week. So we've got the 63 Chevy 2 Nova of Jeff Collins and the 45 Ford truck of Michael Jones. I wonder if he's related to Jim Jones in the Kool-Aid wagon or van. Gonna do a wheel stand in the Chevy 2 over in the right lane. A little baby one, or 2, or 3. Banging gears on the throttle, off the throttle. Every which way but straight. 1075, 121 mile an hour in the left lane. 1416 at 66 miles an hour for Collins over there in the right lane. Your other left. Your other right. We are not sure who's where, which one's on first tonight, let me tell you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as the Ford and the Chevrolet battle it out here in the tailgate category. 12-0, I need you to 7 and 8. 12-0 to 7 and 8. 13-0, I need you to 5 and 6. 13-0, I need you to 5 and 6. All right, here we go. With the BTR Special, Silverado over here in the right lane. And the Little Red Express Dodge over here in the left lane. All right. The Dakota and the Silverado. Uh-oh. Pop, pop, bang! Over there in the left lane. Not a happy camper under full throttle, that's for sure. See us coasting on down the left lane. Oh, back under power, that's good. Such a cool group of trucks in the tailgate category. I love it. Makes me happy. Right now, over here in the right lane, we've got the OBS Chevy. What a cool drag race. OBS in the right lane, they cool little rat rod truck over there in the left lane. Hauling the mail, by the way, 1074 at 124 mile an hour. And the OBS goes 12002 at 110. Nothing wrong with that. This is a set your own index class. It's awesome. The Dodge and the Ford getting ready to roll.
Tailgate, you have to have the stock style rear suspension.
I think so.
No triangulated four-link or four-link and an S10.
I don't think so. My S10 would be out. It has exactly that triangulated four-link.
Yep.
Well, I back halved it and put a triangulated four-link in it. 9 years ago. So it really is a G-body now, because, you know, a G-body and an S10 are the same front. So, yeah, so mine really is a G-body, basically, because it's all the same stuff now, and it's awesome. All right, as we get another OBS and a second gen C10. Ooh, listen to the turbos whooshity whoosh whooshing. That's a technical term that represents whooshity whoosh whooshing. So the C10 getting ready to rock and roll against the C1500, what we are now calling an OBS. But by Chevrolet's moniker is the CK series. And I'm old, so I'm grumpy, and I say yes, it's a C1500. If it was a four-wheel drive, it would be a K1500. Oh, and it's a stick shift in the right lane, banging gears. Little orange machine goes 1208 at 108. We have such a cool variety of trucks here in the tailgate category. I love the new tailgate class. This is fun. People asking all kinds of questions on the internet when we announced this one, trying to decide, you know, how to be sneaky and get in the tailgate class, which made us laugh. The new body style. Rolling on down the racetrack, that GMT 800 to be exact. All-wheel drive or four-wheel drive in the left lane now. And the cool little square body over here in the right lane. I'm told the truck in the right lane is a milk delivery vehicle. That is what I mean, because it has a milk crate in the back, so clearly milk delivery truck. Looking good. Dude, our truck category has, our tailgate class has 38 competitors here in the evening group, Group B. I love this. The little Mopar has got a Mopar in it, which is kind of cool. It's pulling in the water box. I dig that. Ooh, we got some steam and some smoke. Slow it down. That thing is wiggling around down there in the left lane. So we're going to have to take a look down there at the racetrack. did a great job of stopping just to make sure everything is okay. And our fire safety crew rolling down there to take a look. Apparently that was the narcoleptic truck, and that's not good. Hopefully, it's not anything All right, I have a racer in need. I need a 4.5-inch T-bar clamp. I need a 4.5-inch T-bar clamp for James Esmond. Oh, for Groot. Sorry, yes. So a 4.5-inch T-bar clamp. If anybody's got one, Groot needs it. Where are you guys pitted?
Right there where the lunch meter is.
Okay. Right over here at the end of the grandstands area. So get them taken care of. It's the little green S10 Groot. So if you have a 4.5-inch T-bar clamp, they want it. If you want to sell it, rent it, trade it for beer, he's got you either way. No problem, brother. All right, we're back at it. The Dodge with the Dodge under the hood. Motorin. Dude, that thing sounded great going down the racetrack. 1262, 105 mile an hour. Up next, the BMW. We got a BMW over there in the right lane against the square body S10 over here in the left lane. Square bodies for the win, by the way. Dude, we were sitting up here talking about the numbers of competitors who entered in Tailgate, and it's awesome. Like, seriously. There's like 80-something of you guys. Sorry, in the right lane, 1334 at 102. 1334 at 102 in the right lane. 926, 146 in the left lane. All right, the square body in the right lane. Hey, turn your air conditioning off, you rookies. Actually, that's not why you're a rookie. Do it all for the rookie. Come on, the rookie. Sorry. So 1473 in the right lane, 1232 in the left lane. If you want to run your air conditioning at the drag strip, you totally can do that. It's super easy. You just can't do it today if you don't know how to make it easy. But the easy way is you put a catch can in the transmission tunnel, and you put the drain through the floor into the tranny tunnel into the catch can, and then you can use the AC while going down the racetrack. If you have Holley EFI, you can also make it trigger a wide open switch that will turn off the compressor while going down the racetrack, just like a modern car or truck does. And then you can be in the comfort of air conditioning, pull into the water, do the burnout, pull up to the starting line, and that thing will shut the compressor off while you go down the racetrack for, 10 or 11 or 12 seconds, and then turn on as soon as you lift off the throttle at the finish line. Again, it's awesome, and it will catch the condensation in the catch can, and then you can drain it easily by just leaning under the car and reaching over to the middle. So, as you can tell, I've done this before. So let me know if you'd like other tech tips on how to run AC on the drag strip without getting yelled at for dripping. Nobody likes you being drippy. Drippy's not good. $13.0, you should be in 5 and 6. $13.0, you should be in 5 and 6. $14.0 to 3 and 4. Junior Street, you're on standby. $14.0, come on down to 3 and 4, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. 13-0, you should be in 5 and 6. 14-0 to 3 and 4. Junior Street, come on down to lane number 1. Junior Street to lane number 1, please. That was some spicy burnout action right there in the right lane. All the sideways. All the aiming at the wall around the starter. All the right turn to get away from him. It was awesome. All right, so we're in our 12-0 category. Gonna blow a little dust off the racetrack and get rocking and rolling. There's a really good collection of big hats on the starting line right now. All right, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go again. All right, so we are in the 12-0 category, I believe. I hope, unless we passed me while I was working on things over here. It's fine, everything's fine. There's nothing's wrong, everything's fine. All right, OBS truck and the Mopar all stage up. Uh-oh, trouble in the left lane. Missing a shift or something. And the Chevy pickup goes all the way down. 1198 with a 9 on a 12.0. Ouch. 11 thousandths of a second. Too quick. It's all right. Just whiff it off the throttle a little bit. Next one, and it'll be perfect. Because I want you to be perfect.
Oh, Tina got pulled over. Like an hour ago. This is the picture Dave posted on the
That's awesome.
All right, pair of trucks going down the racetrack, huffing diesel smoke out of the right lane. And here they go, 1246 in the right lane, 1182 too quick in the left lane. Barnhill up next over here in the right lane in the Monte Carlo. The G-Body Malibu in the left lane. Here we go. The Malibu going through the finish line with a 12:04. Barno goes 12:07 in the right lane. Nothing wrong with that. 12:07 in the right lane, 12:04 in the left. That's a great pair right there. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're getting ready to start round number 2. Rowdy Radial to 7 and 8. Rowdy Radial, come on down to 7 and 8, please. Rowdy Radial to 7 and 8. Rowdy Radial to 7 and 8. Ultimate Radial, you're on standby. Unlimited, you are on standby as well. Rowdy Radial, 7 and 8. Come on down. All right, Mustang in the left lane, late model Challenger over here in the right lane, doing a great job. Leaving really well, banging gears over there in the stick shift special. The Mustang staying right with them. They're trying to run a 12:0. What's it going to be? 12:12 for the Challenger, 13:05 in the left lane for the Mustang. Remember, our competitors do get the chance to change categories if they want to. By the time they turn in their time slip, they are allowed to do that. So it's, if they can't run the number, now is the time to decide they're going to make a change for sure. Camaro in the right lane, the Chevy 2 Nova over there in the left lane, while the El Camino is in the water box on the right side of the racetrack. The Nova leaving really well. The Camaro spinning the tires over there in the right lane a little bit. A veteran of Rocky Mountain Race Week, but the young lady driving it, her co-pilot, a cute little 3-year-old. She's doing a great job, runs it out the door 12:29 at 110 miles an hour. First time drag racing here today ever, and is doing Mega Week. It's awesome. van's back.
What type of tacos does he like?
Is he? Is the van double entered or something? I love it. Uh-oh, Jim Jones having trouble. What's wrong? You're going the wrong way. Okay, well, you know what? He's out of the groove. That's not traditionally where you would stop, but I approve of it. It's on the light-colored part. That's good. I approve of this. I'm not going to lie. Everybody give Jim Jones a big round of applause. I'm buying that dude a box of Kool-Aid this week. I swear to God. I swear to God. It's going to be awesome. Fruit punch, the only, yeah, oh, and cherry, you're right. Cherry and fruit punch are the only ones. You're a kid, you can tell because of the flavors of Kool-Aid you're bringing up. There used to be at one point, there was just Kool-Aid. Oh, Tang, dude, was for the astronauts and stuff, yeah. Yeah, okay, in the tower where our lovely computer person is saying, did you ever, like, lick your finger and dip it in Kool-Aid? And my answer to you is, clearly hundreds of thousands or millions of people did, because that's why they invented the candy that's the stick. Yeah, Fun Dip. Wait, we're going to give you a thing to suck on that's then wet that you can dip into the Kool-Aid mix, and it's awesome. Yeah. Dude, love it. Hey, you know what's funny about Kool-Aid too? Like, think about the millions of gallons of red dye that we have eaten, red dye number 9 or whatever it is, that we have eaten. Yeah, like, dude, not good. Not good. It's no good. It explains some things. Not gonna lie. Is this the Yukon from the shop that got hit by the tornado? Yes. Did it suck the hood off of that bastard? Yes. Awesome. I mean, that would be the story I told. I'd be like, man, I had just fired it up, we had tuned it up, and the tornado came through, and it sucked the hood clean off of it. That's I would tell. Remember, Mark Twain, one of the finest authors in American history, said, and I quote, "Never let the truth get in the way of a good story." I live my life by that every single day. Take that how you will, my friends. All right, for your third call, Ultimate Radial to lanes 5 and 6. Third call, Ultimate Radial to 5 and 6. All right, here we go. I'm digging the El Camino. I have always wanted a 68 to 72 El Camino. I went to school in Northern California with some kids, Leonard and Lincoln Sapien, and their dad was a badass when it came to El Caminos. Like super low on like an N5015 or a 295 5015, sitting really low. They were awesome, usually big blocks, like loved their cars. And I always wanted one, for sure. All right. Unlimited, come on down to 3 and 4. Unlimited, come on down to 3 and 4. Ultimate Radial to 5 and 6. Unlimited to 3 and 4. Hot Rod and Bikes, you're on standby. All right, the C4 Corvette convertible over there in the right lane. Getting held for a second. As the Disco Era Camaro in the left lane, getting ready to run down the racetrack. We had that's like a late 80s, early 90s Corvette. We had a 94, which is the more round version of that C4. Convertible 6-speed car that was fun to run. Had a good time with that thing. I like a convertible. You got to roll with the convertible down, top down as much as possible. We did Rocky Mountain Race Week a few years ago, me and my buddy Steven and my son Cole in my 69 Camaro convertible, X stock eliminator car, etc. That thing just went 1485 at 86 miles an hour. And we ran with the top down every moment that it was not raining. And it did rain twice, but if it wasn't raining, the top was down. Like we don't do. If they'd let me go down the racetrack with the top down, I would have, but it's awesome. I love convertibles. Convertibles are good. Okay, I'm in love. So we got the Dodge Charger and the C4 Corvette. And then coming up next, the next pair, we've got the Catfish Camaro, which is awesome. Don't get me wrong. But you all know how much of a wagon freak I am. So the car coming up with the fake wood paneling in the right lane is doing it for me. Yeah, it's like a mini Griswold special. I believe that's an Aspen, but I'm not 100% sure. All right, a little bit of smoke down there, folks. A little bit of smoke down there. We're going to send him down to check on him, of course. We don't see... We'll do a check for fluid. Be ready to rock and roll again here in a minute. All right, you guys can step out of the cars if you want. You guys can take your helmets off and what have you. If you want to get out of the car, you can. We do have fluid. It looks like it's right at the car and not like a big stripe, so don't go far. But we don't want you cooking sitting in the car either. So, hey, the wagon. Is the wagon an Aspen? Hey, station wagon driver guy. Station wagon driver guy. Yes, is it an Aspen wagon? What is it, a Polera? A Volare? Yes, thank you. I love it. By the way, I also love your wife and your little boy and the El Camino. Like, all the things. Your little boy, I paid him $1 to push the buttons on the live stream earlier, and I got cute video and pictures. I paid him $1 and told him he could go buy ice cream, and you should have seen his face light up. It was awesome. He was all about it. We're also having a squirt gun war tomorrow, just letting you guys know. That's official. Squirt gun wars tomorrow at Flying H. It's going down. Everybody, kids of all ages, you're welcome. You are welcome. I have a feeling saying this on the microphone is going to backfire on me, but I'm down. All right, gang, so give us a minute here. We're just checking the surface real well. There is oil, but right at the car. I'm hoping not any more than that, it looks like, from up here. So give us a couple of minutes, folks. We appreciate your support. Want to thank Summit Racing Equipment for sponsoring today's live stream and all week's action here at lovely Megaweek 2025. Also want to thank Bang Shift Billy and Brian Tooley Racing, of course, Aeromotive Fuel Systems, Bubba Gwynn Racing, CNG Signs, Certified Performance and Auto Repair, Circle D Specialties. Those dudes are rad. They do a great job on torque converters. And want to thank Crower, of course, Lewis in the house, longtime supporter of Rocky Mountain Race Week and Race Week. Havlic's Fastest Streetcar Shootout. That's going to be bad to the bone this year. Want to thank them for their support. Of course, Edge Welding Supply, Disorganized Grime. He's waving. What's up, little buddy? You're looking good down there. Ready to rock and roll. 3 going on 33. He's awesome. 3 going on 30. He's a great little kid, dude. He's so much fun. Molly Motorsports, Marceau Racing, Juggernaut in the house. The portable car hoist, of course. Such great people. You guys, seriously, we can't thank you enough. You know, one of the things that Matt prides himself on, and all of us that are here as part of the Rocky Mountain Race Week family pride ourselves on, is the fact that, you know, while we have big, giant companies like Summit Racing Equipment and mid-sized companies like Brian Tooley Racing and Motion Raceworks and such, you know, huge corporations like Molly Motorsport, we also have those family businesses, those small local businesses that have supported this event from the very beginning when none of the big companies would even have given the time of day. Those companies will be with us forever. We appreciate that. Sometimes Matt and I are loyal to a fault, and we have conversations about that very often, but I can tell you that it really matters. So if you are one of these companies that is helping us out, seriously, like from the bottom of our hearts, it means the world to us. Nobody's getting rich doing this. We all spend a ton of money to participate in these events. I tell people, dude, don't lie to your wife or your husband about how much it costs to go do a drag and drive, because it's enough money that you guys could go to a 5-star resort for a week or 10 days in Mexico. And they got to be on board, and to see families and kids and everything else out here together. You know, Matt yesterday talked about it in the drivers meeting, and you know, I'll never forget, as long as I live, my late wife Daphne at Kearney Raceway Park teaching Matt's kids that you could catch fireflies, or lightning bugs as they called them there. And it sounds weird, but if you squish them, then you can paint your face with the glowing stuff. It's cool. We were having a great time. We also taught them how to do burnouts on the golf cart until they broke it. All kinds of fun stuff. And those kids are now here competing. They're, you know, practically grown up. and it's awesome. And there's so many kids that have done the same thing through this whole adventure we call Rocky Mountain Race Week and Race Week 2.0. So for all of you guys that have been a part of that for years, thank you. And for those of you that are coming out here now and bringing your little kids and enjoying your time and having a road trip with your family, and then racing every day, it's a sickness and it's awesome all at the same time, and we really do appreciate it. So, you know, again, thank you. We know you guys, dude, it sucks right now, right? Nobody makes enough money in this country right now, and so it's hard to spend money on this stuff, and we know you have a lot of options on how you spend your time, your energy, and your hard-earned money. So for you to choose to spend it with us, it seriously means a lot. So thank you. Thank you very much. And Jimmy is out there getting the drag on with the rotator. And we should be back up to racing action here in just a few minutes as we are going to rock through 14-0 and then Junior Street. We're going to do a quick prep and get ready for Rowdy Radial. So I need Rowdy, you should be in 7 and 8. Ultimate, you should be in 5 and 6. Drivers, get back in your cars. Drivers, get back in your cars. We are about done with cleanup, so you guys can get in the cars and get belted in. Again, take your time and get yourselves ready, and we'll rock and roll here in just a minute. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot rod to 7 and 8, hot rod to 7 and 8. I need motorcycles in lane number 1, please. Motorcycles, lane number 1. Bikes, come to lane number 1. Hot rod, you should be in 7 and 8. Unlimited, if you're not in 3 and 4, you're late. 9-0, 10-0, 11-0, you're on standby. Look at the Monty go. 131 to 60. Goes 587 at 117 mile an hour in Rowdy Radial. All right. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. We're not in Rowdy. We're finishing up Junior Street now. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. All right. Junior Street. Rocking and rolling. I love the wagon over there in the right lane.
How much older were you going to do?
The Maverick looking good. 871 though is too quick. All right, so we only had a couple of juniors this round. I think a bunch of people are waiting. Now that it's going to cool off, I think this round is going to be much bigger. But we are going to do a quick round of prep, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Motion Raceworks. Megaweek, presented by Sick the Mag. Summit Racing Equipment, thank you for sponsoring the live stream. We appreciate you so much. We're going to give us 5 minutes, folks. We're going to do a drag and spray real quick. 5 minutes, we'll be back with Rowdy Radial. Hang tight. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. 9-0 to 5 and 6, 9-0 to 5 and 6, 10-0 and 11-0. You're on standby. 9-0 to 5 and 6, please. All right. Away we go. Look at the pickup truck. Motoring on down there. 989, 137.